My name is Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, Clarkson, C-L-A-R-K-S-O-N. And I'm just one of the coordinators of the First International Peoples Tribunal. I want to open up this morning like we opened up yesterday. We have to give homage to Mars Indigenous Peoples Day. It took 500 years to get that recognition. Over 500 years, can you imagine that? Because many things they taught us about 1492. Columbus sailed the ocean blue. And what happened after that? The destruction of a lot of people. So we pay homage to those, the Tatinos, the Arawaks, the indigenous people of North America, what the indigenous people call Turtle Island. And we say today that we seek atonement for the atrocities, genocide, mass murders of so many different people that it's too hard to name them all. So please bear with me as we take a minute of silence and regret and ask for forgiveness. Thank you. Thank you for coming to the First International World Tribunal. Please know that this is a public event and will be recorded and shared. All contents being presented today is for educational, entertainment, and charitable purposes and will not be produced for profit. The views expressed today are not a reflection of the Miami Workers' Center. I want to welcome you again to the second day of the tribunal. And We're going to have testimony this morning, but first, we're going to start off by showing some of the evidence that was collected through video presentations by different people throughout the city. So just sit back. We have people that's come to testify, some already here, but we wanted to get this. We have a lot of hours of people that sent in. So just sit back, stay glued to your television. We'll be back live pretty soon. So enjoy what we're getting ready to show and hope that it's very educational and make you want to get up and do something about the emergency that we're facing. All right? Peace and blessings to everyone out there and to all you here.
We want to be looked at as Americans as well, and I think for some reason the American dream is that they forget about the Native Americans. I am Everett Osceola, and I am Seminole. The way we used to live was by war. The way we used to live was by survival. The Seminoles are called the unconquered people because we were the only tribe within U.S. history to not sign any treaties. Seminole actually was derived from a dialect of Spanish. They just said Cimarron, meaning wild one or the untamed ones. So it got butchered over time and over generations that it was called Seminole. But in a way, it kind of stuck because we weren't part of the Creeks, we weren't part of the Choctaws or the Chickasaws. We actually were a part of some of the ancient tribes. So being untamed or wild ones, you know, we just kind of inherited the name, and we kind of just, we have it now, and we kind of have it now proudly. All our traditions are passed down orally, like our songs, our stories, and our language. There are two languages within the Seminole tribe. One is called Creek, which is part of the, kind of like the Port Creeks of Alabama and even the Creek Nation. And then we also have the Miccosukee language, which is mostly the predominant language that's spoken today. Did the Seminoles own Florida at one point? Yes, they did. We have records going back probably as far as maybe 1713, and there was a map of where they said that we actually had not only Florida, but it went as far as Florida, Alabama, Georgia, almost all the way up to Tennessee. We've always been part of Florida. The only reason why we kind of disbanded is because when the Europeans came, it was kind of like, you guys belong here. You guys are going to be called this. You eat this certain type of food, so you're going to be called, you know, you're going to be named after that food. So when we would go back and forth between Florida, when the Europeans came, we had to stick to one certain area in order to survive. And then during the times of war, they tried to make a deal with us. Of course, we didn't go for that deal, but after the First Seminole War, which was around 1815 to around 1820, they tried to give us to sign where we were going to have some land within Florida, and that covered, it was like right in the middle, Ocala, all the way down to Vero Beach. And then, you know, that didn't go as well, and then that's when we had two more Seminole Wars. And that's when we pretty much, it came down to just where we were hiding in the Everglades in order to survive. When we came out of the swamps and when we were put on reservations, we weren't given that much. We were given maybe some water, maybe some commodities, but we had to live, we had to learn how to survive even in Hollywood. But we ended up learning from all the different resources that were around us, not only natural, but all the other different resources. And the thing is that we were able to prevail over it. When we started our businesses on the Seminole tribe, we started off with the smoke shops, the citrus and groves, the cattle industry, even the gas stations. Everything is owned by Seminoles. But in order to start those businesses, you have to put in shares. So when that started, some of the tribal members put their shares into making the smoke shop to run, or even when the gaming started, you know, we had to put some of our shares into that into that business in order to make it a corporation. So when this had happened, you know, when everything is done, just like any other company, when everything is done and everything's tallied up and everybody's paid their portion, it comes back to the people, because that's whose money went into that entity in order to make that money. When we had started getting wealthier because of the gaming, we were becoming targeted by the local newspapers. Some we were even done on us that made us look bad, that made us seem like we were greedy. And then at one point, it was to the point where we were being targeted just by having our cars, like the Seminole Tribe license plate, or we had like even as simple as a Dreamweaver, like hanging on our rearview mirrors. They were quick to be broken into, because there was a lot of misinformation being put out there saying that we were rich, that we have, you know, this much money, this is how much we get a day. And I believe even a newspaper had even printed out stats of how much we got, or how they even went to as far as going to car dealerships to asking, you know, how well or how much of a relationship do you have with the Seminole Tribe. And so this put it out there that we were pretty much, we had like wads of money in our back pockets. And that's not necessarily it. I mean, we do get somewhat of the wealth because of the gaming, but it's not like we're walking around like Rockefellers where hundreds are hanging out of our back pockets. It's just like any other business. But the difference is just like I was saying before, it has to do with the fact that we have this land in order to make these successful businesses run. We have 6 reservations, and on each reservations, they're located throughout South Florida. There's one in Hollywood, Big Cypress, which is in the Everglades, Brighton, which is near Lake Okeechobee, and we have like little sub-tribes like Fort Pierce, Immokalee, and we also have one in Tampa, but they're very small. We want to be remembered as how we are now, that we're living people, that we're people that are living amongst you, not something that you see in a book, not something you see on TV. But, you know, we're doing our thing and we're still here. And that's how we want to be remembered, is that we're still here. We're not some sort of an exhibit. We're not some sort of antique, you know, extinct people. You know, we're still here.
My name is Alex Hill, and today is April 1st, 2020. I will be conducting an oral interview today with Alana Greer. This interview is being conducted via a Zoom video call. This interview is a part of the Race Housing Displacement Oral History Project. So for my first question is, what is the history of your organization, and what are some of your recent milestones?
So Community Justice Project, as it currently stands, it stands on the shoulder of the work of Charles Elsesser and Purvi Shah and Jose Javier Rodriguez and many, many other community lawyers that came before us. The work really is rooted in work that came out of community lawyers and movement lawyers. So Community Justice Project stands on the shoulders of all of these lawyers that have come before us and our mentors that helped us get started when they were part of the legal service infrastructure. It was part of Florida Legal Services. And in 2014, 2015, Chuck Elsesser, Amina Jagannath, and myself ended up spinning off an independent organization of Community Justice Project to start our own nonprofit out of necessity of the moment, and being able to respond to specific issues that were going on there. It was after Trayvon Martin's death, and uprisings were happening in Ferguson and across the country, and it was a moment both of crisis and of resistance, and a lot of our work was born out of that, but also deeply rooted in housing struggles and displacement, as well as workers and immigrant rights.
Okay, perfect. Next question. What do you believe is the biggest obstacle in the way of achieving your goals?
That's really a question. I mean, fundamentally, our goals are about helping build the power of marginalized communities to control their own destiny, to make decisions for themselves. And so the biggest obstacles to that are the current power structure and the not just who's in charge, but how power works and how people get access to that. And so I think that's really our biggest challenges. And here in a state like Florida, not only do we have the power structure, but tools and tactics that power structure uses. Things like preemption that prevent local governments and local communities from doing things like making tenants' rights stronger. And those are things that come up a lot for us in this hearing. And I think also locally here in Miami, being a community that's so unfortunately does not have a long history of respecting tenants' rights. We do have a long history of tenants fighting for their rights, but really of standing up behind them and making sure that they're respected by our courts and by our institutions. And so and I think a large part of that is because so much of our economy is dependent on real estate development and speculation, that there is a lot of folks on not wanting to see neighborhoods really have a say in making sure that people can stay in Miami.
Okay, perfect. This is a personal question. What led you to this line of work in the community?
Yeah, so I'm born and raised in Miami. I went away for college and life for a while after that, but grew up here in a family that social justice was a really key component. Somehow decided I wanted to be a lawyer and got the opportunity to work with organizers before I went to law school, and seeing the power that organizing has and how it can shape our future and move us in ways that nothing else I've been a part of can, really got me hooked on, if I was going to be a lawyer, doing that in a way that supports organizing. Okay. And I think in racial justice too, so I've dedicated to racial justice throughout my career, and my family is my mom's white and my dad's Latino, and so I think race as a construct was a very early realization in my formation and understanding if so much of our society is framed around this, why is that, and pushing back on institutional racism, on all forms of racism in society and white supremacy.
Okay, this question may seem kind of redundant, but I'm kind of required to go through them. How is the housing crisis in Miami affecting your organization or the stakeholders you work with?
Yeah, well, it's really interesting because I think that question I would have answered that question differently a week ago than I am today.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so I think that the housing crisis, I would have described the housing crisis in Miami just a few weeks ago as really centered on the lack of, we do not have a lack of housing in Miami. Mm-hmm. We actually have the highest vacancy rate in the entire country. What we have is a lack of affordability and access for people. We have gleaming empty buildings that are marketed to people all across the world as investments that don't actually never step a foot into these places, and folks who are living on the streets, far too many, and folks working multiple jobs just to scrape enough by. And gentrification and the way development discounts the need for our communities to be a part of the growth and the future of our city. I think that would have been the key issue I would have described to you a few weeks ago. I'm not saying that issue is solved, but the issue we're looking over a cliff at right now is a wave of evictions and foreclosures like we've never seen before. And I think that will be dramatically more than the 2008 crisis if we don't intervene swiftly and aggressively because of the pandemic of COVID and because of the economic impact it's going to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. And then do you believe currently that race or economic inequalities are the bigger, like which of the two are the bigger factor in shaping the housing crisis in Miami?
I don't think you can fully extricate those two things, right? Like when we talk about economics, when we're talking about why you have to look at the history of wealth being stripped from communities of color, particularly Black communities, right? And you have to look at redlining, which was a racist policy that was rooted in and resulted in economic impacts, right? So I think that's a false categorization of those. I think we have to look, it's a point in my life to look at everything through a racial justice lens that I strive for, and I think we all should. But I think that economics and race are deeply tied, and we have to see both sides of that in order to solve the problem.
Okay. You sort of answered this earlier, but do you believe the local government supports your effort, or is the pushback?
You know, it changes. I think the city of Miami at the city level has really changed over the last few years and has really seen affordable housing as a key issue, and also been really complicit in a lot of the way development happens, but is starting to shift in that. In the county, it has been harder to move things, to be honest. I think we've seen, as resources have been developed and the crisis of lack of affordability has increased, like more understanding of that from our leaders, but not enough to actually make the big, bold steps that we need to make this happen. I think the solutions that were available to us, at least before this pandemic, were insufficient, and we needed to think bolder. People are now starting to think that way because they're confronting this crisis in a different way, and we'll see how that goes.
Okay, and tying with the last question, what laws, national, state, or local, do you believe are standing in the way of housing equality? And continuing, what laws or policies would you personally add, amend, or repeal to solve the issue?
Oh, I read your whole list, but I think probably the biggest problem is that landlord-tenant right law and generally tenants' rights are almost all preempted, meaning that the state of Florida, the legislature, and the governor control what happens there. So local governments, whereas if you live in California or in many other states across the country, local governments can make decisions about how that might how changes to those laws and different protections for tenants might best work for their community. We don't have that option here in Florida. We have to get the legislature to change that. And unfortunately, the landlord lobby here in Florida is very strong, but tenants are organizing to stand up to that and not let that run the day. So I think that general preemption is a really big problem. There's also a few things we've been working on. One of the kind of more in the weeds things that makes Florida extra crazy is that if you are a tenant and you are facing eviction because your landlord says you didn't pay for something or says you didn't pay your entire amount of your rent, in order to get a hearing, you either need to post to within 5 days of getting that eviction notice, you need to post the entirety of what they allege, or you need to have a lawyer really to get you a hearing, because pro se folks try to get those hearings are largely excluded from them. So most people, because of that law, most people are denied or actually evicted without ever seeing a judge. And so that's why it makes it harder to organize, because people are so quickly being churned through these systems. And after you've been through it, you kind of know there unfortunately often isn't a lot to fight for in that system because of the way it's set up. So I think we really need to change that so that judges can just hear what's going on. We've had multiple clients who've done everything right. The law should have been on their side, but because of that law, they're not seeing a judge and they're being evicted.
Okay. What impact do environmental factors like hurricanes, sea level rise, climate change, and obviously recently like the 2020 pandemic have on the most vulnerable communities?
Totally. So disasters exacerbate the inequalities and the realities of inequity that we see. One of my mentors, Bill Quigley, once told me right before Hurricane Irma hit, I remember we were calling him for advice. He had been through Katrina and kind of prepping, what are we going to need to do when the storm's over? How are we going to approach this? How can we help people as lawyers? And one of the things he said was, a hurricane really rips the roof off of, not just literally, but also figuratively rips the roof off of the realities of people's life. And for a brief moment, people have empathy and see the suffering that other folks are going through every day, right? But it's visceral, it's visible, we're all in this together for a brief moment. But that window of empathy shuts very quickly. And so it's really important that we act and that we make sure that the protections that our community need are being made, not just in this moment, but the protections that people are asking for to address this pandemic and to address what happens after the hurricanes and before the hurricanes are the things people have been fighting for day in and day out for generations. And it's just that these moments make people realize how needed they are. And so I really think, so it's about fighting both for how we help people in these moments of crisis and beyond. And I think how it affects these community, like vulnerable communities in general, Black and Brown communities, immigrant communities, it really is that sense of doubling up. In Miami in particular, we have a kind of a unique way that folks are getting impacted and harmed because because of redlining, because the way Miami was set up, where the wealthy and powerful wanted to be near the ocean, and other folks were either segregated or relegated to higher ground that was less wanted at the time. That is actually the resilient land at this point. And so what we see is both normal waves of gentrification, normal, I should put in quotes, right? And then taking over people's communities should never be normal. But what we see over and over again, the typical ways that gentrification encroaches in communities, exacerbated by the fact that this is actually land that's going to be more valuable. And so savvy, I think, investors who realize that are buying up places like Little Haiti and Allapattah, and driving up the prices and kicking people out, because with that added layer of incentive of sea level rise coming in.
Okay. Some more questions more relative to your organization. In your opinion, what seems to be the key factor limiting the number of under-resourced people from using legal resources such as your own?
I think there's a lot of reasons that people can't access legal resources. Honestly, a big part of it is in the housing space is a sense of I don't want to call it apathy, because that's not what it is. It's a sense of having been through the system before and knowing that there's not necessarily something there to really to protect you, right? And not trusting that system anymore. And so until we really make sure that there is actual justice to be won in the justice system, we're going to be in trouble.
Next, could you explain how you and your partners work to create tenant unions and how you hope these unions will achieve their goal of housing equity and eliminate various tenant issues?
Sure, yeah. So I think tenant unions have been thrown around a lot. They're still kind of a newer concept in Miami as far as actual implementation and organizing on the private landlord side. Tenant unions in both the public housing are really well established. They're encoded in law. There's special rights for folks, as well as mobile homeowners who also have like special ways to do that. And legal services does a great job of supporting that, our partners at legal services. We are working with tenants that are often in slumlord buildings or in places that are not as easily organizable as those spaces. And so I think the thinking on it and the new thinking on it is, how do you not just organize the typical ways that it naturally happens, right? Which is my one landlord is doing this, or this group of landlords in our block. But how do you start to organize people across different issue areas? So like if there is a corporate landlord that owns things all over Homestead, how do you start to organize tenants against that common opponent? And how do you start to move in ways that can help get relief for folks across bigger issues? But I think that's something we're still working on perfecting and supporting as we see organizing emerge in different ways. And I think this pandemic is going to create that's not the right way to say it. I think this pandemic is going to force us to think about new ways of organizing, because so many people are impacted by it so deeply. It's April 1st right now, and rent is due for the first time since this crisis started. Mm-hmm. And so we've seen thousands of people just really, who wouldn't otherwise have come to an organizing meeting, or who wouldn't otherwise have maybe thought about why these policies are impact them, coming out and wanting to do something about it and needing to do something about it to keep a roof over their head.
Okay. What do you hope to see in Miami's future for fair and affordable housing?
I hope that housing is a human right and everyone knows that. And I think we certainly are a place that has enough roofs for everyone's head. And so there's no reason that we should have the affordability crisis we do. I think we need to have a legal system that respects tenants' rights, that allows local governments to support them further, and ultimately that people have safe, dignified, affordable housing, and that they have control over their neighborhoods.
Okay, perfect. And finally, is there anything else you would like to discuss that we didn't address?
That's a good question. I think that's it right now. I mean, just to give a shout out to I didn't get to name a lot of the organizations we work with, but Miami Worker Center. You know what? I'll also talk about one thing because we're just at the beginning of it.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
One of the several of the organizations we get to work with. So Miami Worker Center, FOM, Catalyst Miami, the Miami Climate Alliance, and organizations not in Miami, but across Florida. So Organized Florida, New Florida Majority, and several other groups came together to form the Florida Housing Justice Alliance. It's a new formation of tenants. We had our first ever convening of renters. We had 100 renters and mobile homeowners go to Tallahassee this year and really move something. They were able to defeat a bill that would have made it easier to evict mobile homeowners and do a lot of other things that were really going to harm our members and so many people in Florida. And so I'm really excited about the statewide presence, about the connections that are being made across cities. And I think really the work is going to happen at the deeply local level, but we need to be strengthened together. And so I'm really excited to see where that goes. And I hope whenever I ever get to revisit this interview, we're looking back at something that's grown big and beautiful and done really great things for the state.
At the beginning of the journey. All right. Yeah. All right. So thank you so much for your time. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to speak with you. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
My name is Mariana Peterson, and today is Friday, April 3rd, 2020. I will be conducting an oral history interview today with Dr. Shirley Plantin. This interview is being conducted via Zoom video call. This interview is part of the Race, Housing, and Displacement Oral History Project. Dr. Plantin, what is the history of your organization, and what are some of your recent milestones?
Oh, wow. So we are, my firm, U-Turn Youth Consulting, is well over 3 years old. And I want to say some of our greatest milestones is I've released a book called The Backstory of a New Reality. And within the time that it was released by popular demand, so the book really dictates or details all of the contributing factors, the term backstory, all of the contributing factors that lead to juvenile delinquency as well as gun violence in most urban communities, right? And our clientele, which are predominantly educators, law enforcement, social service workers, nurses, hospitals, any and everyone who comes in contact with young people, the question became, when is there going to be a workbook to accompany the book? So we recently released the workbook earlier this month. So some of our greatest milestones, if we've had the opportunities, I would say, to train heads of trauma, chiefs of staffs, we've trained elected officials, really trying to get people to understand that there are real backstories that our young people live daily that are contributing factors to what we see as an end result of either youth violence or be it gun violence.
What do you believe is the biggest obstacle in the way of achieving your goal?
Oh, wow. I think the biggest obstacle we have is the fact that as adults, we find ourselves really wanting to serve young people really through our own prisms, right? Really through our own prejudice, our own tunnel view. You should know better. Well, why should a kid know better? Why? Because you're assuming that that child should know better because you may have had a two-parent household. You may have gone to a really good school. You had a parent that was engaged. That is not always the reality for all of our children, right? And I utilize the term children, kids, and youth interchangeably, intentionally, because a lot of our kids who may be of youth age, but either because of educational challenges or mental health issues, may actually be functioning, or it may simply be cognitive issues. You may have a 13-year-old who's functioning at a 9-year-old level, right? Whose level of understanding is that of a child. So my use of the terms kids and children and youth is really intentional because you never know who's sitting in front of you. So for me, one of the greatest barriers we have is we have created in our minds as adults our own issues that we believe every child is dealing with, but that may not be the reality. So my biggest issue is really trying to get adults to empathize versus sympathize with young people, because the daily lives and their daily reality that children are facing right now are very, very different from that which we have faced growing up.
How is the housing crisis in Miami affecting your organization or the stakeholders you work with?
Oh, wow. So this question right now is very poignant to me because it's really a conversation that I'm having with self. Trying to determine, do I put something out in writing? Do I put out a video? Because I am a firm believer that we do not understand as providers how loaded the term home really is, right? because for many young people, home is where the first violence occurred to them, whether it be domestic violence, whether it be sexual abuse. A lot of times, home is where the first act of violence happened to a child. Second, we have a lot of kids right now who don't have a home. So when we say home, and you have all of these stay-at-home orders around, this pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, we have stay-at-home orders, we have safer-at-home orders. The term home is received differently by young people. The term home isn't necessarily what we as adults perceive it to be, but it's more than just the brick and mortar to them, right? It's what's happening on the inside of the home. So for me, my greatest thought and my greatest fear, and I was having this conversation earlier today, is what's happening to our children when we talk about the housing crisis in Miami-Dade County. Because one, we know that there are inequalities, we know that there are disenfranchisement, we know that there are people, and then the term home. Right now in Miami-Dade County, we have 9,500 kids, give or take, that are homeless. So when we say home, which home exactly are we talking about? Are we talking about the shelter that they go to? Are we talking about those that live in a car? Are we talking about those who are living with someone who still doesn't see themselves as part of this family? So for me, when I talk about the housing crisis, it's more than just, the gentrification. It's more than just we're displacing families and we're putting them into territories that they don't know anything about. But the housing crisis within Miami-Dade County comes with so many more backstories, for lack of a better term. You've got
Well, I hope everyone enjoyed those videos and got some education. It was, since tomorrow's Indigenous Day, we had the opportunity to do a video about what's happening with the Seminole people here in Florida. And those interview with Alana Greer from the Community Justice Project around what's happening with housing, and the other video dealt with the housing question also too. So, we had a lot of evidence came via those types of presentations, which will become part of the body of this tribunal. Not only having personal testimony, but having people sit down and, like the good man, Professor Prada did yesterday. I hope that we held on to this paperwork so we can make that part of the body also too. So this morning, we're going to be getting a presentation from Francois Alexandre, who is a co-founder of Conscious Contractors. He's going to tell you his story. We also have some other testimony that's going to be done, but we're going to call him up first and let him give his testimony to the panel. We only got 3, so I'm going to be acting as the jurist today myself. So do we have anybody else that is Felton here? Yeah, Felton, take your seat. So you're one of the jurors. Right back there. So, we still appreciate everybody. Thanks so much to Queen Mother Caroline Lewis for being here yesterday and giving us such a great presentation. We had the youth last night come through. Oh man, they were powerful with Angel, William, Sister Soldier, and brother Leon. I can't think of his name right now. But we had a lot of good testimony yesterday, a lot of good personal stories, and we're looking for another day like that today. So without further ado, I'll bring to you Brother Francois Alexandre, and he'll tell his story, okay? Yeah. Sure. Need to hold first?
Oh, not yet, not yet. I just want to make sure I had it. It's okay.
Yeah, first one, you want to stay, right?
I want to fix that.
Yes. Say your name and spell it for us.
Yes. 100%. I can finally remove my face. Good morning. Are we using the mic?
Yeah, turn it on.
It's on.
Go ahead.
Check, check.
Yes, for me.
Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. How you all doing? This is okay? All right. My name is Francois Alexandre, and I want to thank every last one of you all for setting up this platform. First and foremost, let me give, if that's okay with you, I'll give you guys I'd like to give Michael a round of applause for Michael Clarkson. Not only for what he has done in the past, but what he has continued to do present and laying out the future for the youth. So Michael Clarkson, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you to the rest of you all. Thank you to Abigail. Thank you to the University of Miami. There's so much people in this room to think about and to think of in collaboration to making sure that the First International Peoples Tribunal, takes place right here in Miami. And then on top of that, to also make sure that the right people are on the table as far as indicting, right?
Yes.
So we are indicting the city of Miami. We are indicting them for the lack of social justice. And we're also indicting them for the lack of climate change, climate mitigation, adaptation. Also, this is the People's Tribunal, which means that everybody's welcome to speak about their grievance. Everybody's welcome to speak about something in which that they didn't like, or something that happened to them that didn't go well. I have a friend of mine who's here, Miss Janine. She'll be speaking later on, but this is a comrade of mine last year that really showed up for community, especially in the wake of George Floyd. Okay. All right, so, and again, as I said it before my testimony, before I start testifying, I want to let you all know a little bit of background about me, where I'm from. Originally I'm from IET. I was born there and came here in 1996 with the rest of my family. My dad decided to pack all 5 of us, including my mother, on a vacation trip that we never went back. My mom decided that it was better for us to have a better education here than to go back and forth, come every summer to the United States. The decision she made, in which I never, I've thought about plenty of time, but never regret it. Never regret the fact that the opportunity to be educated here, the opportunity in terms of understanding the American dream, to achieve it, to work hard for it, to be part of a society, and to be a better citizen to that same society. That was our oath as a family, as an immigrant family, that when we came here, our job was to strive to be better citizens of the United States of America. And that's all we did since 1996. We moved from Sunrise in a 2-bedroom apartment, all 6 of us, to a year later, because of my father's hard work, determination, into Plantation, where the motto says, plantation where the grass is greener. Can you imagine? Went from the 2-bedroom apartment to now living in a house in Plantation. So my father understood early on what it means to have a piece of the American dream, working hard for it, whether it's 4 or 5 jobs or 10 jobs that needs to be done, to save enough money to make sure that his family can be protected and his family can make sure that they can go to school, have food on the table, and to be a really good productive citizen. So this is where we pick up to say that growing up in a very conservative family, my family was also Jehovah's Witness, so I didn't know much about hip hop until I got into high school. I didn't know much about rap until I got into high school. And given the fact that I was already, by the age of 10, I came here, I had already formulated thoughts in Creole. the transition for me at that point in time was asking God that one day I can think in English, I can compute in English as opposed to computing in Creole, because it was so important for me to integrate myself into the society now. And, you know, growing up, you used to get picked on, especially Haitians. So Haitians, our moms would send us to school with our shirts tucked in, you know, with our church shoes on. You know, now that, you know, those are things that we look fly, it looks really good. But back in the day in elementary, you couldn't get caught going to church Monday through Friday. And that's like going to school. So you get picked on, you know, if you didn't have the latest gears, the Jordans, you know, the academics at that point in time, or even the feline, because, you know, I couldn't afford feline at that time as well. So the swap shop was somewhere that our family went to make sure that we wouldn't be able to get picked on. So and the reason why I'm, you know, recounting my story to you all is because I've come to realize it's the same practice in terms of where are people at, where our marginalized people are coming from, and what is the underlying factor of them. And the majority of the time that we can all account to, the underlying factor is poverty. And poverty, and within poverty, not only you have racism, but you have this crab in a bucket mentality. You have this place in which they have pushed us, they have called us marginalized and underserved, and not really treat us as a human being that we are because of the economic difference, because of class, because of social differences. My family is very, you know, really took serious to that and make sure that we all had college degrees, you know, and make sure that we all finished school. And for me to be standing in front of you here today and said that within the last 7 years, the work that I've done, the people that I've met is the reason why I'm in front of you today, because I have not stopped. I have been you know, I have never relinquished the idea, the need to speak free, to go about freedom, independence, and liberation in a different way. June 21st, 2013 is a year and a day that I'll never forget. This is the day in which my life had made a whole turnaround. I was going to FIU at that time. I was married. I lived in downtown Miami. The Heat and the San Antonio Spurs, Game 7. I don't know if you all are from Miami. You all remember that time, you know, June 2013. Ray Allen hit the corner shot, send the game over to Game 7. At this point in time, either team can win it. And when there's celebration, of course, there's festivity, there's people out on the streets, and there's protocols for it when it comes to law enforcement. That day, all the streets was clear. Law enforcement made sure that certain streets were cleared from one block to the next. So if we're putting things in perspective, you're talking about downtown Miami, 8th Street all the way down to First, including Berkeley. Those areas was cleared and were free and open for folks to party. And I remember when the Heat won, because I was actually on the 33rd floor watching the game with a couple of my friends. And then right after, you know, when the final shot, game's done, the Miami Heat has been declared the championship. They have been declared a winner. We went downstairs, about 5 of us, and decided that we're going to go out to the streets, party just like everyone else. In Miami, when you party, you got to make sure you bring the pots and pans. If you don't bring the pots and pans, you're not in Miami. You know, we don't flip cars. We don't. You know, we're not the type of city to do so. We don't flip cars. We don't even flip the big pots that you see in front of big buildings. We don't do that. What we do is make sure we bring our pots and pans. We start screaming on top of our lungs. That's it. You know, to get a little rowdy. But that night, that's not what happened. You know, so on my way coming back after, you know, celebrating in front of the arena, I started heading south. And the reason being is because at this point in time, we were like, yo, you know, the party's over. Seems like it's going down. let's go to the club. On our way back to our apartment where I lived, because the Biscayne Towers has two. It's a twin tower. You have the north and the south. I lived in the south tower at that time, 256 Northwest 2nd Avenue, apartment 3306. That's where I stayed. Now, on our way to get to the south tower, you have to pass the corner of Northeast 2nd and Biscayne. At that time, you had about 20 to 25 people there. There weren't much people at all. 20, 25 people. And by the way, all of them look like me, Black people. But also everybody would understand or geographical location in terms of haves and the have-nots. You have Biscayne Boulevard on your left, and then Overtown right here on your right. Very close proximity. So when I got to the corner, there was about 25 people there. Something in me invoked me to say, pull out your phone. This was the first revolutionary act for me. I promise you. I probably had, I've been serving people through religion. I've been serving people through my heart and understanding what's going on. So I'm a servant of the people. But what happened, what was about to go down, what was about to happen to me, not I can laugh at it, is what really made me, I can sit here and say that I'm a revolutionary, that I have love for humanity, that I have compassion for people, all walks of life, and that we do need a political line towards freedom, independence, and liberation. So for me that night when I pulled out my phone and said, we're not going home tonight, that everybody's still celebrating, let us celebrate too, protect the streets for us. Instead, they had different things in mind. There was only one squad car when I got there, which was the city of Miami. And less than 2 minutes later, I had two more squad cars that pulled up and an entire infantry of police, bike units, 15 of them. At this point in time, what was the rumors was that crowd was turning cars over and was also flipping the big pots of pans that are in front of the building. And when you go to downtown, you see the decor. You'll see a whole bunch of big vases outside the building with plants and stuff like that. Beautiful stuff. But word on the street, and that's really word on the street. The reason why I have to say that because there's no police report. There's no police dispatcher that said that a group of folks was turning cars over that night. They took that as a cause to disperse the folks that was on Northeast 2nd Avenue, access to disperse the area off the streets onto the sidewalk and disperse the area. Now, mind you, at this point in time, I lived on the same block. I lived 10 yards away. 10 yards actually away from where we at is the door that I'm supposed to get inside my house. So I started recording the situation. Of course, I'm being vocal because for me at that point in time, it was like my baptism into social justice. It was my baptism into what happens to Black people in America when we get smart enough to speak up. So not only was it my baptism, my entrance to understanding what happened to Malcolm, what happened to King, what happened to all the great revolutionaries that decided to stand up for our people and meet their demise. So for me, it was important that I started recording. As I start recording, I'm saying, you guys, please protect the streets for us. We're taxpayers as well, using my First Amendment to speak out, and also using my First Amendment to let these people know what we're entitled to as taxpayers. Next thing you know, I wish I really had a projector here because it would have made sense. And since we don't have a projector, just for the record, change.org. If you all go to www.change.org/Monswali, you'll see that there's a petition that has been put together, and over 15 people have signed that petition. So if you ever need reference to what I'm speaking of right now, to even look at the evidence, because it took me 6 years to put the evidence together, the evidence from my video and the one that's coming from the building. Not only it took me 6 years to not only put it together, but to also lift up the voices in which that was so low, but you can hear what they're saying. And those are evidence, those things that need to be uplifted. So all that is on change.org. So www.change.org. Go back to that night when I pulled out my phone and I started recording, and I'm letting them know to protect the streets for us. What they ended up doing is 15 of them picked up their bikes, formed a single file line, and started moving westbound on the eastbound road. So what they're trying to do is make sure everybody clear the streets. So their orders was off the streets, onto the side ground, onto the sidewalk, and disperse the area. I did that. I did that as I'm walking back, as they're, walking back with my phone, getting off the streets, onto the sidewalk, and dispersing the area. In the process of saying that, I'm also saying protect the streets for us. Let us celebrate. The Heat just won. Let us do it. Since they're not letting us do it, let you know that who paid the taxes for it. We do. If the people decide to not pay any more taxes, government has a certain time to shut down because there's no revenue coming in. For me to have said that to them is what I believe is what transpired next. Javier Ortiz, and I have the right to, as a victim and as a survivor now of police brutality, I have the right to face my accuser. I have the right to face and to name the people who's beating me up. It's important to know who, to recognize those who have done you wrong, the same way you recognize those who love you. It's very important. Javier Ortiz is the officer, the sergeant that night, the supervisor that night, who decided that he was gonna take me down. And the way he took me down is the problem in which, yeah, justice for Francois, but we're talking about the People's Tribunal. We're talking about women's struggle. We're talking about protecting the indigenous women. That night, Javier Ortiz, who has a track record of beating up Black men, picking on women, decided to shove an indigenous woman that was right in front of him with that bike. And the minute he did that, her body rolled right in front of me. My legs actually stopped her from rolling. I looked up with my phone. All I said is, you can't do this. You can't do this. You can't do this. That's not right. Next thing you know, as I'm backing up, Javier Ortiz grabbed me in the headlock. Another officer grabbed me in the waist, pushed me into an alcove. Next thing you know, I'm being beat up. 9 police officers beat me up this time. Now, mind you, I come from a place of being proud of who I am. Proud that I'm Black, proud that I'm educated, most importantly, proud that my parents love me. Proud that I grew up in a family that cares for me. If I go to sleep tonight, somebody will call me before I go to sleep, ask me how I'm doing. That's what I'm proud about. And at that point in time, that pride was taken away by those who are supposed to protect me, supposed to help me. At 27 years old, never been arrested before. All my friends have my phone number. I'm the first one to call when there's a trouble. I took pride in having to be a solution maker, not just for my family, but my community. That day, nor my friends, nor my community was there. It was me and those officers beating up on me. Broke my orbital, damaged the nerves in my right hand to where I can't hold anything for long. My right shoulder and my right knee. Before I got attacked, the line that they had created to push everybody westbound, Javier Ortiz stopped the line to attack me after he pushed a woman. When the order was to get off the streets onto the sidewalk and disperse the area, where was I supposed to go? If the line of demarcation, the line where no one can cross because the police is taking it over, and you look on the shoulder of 2, 3 police officers, you'll see in the corner, here's a security guard that's supposed to open the door for it. So the door to my house was behind enemy line. Then you asked me to go home. How am I supposed to go home when you're blocking the entrance of me to go home? I respected your order. I followed your order. And when it was time for me to go home, I ended up in a hospital. I ended up in jail. All because I decided to state my rights and be knowledgeable about it. This was 7 years ago. 7 years till now, the case is still open. 7 years. What happened among 7 years? A lot has happened in 7 years. Not only I finished college, Hurricane Irma happened. Prior to Hurricane Irma happening, we seen the death of we seen the death of Trayvon Martin. We seen the death of Mike Brown, and we seen the outcome of Ferguson burning in flame. We seen the outcome of Florida picking up and really doing something about the Trayvon Martin situation. You've seen organizations such as the Dream Defenders, Catalyst Miami, Power You, Miami Workers Center. All of them took on the plight of social justice around Mike Brown and Trayvon Martin. Those were around the same time that I got beat up. That same year, 2013, the Trayvon Martin verdict came out. And for me, to have been beaten up by the police and still live to tell about it, I'm lucky. I'm very lucky. Those of us who gets beat up, or those of us who get attacked by the police, majority of us are not here to see it. They're not living. We are hashtags among many hashtags, among many hashtags. So for me, it was important that within the 7 years' time that I understand what was happening. That night, I got charged with incite to riot, resisting arrest without violence to his person. Less than a month later, the state attorney dropped all charges against me. Once the video surfaced from the apartment that I lived in. I kid you not, there's people who love you as much as people willing to harm you. And that's what happened to me as when I came back from jail. A security guard said, "Hey, what happened to you?" I explained to him. He said, "I was working that night. I saw exactly what happened to you. I cut the video and I put it aside." I said, "You have videos of me getting beat up?" Like, "Yeah, man. What happened to you was so crazy. I had no choice but to record it." Of course, it took me about a week to get the recording because the management had to pay $300 for it. Management, of course, every building in downtown is managed. They have lawyers and everything. So $300 for me to get my freedom. Incite to riot, resisting arrest without violence to his person or felony charges. But this was my first time ever being arrested. The prosecutor lived in the same building as me, but didn't want to see the video. I had to get a lawyer to drive all the way down from Broward County, all the way down here to see a judge, so the judge can see the video. I had two prosecutors that live in the same building as I did, but that never wanted to see the video. We had to get a lawyer to come all the way down here to watch the video, and then the judge, that's when Catherine Rundle, with the judge order to stop prosecuting me. So she dropped all charges again. And that's when I decided to sue them. I decided to pursue a case, a legal case against them. And ever since then, well, you know what they've been doing to somebody like me? They've been prolonging the process, continuance after continuance, COVID, pandemics after pandemics, whatever else is about to come. I think it might be snowing in Miami. They have to push the case. And again, at this point in time, at 7 years, this case is a case of public opinion. I have rendered that case to the people, and it's important for you all to hear about. It's important because I'm not the only Black man that has gone through this. I have videos, but how many Black men in Miami has gotten beat up by the police and nobody knows about it? Only themselves. No videos, nobody else to talk about it. No getting in front of the mayor's face because you're not an organizer, right? You know how to organize, you know where to show up to let people know you know what happened to you. There's organizations strategically you must join in order to make an impact in Miami. There's a formula of success, there's a formula of getting attention in Miami. And if you do not know it right now as a victim, or even as a survivor, then your story won't be heard. Unless people like us come together at a People's Tribunal and say, hey, if you have grievance, come and say something about this. This is why it's important, and I believe even if this is not legally binded, but these evidence should be discussed academically, socially, and help push and change the way Miami works, the way we see Miami. And so for me, the fact that I'm still going through litigation and been pushed every time, it shows that Miami do not care about Black people. Miami do not care about the welfare, the health of Black people. And unless we do something about it, when I mean we collectively, we, not through race, not through nationality, but we, in terms of the commonality we have against the oppressive system. A system that seeks to destroy us, a system that seeks to make us marginalized, a system that seeks to make sure that we are underserved. We need to rise up against a system like that. We need to always make sure that whenever it happens, it is documented and there's people here to tell something about it. If it wasn't the will of God that said, Francois, you can't lay down here, let these police beat you, and not do something about it. And if it wasn't for the will of God and the support of many, that is not just in this room, but everywhere else, I would not be standing here with you today. Mental health is real. There's plenty of times that I've thought about my own life. Where is it going? Should it stop because nobody cared? Should it stop because nobody wants justice? Here I am with complete evidence of what happened to me. I met some of the most intellectual people, influential people, politicians, folks that can come together and say, hey, what happened to Francois should never happen to another Black man because I'm Black. Not only I'm Black, or I'm an ally to Black lives. 7 years straight, I've never been nobody. Not anybody of influence to say, Francois, what happened to you happened to a lot of Black men. What happened to you, this is not an anomaly. What's been happening to you is something in which collectively we should do something about. And it also took me 6 years to recognize my trauma. It also took me 6 years to recognize that I'm a victim. And because of that, I never told nobody my story. My family also made sure that I didn't tell people my story because we as a family, me individually, did not want to come across as a victim to society, nor get some type of special treatment because I'm a victim. We are people that are entrepreneurs. We look at IET, not just from an agrarian culture, but just the sheer economics of what we do. We're all entrepreneurs. We work hard. We pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. So for me to even be looked into that light, to be perceived in that manner, was not something that I can tolerate or stand. And it took me a while for me to accept it, for my family to even be okay with it, for me to go public with this case, not just because of the pride, but the security. I am a law-abiding citizen. I have always been and will always. I've also carried a weapon. I've also exercised my Second Amendment. I get beat up a week later, I'm in my car. And yeah, I've had some Jordans in the car. And I parked to go see a friend. Next thing you know, I come back, my car is broken into. Nothing was taken except for my weapon. Not no Jordans, not the money that was in the middle console, none of that. But my weapon, after getting beat up by the police a week later. What would you all think at this point in time? What would you imagine? That somebody is setting me up. And if I didn't exercise my right to bear arms, to be licensed, and to know what to do, next thing you know, my weapon could have showed up at a murder case, with my fingerprints. So it's important for us to not do this alone. And I believe that if I didn't stay in the light and meet the right people in terms of people that can move my energy along, folks like Michael Clarkson who pours into me, folks like, my family, my immediate family, my lady who pours into me as far as energy, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here testifying in front of you all. I wouldn't have the motivation to say that, as much as we're talking about my problem, my trauma, that I'm a proud father and a candidate for District 5, City of Miami Commission. And it's important that we talk about what leads us to here, how Miami is supposed to be better, why Miami needs a change in social justice, why Miami also needs a change in climate change. So give me 1 second here. I'm going to show you all a photo that I didn't want to do, a photo yet. Sometimes at this point in time, I still look at it and still can't really come to terms with it. Because the more that I know people who are powerful, the more that I know people who can help, for me, it's just very sad. And let's be for real. I've gotten to know folks like Community Justice Project, ACLU. Matter of fact, anybody follow ACLU on Instagram? So you'll see ACLU care more about social etiquette, pronouns, more than doing anything legally. You would see that you see them care more about intersectionality when it comes to certain levels of community. And it's not to say that they don't need attention, but the focus of ACLU having to be a law firm that's supposed to care about being just, they're not doing their job. It doesn't matter who you contact over there, they're blind. Community Justice Projects is the same way. There is no reason as to why we shouldn't have lawyers that fight for our people. There's no reason why we shouldn't have lawyers, movement lawyers, that moves to the beat, to the rhythm of those who are marginalized, those who are underserved. There's no reason why you should have a lawyer that is going out, that is passionate enough to bring change to social justice. Instead, we have lawyers that rather pick a campaign or an organization to represent. So with that being said, Michael, I got it. So after having some conversations with my family, and I actually, before I do that, I want to talk about George Floyd, because it's important to talk about George Floyd. And without George Floyd, a case like mine would never have been awakened. A case like mine would have never gotten any attention. Miami Herald has known about my case. Chief Colina has known about my case. Francis Suarez has known about my case. The state attorney office has known about my case. And for the past 7 years, they did nothing. George Floyd died, and it's sad to say this, and I'm always hurt when I say this, that it took a Black man's death to push up another Black man's hurt. It took a Black man to die for a Black man to get some attention. Yeah. I hate when I say it, because what happened to me, based on how it happened, it shouldn't have to take it shouldn't have to take the loss of someone that looked like me to give me some attention that I'm rightfully deserved, that I'm rightfully in the rights about. Last year, we all took to the streets because of George Floyd. Majority of the states up north, made some incredible changes when it comes to the idea, the understanding of what it means to defund the police. Miami did nothing. Miami instead put all of us in jail, locked up 60 of us. The gay community, when we had a protest, when they had a protest that I was in support of, they arrested all of them. Every time we stepped out to the streets, we were arrested, we were harassed. Why? Because Paulina wanted to make sure that the energy, the phenomenon of what we come to know, the impact, the effect of George Floyd, did not take any effect here in Miami-Dade County. No social organization that used to be part of the movement, whether it's the Mike Brown or Trayvon Martin, was there. What you had is new folks that understood something beyond the social justice here, beyond the nonprofits. Nobody came out. Nobody, said this is a Dream Defenders event or this is a Catalyst event. Nobody. They just let new folks out into the streets and protested, and then later took the credit. Later took the credit. Whether it's the HB1 bill that somebody like you, Janine, should have been a very what they call a plaintiff in, but it's somebody else that's sitting reading books at the house that's being a plaintiff in a fight like that. We're not putting context. We're not putting the right context to the fight. It wasn't them who was out on the streets. It was new people, new blood. It was the same. It was the children of the Cuban folks, the quote unquote blancos, who decided that they wanted different, who decided that they no longer wanted to live segregated because they had friends who were Black. They had friends who were minorities. They had friends who came from different walks of life and that didn't have the means that they had. And they wanted the same thing that they've been having for us. So they decided to come out. And it was then that I felt the need to relive what happened to me and to say that I'm gonna do something about it. At that point in time when COVID hit, my father had died in March and he died in Haiti. Took a while for us to get him here. The American citizens, so we flew him back and buried him in Fort Lauderdale. But in the meantime, prior to that, what him and I was doing on the streets was food delivery, right? PPEs, right? So folks can stay up to date when it comes to the pandemic. If folks had no food because folks weren't working. So we had to make sure that we drove around and, giving folks boxes of food, box of masks, and all that good stuff. And then it dawned on me that it's been 2 weeks since the death of George Floyd. Miami had already gone to flames. You seen some cop cars, burning and stuff like that. And I really wanted to stay away from that because what happened to me was not something that I wanted to get lost in translation or lost in action because, cars are burning up. I thought about it real hard. I called my mother and said, it's time for me to get out on the streets. We are standing in solidarity with somebody who died in Minnesota. That's George Floyd. But we have our own George Floyd here in Florida. We have our own George Floyd here in Miami. So it was important for me to put context to what was happening and gave the fight some energy. We have lost one of the great revolutionaries that's ever, known besides Michael. Michael's told me so much about him. I had a chance to speak to him as well. Jack Lieberman. Jack Lieberman is a fighter in our community, an ally to justice liberation. And when I called Jack and I told Jack that I wanted to do something, Jack did not charge us a dime. Jack came and actually the last time we saw Jack was at a protest, June 13, 2020. Once he gave those postcards to us, he walked with us. And then 2 weeks later, Jack had COVID and he passed away from COVID. But to do exactly what we do, Jack is one of the reasons why we do it, especially when we think about Fred Hampton and the Rainbow Coalition. So it took me 6 years to come to terms with this picture. It's still taking me a long time to process this photo, because this is how I looked after the police beat me up. This is police violence. This is not police brutality. This is police violence. This is police violence on Black people in Miami. Michael Clarkson and my friend Mecca came up with the phrase, do I have to die to matter? Maybe we'll have to ask Benjamin Crump that question. But we can ask ourselves that because I'm here in front of you. I'm speaking about what happened to me. I'm fighting to get justice for what happened to me. I don't have to become a hashtag to make national news. I just need people that care, that has the know-how to stand up against justice, against the type of justice that has been delayed. They say justice delayed is justice denied. And we can no longer be denied justice. Not just for social justice, but we can't be denied for economic justice, environmental justice, climate justice. We need an umbrella of all the justices in Miami and the right folks to step up and fight for it. 2020, we came with the campaign for justice for Francois. At the minute we came out with that campaign, Justice for Francois, we had folks that come all over the place to join what we now call Justice for Miami, which is a nonprofit organization focuses in highlighting the issues in Miami, including social justice, climate justice, economic justice, police violence itself. That's our focus. And we look exactly just like the room now. A rainbow coalition of people that cares about the injustices that has happened here in Miami. And I took this time to talk about what happened to me because it's still fresh, it's still open. You know, as much as I sit here and tell you that I put it past me to move forward, but I'm being reminded every time that my case is denied or continued. You know, we went from having to go to court in January, but because of COVID vaccinations, folks weren't vaccinated, the courts weren't open. Now to September 8th, September 8th come around the corner, Francois is a conflict of interest, Your Honor. We like to move the case to November 8th because he's running for office. There's always a reason as to why they need to continue my case. And if the people don't stand up, then not only stand up for Francois in terms of what we have going on now, but stand up for every other Black man that's coming up with a story of how they got brutalized by the police. We need to set up apparatus. We need to be a great conduit of justice, taking one person to the left and making sure that we can help them find some type of what they call peace of mind. So within the last 7 years, just in 2017 alone, you know, the focus for me was police brutality, ending qualified immunity, and the use of excessive force. Hurricane Irma in 2017 was a red eye. About a day or so that it was a red eye. If you looked on the bottom, it was coming from the south. It was this way. So you had the eye of the hurricane heading straight for South Florida. People panicked. Whoever had the means decided to get out of town to avoid the storm. But those of us who didn't have the means, those of us who understood what was happening when it comes to climate change, global warming, sea level rise, and the mass exodus of the low-lying folks coming inland, we knew that the effect of climate change leading to gentrification was very imminent in our community, and we had to do something to stop that. We came up with an idea between Michael Clarkson and myself. That idea grew. It got more people on board, and that idea itself developed into what we now call the Community Emergency Operations Center. That idea itself developed into conscious contractors. And so many other organizations springboard from exactly what we wanted to do. Went to Home Depot, we bought some plywoods. Marlene Bastien had an old van. She not even donated it, she rented it to us for a while. And we took that van, we took this plywood, and we went to every home. Every home who wasn't boarded up at that time, we knew that they didn't have the funds to do so. The majority of those homes were elderly. There were folks who couldn't afford it. There were folks who bought a piece of the American dream, but just couldn't maintain it. A lot of people don't tell you about the American dream. It's not something that's sustainable. You know, it's not something in which that's yours forever. You know, it's something that you have the pursuit of happiness itself for me is a conundrum. Let's not go there. Let's get back to climate change. We went there. We knocked on every door in terms of folks who didn't have the means. We put up plywoods, boarded up their property, and we told them our focus was to make sure that nobody is coming up to your house after the storm asking you to purchase your property because, you know, it's already worse than what it was. It was dilapidated before, but we know once the storm passed through that they would have no access to the property or even at this point in time would be inhabitable. So we focused on that. We focused not just in little Haiti, Liberty City, over town. We even went to Miramar right before the storm and making sure that whoever could reach out to us, if we had the plywood, we go out there and do it. Right up to the storm, Michael stayed in the truck. And yeah, of course, he's a little stubborn, you know, that's Michael Clarkson. But he stayed in the truck. I had, you know, at that point in time, we had already boarded up our home and we were doing the last job. And, you know, he said, son, let me go take care of that real quick. Next thing you know, the hurricane is already upon us. And Michael is now trying to make it home. We didn't have no time to care for ourselves because we were caring for our people. It's always been that way. And I believe that's the true heart of a revolutionary. Of course, there's balance. You know, you have to care for self in order for you to care for somebody else. But for us, they had put our lives on the line because we understood what climate change was, what it translated into in terms of displacement of our people because we didn't have the means to stay here. That itself forced us into action. Not to sit here and read a book or define what that book is. Yes, that needs to be done. Not just in the meetings, just in meetings after meetings to talk about this or that. Yes, that needs to be done. But what we didn't see on the streets is folks going out there, putting tarp on people's roof, putting plywoods in people's windows and asking them, are you okay? Is this a safe structure for you to weather the storm? That we did not have in our communities. And that's what developed out of that's what really streamlined conscious contractors, you know, which is basically the umbrella to everything that we do. Conscious contractors started out with C's. I don't know. Conscious contractors started out with C's. And the C's left us really early. And the reason why is because here is the paper definition of conscious contract. Conscious contract is committed to the ongoing development of culture, art, and science initiatives for the revitalization and prosperous redevelopment of TIET and other communities. We are a climate action consulting company striving to build a construction cooperative that works to serve the best interests of TIET and neighboring communities. Socially, economically and politically. That's a tall task. And we've been building on that task ever since. What we do have is a circular vision, and we see things through culture, art, and science. And through that particular lens, what it allows us to do is allows us to see all of our fight, whether it's police brutality, food insecurity, lack of mental health, lack of healthcare, period. We all started realizing that all of it, everything had to do with the climate and how we treat the earth. And had everything to do, not just with global warming, but had everything to do with how we treat the earth in terms of structure, building, and taking care of it when it comes to food. That became the what they call the underlining, the bedrock of conscious contract, a climate action organization standing in the gap to mitigate some of our people's problems, not just through climate, not just through police brutality, but seeing the overall totality of our people and what they're going through, how they're being oppressed, and how to uplift them out of that oppression, how to uplift them to self-determination, to speak for themselves, to advocate for themselves, and move towards what they call collective understanding, leap consciousness. And that has been all our focus. Yes, we do construction. We outsource some of our jobs. Our focus is to becoming a construction cooperative that not only renovates and builds, but also to make house calls. We want every community, especially marginalized, underserved community, and I'm gonna keep using these words because those are the words that we use to write grants to represent this community. And this community is nowhere near marginalized, is nowhere near underserved when it comes to our people. We serve each other because we keep each other safe. It's only within those philosophies that we realize that we have each other's back. But when we are here waiting for somebody else's handout or government to help us, and that's when rightfully so, then we would be marginalized or we would be pushed past the train tracks, the railroads. So, and all of this is to show you all what came out of conscious contract. Conscious contract is a for-profit entity. But the programs that we developed, and out of those programs that we developed, all of them are social programs. And the philosophy of conscious contract is the philosophy of the Black Panther Party. And it's also the philosophy of Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Toussaint Louverture, and any other liberator before us, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. That is who we embody when we go out and serve our people. We don't have any dichotomies between them. We embody all of them. We stand on their shoulders to move forward. So therefore we do so by making sure all of them get uplifted in love. The programs that we currently run under conscious contract is TIET, Community Organic Garden and Water Initiative. That's one. The second one is TIET, Community Awareness Preparation Initiative. That's called TACAPI. And the good thing about what we do is like we're such authentic folks. Our programs that we create, not only we change the names of them and in regards to how we utilize the K. The K for us is an artistic expression of combining English and Creole together. The K is from Kemet. The K has been long there before us. And when you actually hear the pronunciation of the K, you would think, instead of writing a C somewhere, like contract. For me, it's a K that I hear, not a C and a T, but it's a K. It says contract. So we really thought it was a good way to look at the system and be disruptive of the system in every shape or way or form. And we thought language was one way to interrupt it. And we did it through a very artistic mean as opposed to a political mean. And the reason why is because when you get too political on certain things, people stay away from it. You know, people think that you're now attacking the government or something. But because of the art perspective within our culture, it has allowed us to see things through an artistic lens that end up being political. So that's a powerful initiative to sound the same, but you read it, it's not misspelled. It's being replaced with the K as opposed to the C. So you have to copy. And then another program we have is called the TIT Community Cultural Conversation. And basically under that, what we do is have conversations, show documentaries, show a lot of positive and reinforcements in terms of films that we can later on discuss. The first film that we showed under this program was the Tariq Nasheed documentary, which is called The 1804. If you all ever get a chance, that documentary, take a look at it. Brings you up to speed about what's going on in Haiti and so forth. We have the TIET Climate and Culture Art Science Initiative, also pronounced as TAKAKASI, which is a 12-week program, educational summer program that takes our kids, our children, from learning how to plant, learning how to garden, and just really around the advancement of different ways of how to use earth. TIET Beautification and Construction Initiative. This initiative, we're still going on. This is an initiative that the Clean Street, Clean Mind program came out of. The Clean Street, Clean Mind program is an initiative that we, at the third Saturday of every month, we, in conjunction with the city of Miami, Keeping Miami Beautiful, we go out into the streets, we clean up. We also make sure that once your mind is clean, then the street is also clean. If the street's not clean, then your mind won't have no place to go to make sure that you have the peace of mind. So always make sure your area around you is clean, to always, keep your mind at peace. And the next program that we have is the TIET Summer Environmental Youth Initiative. Our mission is to establish a summer project with culture, keeping up with our theme of 1804. And this is where the art contest comes into play. We do an art contest each and every year surrounding climate change. And we do that with elementary schools all the way through high school. And the focus is making sure that they know what climate change is, what global warming, or the impact itself. And we do that through introducing to them a theme. Michael came up with this villain called Ka, coal, oil, and gas. And their job at the elementary middle school level is to come up with a superhero to defeat Ka. We've tried different ways. We even try to make Ka look like what's the juice guy, man? Like the Kool-Aid guy. I don't know if you all ever, I might be too old. No, some of us might not be too old, but the Kool-Aid guy. Instead of Kool-Aid, he has nothing but, oil coming out of his veins, and just dirtying up the whole environment. So, you need a superhero to come help clean it up. And within the past 3 years, the amazing art pieces that's come out of that project has been so wonderful. We've used all of the schools around us, Miami Central, Edison. We also used Tucson Louverture. We also use Gang Alternative. We use some organizations around to do the same. Art Creole. Art Creole, this is the shirt that I currently have right now. Art Creole came from the notion of understanding where Art Basel comes from and how Art Basel came, started from a 1-day event to 3 days event now to a week event, generating over $12 billion in 1 week. Knowing that Art Basel is a Switzerland, Art Basel is just a market in Switzerland, and taking that ideology and now you have a banana phone for 1,000 and some change, just taped to the walls. And we figured that since they have Art Basel, we have Art Creole. And Art Creole is a special type of platform created to educate, promote, and expose all of culture, but in particularly folks that are African descent in the diaspora. So we would set up exhibitions all over Miami. Our focus wasn't just displaying art, but we wanted to have the performing arts as well. So we had performing arts. We've also had different folks come in and do some what they call spoken words. And that has been our focus. Our focus is to amplify the Art platform and rival Art Basel when it comes to showing Black art in Miami. So that's the focus on that. And we also have the TIET News Awareness. The TIET News Awareness is called TANA. And our focus around that time was to make sure to capture the information in the community, especially with the development of Magic City. When it was coming here, when it was being negotiated, we wanted to make sure that we can keep our community up to date with providing news form. So Michael Clarkson and myself, we would go around riding our bike. We would go to Magic City. We would pick, just pull up every information possible around Magic City, around other developments, and then just go to Facebook, go live, or even write a special op-ed and just let folks know what was happening. All that was happening under TIET News, which is called TANA. I don't know if you all realize, as I stated, some of these programs, all of them were around TIET. TIET is called Little Haiti. The reason why we did it is because we wanted to now, as scientists, pick a place to, as if it's our lab, right? Pick a place to everything that we thought about. How can we expose that? How can we implement that? What does the community think about it? So we know that we had to pick a very small place like Little Haiti, which for me, I already had the cultural background and understanding our people, but it was important for us to now start understanding what building self-determination looked like. And these programs is exactly what leads to that, self-determination. And we picked TIET, we called our programs TIET, but of course our programs are way more as far as influence and influential is way more beyond TIET. But the focus was to make sure as scientists that majority of a program, the success of them, started very small so it can grow. So that's exactly what we did. And with that being said, we, through our work, we've met folks like the Miami Climate Alliance, which now they're about 4 years old. 5? 2016. That's right. And I remember from the beginning about, as far as these marches coming together, Miami Climate Alliance is one of those organizations that we're part of, that we promote, and we're climate warriors of, because that's now, I believe the MCA is somewhat the climate community now, especially in Miami, because of so many organizations that it has been underneath it, and rightfully so. It is a coalition. For me, I'm proud of the fact that we started from basically nothing to now being part of the fabric of people who wants to come think about what Miami looks like as far as making a change in the environment, making a change in terms of the social issues we have, but most importantly, making a change in the police violence and how police are dealing with our Black folks here in South Florida. As we move forward, what I would like in terms of me even here, me being speaking here, my grievance has to do with two things. I'm always solution-based and solution-oriented. So I presented to you my issue and what happened to it, and it still continues. It's a continued process. I would like to see my case. I would like to see two things. I would like to uplift this monkey off my back when it comes to this police struggle. But I also would like to see this case be picked up by other people, to champion, to remove what we call qualified immunity, and also reduce the use of excessive force at the state level. I believe we can do it. I believe it's also possible. I believe that with the right people, such as the People's Tribunal, Michael Clarkson, that has been at the forefront of this. A lot of our assistants in terms of folks who are very powerful within their own professions, asking them to come on board to assist us to push things along is what we need in Miami. We need a collaborative process that is just, not just built on organization, but built on people and the love we have for people. So for me, I want to see my case be picked up and be something meaningful beyond just my own satisfaction as far as what I'm looking for. But the reason why I can call myself a revolutionary, an activist, and a husband, a good citizen of society, is because I decided to do something about my trauma. I decided to stand up to the system, to the status quo that marginalized me, that said that as a Black young man, who are you? Why would you, how would you, how could you muster up the energy, meeting the right people to come in and now say that as a conflict of interest, we got to move your case? A little Black man, to be real with you all, is just to show you, if you have the will to fight, you have the will to be educated, you have the will to keep going, more people will come along. I may not, where I'm going, I may not get there, but the focus and the purpose of why I'm going is to make sure that everybody behind me know where it's at, so they can get there themselves. So we are at the pivotal moment in Miami in terms of make change in Miami. A lot of us will not see what Miami looks like in terms of what we want it to look, because we're still in the trenches fighting people for our dreams to become a reality. So I know exactly where I'm at. I'm at a crossroad of change. And the only way this change could happen is to make sure we collectively stay together. The demographic is changing, not just in Miami, but by 2025, you'll see that nationally, folks don't look the same. We're getting Blacker. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And we can't beat around the bush around that. It's time for us to accept and atone. We're human beings. We have love for one another. For me, it doesn't matter in terms of what color someone is. It's about your true humanity, of how I see, of how we see each other. And I believe we built laws around that ideology, around that idea. But what happened? How can we build laws only for some and not others? How can we do that to each other? How can somebody be more privileged than someone else? The sun rises the same way. We all have same brain, well, not necessarily the same brain, but we all make up the same features. 10 toes, 10 hands, and a mind to process. And elements for us to be great alchemists and create the structure and create this life we see. But if we don't do it without a sense of love, then we're not going nowhere. We're only going to see destruction after destruction until we rise. And the folks the folks that we need that needs to listen to this, let me be real with you, all are the younger version. You're 35 and up, you're already complacent. Got a kid, married, you can put food on the table, don't have time for intellectual conversations, discourses. You don't. But while you're in college, while you're in high school, those are the times in which you're supposed to interject into the process and say, this is wrong, that's wrong, because my future depends on it. And because of technology, because of the advancement of the virtual world, we have less of that. So when people sit here and ask, hey, are you optimistic about the future? Are you optimistic about what's happening with climate change, with the sea level rise, more water coming in? I say, yeah. I'm optimistic about humanity. But am I optimistic as far as our adaptation? Especially when we have now figured the purpose of why we're here in the first place in terms of living? then I'm not optimistic about that. But I'm very optimistic about the will to change. I'm very optimistic about somebody deserving a second chance. And I think that we all deserve a second chance to get right, to get consciously right, to start performing and being our best selves. Until then, you got folks like me that's always gonna have a mic and take forever to speak because the people need to hear. So with that being said, I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to speak, allowing me to say what's on my chest and say it loud because we Black and we proud. All power to the people.
Can we take 5 minutes before I got a question. 5 minutes break and then come up. What we're gonna do is that we're gonna take a 5-minute break. And then we're gonna come back and we're gonna do a question. And because we have 2 other people to testify today, we got a lot of people to testify. We need to take a break right now, right? And let me remind everyone, please put your phones on silent. Please put your phone on silent, please. And I gotta remember to write this down. Okay, that's right. Okay. All right, let's take a break. coined the phrase, that's climate change gentrification. Coined that phrase, a lot of people have piggybacked off of it for whatever reason. We hope it's good, but it's now become something that's been defined. But it was defined in Jump Street. This Paul, they called it right, climate gentrification. So for you don't know her, now you get ready to get the opportunity to. You're still on YouTube, we appreciate it. And share with other people. This is First International Tribunal on climate and social justice, right here in Miami. Ms. Paulette, could you come to the mic, please?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. It's actually an
Can we
honor.
never apologize? And state your name and spell it, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Paulette Richards. Richards. Richards, Richards. And it's a pleasure to be here this morning. I am grateful to be here this morning to be a part of this conversation. To be a part of this conversation and this topic. It's a
Yes. I took it up to now.
hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, my name is Paulette Richards. It's a pleasure to be here this morning in the space. I am grateful to be among everyone that had a topic or a conversation to talk about the injustice that's going on within our community. For me, one of the main things this morning being in this space, this is not the original space of the Miami Workers Center. I was a part of the Miami Workers Center under the umbrella of LIFT, Low Income Families Fighting Together. And we did a lot of housing work. And so being familiar with the housing work and starting doing the climate work, understanding about the sea level rising and how it impacts communities. And so that's when it connected for me about this is another reason to gentrify my community. Another word, instead of public domain to take over your spot or your house government-wise, but also in the community to take over our house. Our house is our home, our community. I understand that people on the lower lines, when they really get the information and the knowledge and like really understand how sea level rise and impact them, it's like, let's say some ants take over a piece of cake or something at a picnic, and that piece of cake, it dropped in some water. Everything, all the answers are gonna get together at the highest point of that, trying to survive, not to get, drowned by the water, so to speak. And so that's how I envision my community, which is Liberty City, knowing that Liberty City is 10 feet or higher above sea level. I understand that my community actually became prime real estate when everyone understood the impact of sea level rise. And so several years ago, I went with a group to Washington to speak about climate, but the health part of climate, understanding that climate impact is health-wise. And my granddaughters, who were all asthmatic, understood that whether it's the different pollens that added to the pollen season that affects them, and One of them had really, really bad asthma to the point that she used to be hospitalized every time she had a major asthma attack. So again, we went to Washington to speak to then Marco Rubio about climate and climate health and how it impacts low-income community. And while I was there talking to everyone and communicating, I read a pamphlet that talked about the sea erosion and sea level rising, and again, understood and visualized in my mind how that would affect my community. And at that time, I understood that, again, that is another reason that's another reason that's going to impact my community with the climate and then the gentrification. So it became climate gentrification for me. But for the past several years, working under that umbrella and seeing how it impacts my community, whether you're a homeowner or you rent an apartment, and everyone is buying up every space in Liberty City. It's become a commodity. But the main thing as a homeowner that I found out is that regardless of how long you owned your home or your neighbor, whether or not they're selling, your property is, listed to be sold, people are just interested in buying your house, whether you're living in it or not. And so that has been a major, major concern of mine. And I've been involved in several articles that explain my fear of losing my house, because I've been around other people, other homeowners throughout the years that have lost their home. And the sad thing about it, we don't have anyone to kind of like point us in the right direction to get some assistance. And so just understanding that we're out there on our own. I have a sister in the movement, Ms. Ipio, who together we were doing training and understood that she had some issue with her home. And at the end of the day, we found out that they were gonna auction off her home. And so now she's a renter and not a homeowner anymore. But I've always thought about something was wrong with that whole picture, how she lost both homes. And that's one of the main reasons that I was really, really concerned and afraid basically of losing my own home. Just not feeling like I'm stable enough, because from Mississippi, she was a school teacher for several years. She was retired. She had 2 homes and now she lost it. And just the fear of being a renter just didn't stay well with me in my mind, so to speak. And so again, throughout the different years and stuff, we've been writing different articles about how the climate gentrification is impacting my community. And the big thing about it is that I try to seek for information to see whether or not there's any assistance out there, how we can be able to protect our homes as homeowners more or better. But unfortunately, I've been having problems with my mortgage at the end of 2019, after been battling with trying to keep my house afloat from the hurricane in 2017, like Francois was talking about earlier. They were one of the ones that came and assist me as a single grandparent and a great grandmother to secure my home for the hurricane. And after the hurricane, I had so much damage. My roof caved in several areas and stuff, and just trying to maintain for a couple of years, trying to fix my roof and pay the mortgage and trying to take care of my now great granddaughter that I was financially responsible for. It was really, really hard. So we got in some, behind in our mortgage payment, trying to make some arrangement with the mortgage company to try to get a remodification for the loan and everything. And because of my husband not losing his job, losing the amount of money we used to get his income every week, because he's no longer working for a construction firm. He is now on disability or partial disability until he turned 65, our income for the household had totally dropped. And so we started struggling. And then last year, early part of last year, we decided that the rest of the family was going to consolidate all the money comes in the house, income tax and otherwise, to secure a certain amount of income and put it towards the mortgage so we can get back on track. But unfortunately, March last year, I lost my twin. On our birthday, the next morning, I got a call. He didn't wake up. And so we had death in the family. And then it was COVID. So throughout the year, just trying to maintain with the little income that we now have because no one is working. My granddaughter who used to work for airlines, she's no longer working. My other granddaughter who is a teacher at the school, she's no longer working. My husband's income is cut less than 3 times the amount. Like instead of like, let's say for instance, he was getting $100, he's now getting $25. So our income like drastically dropped. And so again, it was a lot of stuff going on within the household, just trying to maintain and survive throughout the COVID pandemic. Later part of last year, we reached out to the mortgage company, explaining about what was going on with the family and was told not to worry, everything was on hold. They understood about the COVID situation and what people are going through. And so this year came in, and so we tried to work some arrangement out with the mortgage company. Wasn't successful at that time and tried to reach out to different government agencies, different places in the community that they said, would help us with our foreclosure issue or if we were behind in our mortgage payment. But everyone we talked to, everyone we reached out to, everyone was saying that we need to just sell the house. Now, mind you, I raised my kids, my sister kids. My sister got murdered, leaving a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and an 18 months. I raised them with my kids. I've always taken care of the community kids. And so I am just the mother of the community. So I have to have my house and, place big enough to take care of my kids, my sister kids, my community kids, and my grandkids, and now my great grandkids. And so it was really hard trying to find some program or something to assist me. Now, mind you, I feel like the fact that we've been owning the home, as a matter of fact, this month makes it 21 years when I bought the house. We moved in right before the week before Thanksgiving, I think 2020. And for people to just tell you, hey, you don't have enough income, just sell your place, it's just so heartless. And so again, not getting any kind of support from, different agency, government agency, different ones that I pull up from off the internet, I decided to try to reach back out to our mortgage company, our lender, to see whether or not I can work out something. So at that time, they suggested like, hey, you can fill out another application because we can't find the one that we did from 2019 in November. So they suggested go ahead and redo the application and we'll follow through. This was a few months ago. Long story short, I am constantly getting calls, and I'm used to that, but not as much as I was getting within the last several weeks. And so I called my mortgage company. I was like, listen, I'm getting a lot of calls. People are telling me that my house is up for sale. And, I was convinced like something is going on, but they convinced me that, hey, everything is on hold. We know things are going on. People are struggling, but don't worry about it. We got you. Just, we're gonna work this out. Go ahead, fill out another application we'll get your loan remodified, and we're gonna work this out. I did just that. I filled out a new application, forwarded to them, and followed up in a couple of weeks to see where my application was. Again, at one point, I had another call, and I called my lender. I was like, listen, there's an issue going on with my house. People are calling me more than ever. I'm getting more mails more than ever saying, hey, your house is up for sale. And I wanted to know what was the process of my application, because at this point, I'm really, really concerned. And so They told me not to worry about it. The lady told me on the phone, she says, listen, we have to get a judge to sign an order for your house to go on sale. There is no order, there is no judge, there is nothing like that. So don't you worry. You need to be careful of the people that is calling you, because they might be up to, you know, some kind of fraud or something. So I took it as that. She told me to call her the next week to follow up in regards to the application. When I called, I had to put in my number that connects to the telephone, security information, my husband information and everything. And I got a recording. I'm putting everything in successfully. I got the recording. It says, your application was approved. Your application was approved for assistance through our lender. Follow up with the worker that is assigned to your case. I got all excited. I'm like, oh, thank you, Jesus. Be able to get my mortgage back on track. Everything gonna be good. Back on the road, you know what I'm saying? Money start coming in. We're all excited. We're able, you know, put together to pay the mortgage, everything. When I followed up with that phone call to talk to whoever was assigned for my case, I was like, hi, good morning. I'm excited. Listen, I heard the recording. I just want to find out how to move forward. What do you guys need from us? Me, my husband, my family, just let us know. She said, yes, you were approved for assistance for your mortgage. Your application was approved, but it was approved for a short sale. I said, what? You gotta be kidding. I literally just like brain faint because I couldn't even fathom what that means. I'm like, what are you talking about? You said, okay, I know the application was done to remodify the loan to keep the house. The recording said it was approved. I didn't apply to sell my house, so what is that about? Either way, I just hanged up and I started calling people. The first person I called was a friend of mine explaining the situation. And I'm not sure, she doesn't live there, she's in South Carolina, what she went on, but while we were talking, she was like, yes, they have your house up for sale, blah, blah, blah. And she literally sent me the picture that she took with my house, the picture of my house and everything, all the information and everything. And it says go on auction October the 4th, in less than 2 weeks. I was stunned. I couldn't function. All I could tell Nicole on the phone, like, listen, just you think for me. I can't function right now, brain dead. I said that the whole day. I sent out texts, I called everyone. I'm like, oh my God, you guys, I'm losing my house. They're trying to sell my house. I don't know how this happened. I need help. And so being in the movement and doing the work for years, the housing work, community work, I'm affiliated with a lot of different organizations. I called my friend at Catalyst. I gave them the information and several other people to see what they can do to help me. Because at this point now, I'm thinking about Scipio and somebody else that I know that lost their home and other people in the community that just disappeared and not there anymore. And I'm like, oh my God, they done lost their houses, you know, what, just total pandemonium mentally. I just could not understand how these people can tell you, yes, you're approved. Your application has been approved for assistance, but then it's approved for something that they wanted, not what I wanted. And so calling around for like the first 2 days and reaching out to other people, I realized that there wasn't anything they could do for me. We have called the different government programs. People are searching Facebook, internet, government places. They're just, everybody is like frantically trying to find somewhere they can help me to keep my house. They all know the work I do. I feed my neighborhood. I feed the homeless. I home the homeless. I take care of community kids. I have my program, the Climate and Liberty City program. I have Women in Leadership Miami. I do the work. I need my space. I need my home. It's my life. I felt like when they told me my twin passed, just numb. And then I got to realization, like, okay, everyone is saying you're gonna have to sell your house. So now, you're gonna do some things, but at least just thinking rationally, worst come to worst, try to find out if you can sell the house and get some money to come on out of it, to get something to live into or whatever, right? Okay, to pull out some money from it, if you do have to sell it, to pull out some money where you can be able to rent some place or, get something over your head in the meantime and stuff. And again, just trying to reach out, nothing happened. And so eventually, because I could not, to be very honest, I could not function mentally. I was just the mere thought, like just coming to terms with stuff and like, okay, you have to sell, would make me feel like I'm just gonna have a major heart attack or something. I could not bring myself to think, okay, and be comfortable with it. Okay, I'm gonna have to sell the house. And so having my own health issue, I'm a breast cancer survivor, it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I didn't want to be stressed out anymore. I felt myself getting sick. I felt myself getting weak. I'm losing it. And so I went into a stack of mail that has been piling up on my dresser or another table in my front area for months. All the hundreds of mail that I've been getting from people wanting to buy my home. I just reached inside of it and pulled out a mail. And so I took it back with me, and I didn't open it right then. I opened it a few hours afterwards. But when I opened the envelope and looked at the letter inside, I saw something about a clock. It says, the clock is ticking and you need to move now. It was an attorney reaching out to me to help me to save my home. That's the first time I've ever seen one of those. I'm just used to, courtesy of Google Map and stuff, and picture my house and stuff, and they said, we want to buy your house. They don't care about me having my great-granddaughter who is artistic and nonverbal, and I need to be stable so I can continue taking care of her and other issues. They don't worry about that. And so again, just knowing that and realizing that there is too much to lose. I have invested my life, my heart, my soul, my blood, everything in this house. I can't just let it go like that. And so at that time, I sent a picture of that letter to my granddaughter. I told her, I say, Shay, it's too much at stake. It's too much to lose. We can't fight this by ourselves. We have to get this attorney. And at that point, my granddaughter reached out, sent an email, and got in contact with them the next morning. And she called me after the interview. She said, Grandma, that attorney listened to me. And after 5 minutes, he told me, hold on. He said, you guys sound like some of those people that I've been hearing about and reading about. She said, he told her, there's been over 4,000 people been fired that works with different lenders and mortgage company within this year because they have been giving out false remodification loans, and people think that they have their homes and they really don't. And because we fall into this category, he immediately accepted our case. And that was the only way, with God directing me to that gentleman, and my granddaughter reached out for me because I couldn't do it myself. I was so distraught. The mayor even thought of losing the house was detrimental to me. I don't think that I would be able to function mentally or physically if I lost my home. That's like losing my life. And so, thank God, my granddaughter was able to communicate with the attorney, and get some kind of agreement, whereas following through, we had to send them a lot of different documents to show our case, prove our case and everything. But at the end of the day, thank God they got my property off the auction list. And we're now making arrangement with paying good faith payment to the lender to start mortgage process all over again. But I am just one, maybe out of the hundreds of residents in Liberty City that was able to save their homes, as far as I know. The Friday that my property was taken off the listing for the auction, I heard a honk outside my door. I went to my front door and peeped out. There was a truck out there. And the gentleman pulled his window down because it was raining and asked me, am I the owner of the house? I said, yes. He said, are you trying to save your home? I said, why? He said, well, we do work in the community and I want to help you save your home. And I was appreciative of the thought, but I wanted to know, well, where the hell was you 2 weeks ago when I was in like mental crisis? Where were you a month ago, 4 months ago, a year ago, when this went in effect? These people have, just like the ones that send me the letter every day and call me and text me every day about my property and stuff, you have that same paperwork, the same knowledge, that same information. Why you didn't reach out then? Why you wait until I'm at crisis door, where I'm about to lose my mind because of losing my house, to reach out to me? So again, for me, we need community justice. We need people in the community that understand the lingo regarding real estate, mortgage payment, percentage, because even the fine prints, we don't usually read them, or even if we read them, we're not really knowledgeable or understanding them and stuff. So again, for me, that was a major, major scare and fright, but it puts me in a place where I think it's mandatory that we need to get community justice, housing justice, definitely criminal justice. I heard Francois talking about, what the police did to him physically, but they're also the abuse that they do with a pen. When they write those extra charges and emphasize on what your charges should be to make sure that you're gonna have a high bond or you're gonna get some time, without a doubt. So we need food justice because of climate, whether it's the fire or the cold, we're not able to get our fruits and our vegetables like we want to, or even at the price we want to. So I encourage community gardens and all that stuff, but I am focusing on housing justice. Several years ago, Senator Bernie Sanders came to our community, wanted to talk with community leaders about the work we do in the community. And one of my conversations was about housing and homelessness. I don't just want to feed the homeless. I want to place them with a roof over their head. I want mothers to stop sleeping on family members' couch with their newborn. I want families to have enough space for individual families, that we don't have to share housing because it's so lack of. Our community is facing major homelessness, and I think it's a major injustice for people in the community, taxpayers, homeowners, not to have what I call for years now a safety net. Something just to save us from hitting rock bottom. As much as there's been newspaper articles, even to an article in the Washington Post several months ago, for the past several years, there have not been, to me, far as I know, any local government or local officials that have conversated or brought up climate gentrification and what are we going to do about it? How it impacts us, how it affects us. I wouldn't want to be a renter after being a homeowner over 20 years. Where you're going to be restricted to certain things if the, your renter don't want you to do this. And so for homeowners, I am looking for programs that instead of me taking all that money out my pocket and my husband to try to fix our roof and hold the property up so it won't get any worse and fall and doing the domino effect and stuff and falling on kids or whatever. But again, just trying to find programs or trying to implement programs to assist homeowners in the community that are having financial plight. It's not a handout. I don't think it is. I don't look at it as a handout. We're taxpayers. There's so many millions of dollars that are allocated within our community, within our state, but unfortunately, we never get the trickle down effect. And so for me, I would just want to be able to have, like Francois said, attorneys that are doing the work for the people that are fighting. We're in the struggle and the struggle is real. The struggle continues, it hasn't stopped. I never want to hear about or find out about any other homeowner that's been in the same spot that I've been, my family. I wouldn't wish that on anybody, seriously. I want all those people that are mailing me all these stuff, and the gentleman who came to my door at the last minute, and I said this to him, where were you? We need people that are gonna fight for us. We need people that are gonna advocate for my community, for homeowners, for homeless people, for renters. I mean, who is billing for renters that probably can't pass a background check? As long as you have a job or have an income coming in and stuff, you should be able to get proper housing. There's no houses being built for those type of people who are building the housing. There are high rises going up all over my community every day, and it's been going on for years. One thing from being a part of the worker center and being a LIFT member, we did a lot of training. And like I said, we did a lot of housing work. And one of my first training that I had was when we saw this documentary about Cabrini Green project, where that project was torn down, and they encouraged the people who, the business around the area that they can come back, but we know that is no such thing. Once all those people are gone, then there is no business because there's no one to come to those business and stuff. You're never able to go back like they say. And now when you lose your property, or when someone buys a property, apartment building, or even a house, they do not want to pay you not even half of what it's worth, not even half. And that's another injustice. They get the house for little or nothing, and then they gut it or remodel it, we call it do a little facelift, and then they add the rent 3 times over. So no one in my community is able to afford to go back in. That's injustice. That's housing injustice. That has to stop. But again, taking a page from Francois, we can't wait for those government officials to step in and do it. We have to try to find a way to get these things resolved ourselves. Thank God for that attorney and the information that he gave my granddaughter about how many other people have been going through the same stuff, losing their houses. But we have to come up with a precise plan on how we can all get together, support each other, link up. there is force in numbers, and get to the table and come up with something that is going to help our community. I've always been a supporter of Bill Haiti and their struggle, because their struggle is my struggle. It's Liberty City's struggle. And so again, just from my struggle, my suffering, trying to hold my house, trying to stay gripped on my home, where I have my kids, my grandkids, now my great-grand. It's a hard thing to do. It's not as easy as it looks. I'm holding on by nails right now. But at least I can say that I still have it. I still have my home. A lot of other residents in our community don't have that. They don't have it anymore. I couldn't even begin to think what that would look like for me. So again, moving forward, housing justice, criminal justice, community justice. We need justice in our community. It's vital. So again, I want to thank you guys for being here. Thank you for allowing me, for using this space to share about my experience. Again, just hoping from this tribunal that somebody will hear our voice, our cry for housing justice, to stop homelessness, to stop homeowners from losing their home. It's unconscionable for someone not to have a roof over their head. I know a lot of people out there probably have mental issues, but there are more people with financial issues and housing issues than they are with mental issues while they're on the street. So again, family, we all need each other. We have to link up and do something about this travesty, this injustice. Thank you.
Is any, I guess for anybody too, is there any taxes that protect residents?
I don't know. All I know is from all the little research that I've done, if you don't have a certain type of income coming in, that's to match your mortgage payment. Any program that you go to or try to get some help, they tell you to sell your home.
Because I'm saying there's a lot of, people coming in for money and, living here, and the income that they bring is a lot. And I think some of that money could be used to be taxed to protecting, residents such as you in the situation. And another question I have is related to that. Who give permission to these, to these businesses to come and treat you like that, to doing the application? Because it seems like the people who gave them permission to go into business like that should be at fault too for practicing such.
And so with that, only thing I can say is that I really encourage my granddaughter to get some more information from that gentleman, because I wanted to speak to that attorney on a one-on-one and just trying to find out, like, because from what I understand from that particular gentleman, he is number one in the foreclosure business. He has gotten some type of award for the past 4 or 7 years in a row for saving homeowners their home. And I would want to have a one-on-one with him to get some critique on before it get that far, right? We want to be able to get some information on how to help homeowners in the beginning, like once you started going down that path where your income have gotten less, or you're unable, you got behind, not till it get to where you're actually in the court system. But I don't know of anything. Again, for me, I would want to ask, like, anyone, for the past several years, have you guys been in any space that we have any local officials that actually made a comment or discussed about climate gentrification and how that impacts low-income communities and what can be done about it? Anyone? That's my point. And that's local, where we have our commissioners and everybody else that are here. And I'm quite sure they have to read those stories and those documentaries or just those articles that's been coming out for several years. I'm quite sure.
And can you contact your daughter and see if you can get that information?
Oh yeah,
like we can share it with.
Without a doubt, I have it. I have it in my phone.
You have the number. They have his name and number, and you can share that with everybody today.
Without a doubt. And also the gentleman that came to my door a couple Fridays ago in the truck, he had a paper like a Miami Times that had all the listings of houses that are in foreclosure and on sale within the whole Miami area. So I would love to get my hands on that. Like, you're seeing all this stuff going on and you're gonna wait till today, the last weekday before my house go on auction.
So I hope for the better. I think it's just in the one-man army.
Okay.
But yeah, if you can get that that information so we can share that, I think that will help everybody in your situation.
Sounds good.
Anybody?
Yeah, let me
Yes,
interject something. Because I call it collusion. I call it collusion with elected officials and real estate developers. And I know
They gotta speak up. No,
it's not loud enough.
no. Okay. So one thing about it is that mic is for the internet, but also you need it for the room.
We even heard the mayor. We've been to events over in Wynwood where realtors got up and said, oh, no, we're not moving over there because it's high ground and all that stuff. That's 4 years ago. They were already doing it. It's like the mayor and all these officials, they know about climate gentrification. They know what's going on in the community. They know about the lack of what they call affordable housing. What we say, affordable for who? Affordable for who? But that's why it's so important, man. I'm really, Mike, I'm really upset with the so-called social justice movement. Even when it comes down to housing, to fight back, it ain't there. When it comes down to police brutality or police violence, as we call it, it ain't there. When it comes down to protecting our senior citizens, it's not there. It's just like these little pockets. We always say all the time, the number one problem with Miami, right, is that it's too much tribalism. Too much of it. People can't get together and deal with it. The best thing that ever happened probably was the Miami Climate Alliance, but there's only so much you can do because there's so much division in our community. There's nowhere in the world Ms. Paulette, a Mississippi or anybody like that should be thrown to the line. But that's the type of elected officials we have in this city. They make good public relations pieces. You will see them talking about how wonderful Miami is. They'll never ever fight for the people who built this city. Now, it bothers me. I'm real upset about that. That's why I'm glad I'll push for young people to get in office and change this stuff. Because as long as you let these elected developers, and that's what I call them, elected developers, in office, mayor on down, as long as you keep voting for these people, then this is what's going to keep happening. And pretty soon, it's already there right now. If you make less than $50,000 in Miami, well, you're on your way out the door. Yes. You call it the working poor. The working poor are catching hell in Miami. If you got 2 or 3 jobs, you are the working poor. So that's all I'm gonna say on that. I appreciate you coming this far. That got anything else to say, please?
Without a doubt. One of my main thing I wanted to say in regards to just not having any kind of communication, respond, or anything from our local officials and stuff. That I feel like they're ignoring the fact that although they know about it, they're ignoring the fact that there is climate gentrification, but they don't want to ruffle anybody's feather because of the gentrification attached to it or just the climate. So I called my new quote or phrase, it's climate elevation, because my community is high, it's above sea level. That is the reason why it's a commodity. It's elevation, gentrification, because my community is above sea level, and now everybody in the lower line, even if they're not moving in my community, they're buying up the property because they know it's an asset right now. They know that. So if they don't want to use the word climate gentrification, I'm good with climate elevation. How about that? Thank you.
Before we go on, anybody have any,
I wanted to say something and ask you.
yes, speaking to the mics.
Okay. My name is Angel Montalvo. Thank you so much for speaking. I'm so grateful that we have an opportunity to hear your voice because it's so important. I'm livid and I'm sad, and I'm also grateful because you were able to get the help that you needed. But like you said, it's not enough for just you to have justice, and which is not even what you had. This has been injustice done to you. And I just want to make it clear to everyone that there's no excuse for any elected representative, especially if you live in Miami. There's no excuse for anyone to, especially any elected official, to claim ignorance on this, because there are reports. Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change makes it very clear. There are less than 500,000 people in Miami. It is expected that by 2100, by the end of the century, 2 million people are going to be displaced from Florida. That's a staggering number. If you make less than $100,000 a year, you're not going to be able to mitigate the damage, and you are out of here. Now, again, they are either ignorant or there's malicious. But at the end of the day, it's a distinction without a difference, because we can't afford, like, this is not something like, oh, we need to get new leadership. Like, we need to get new leadership. We need to have people who not just care, are the community, so that doesn't happen. Because again, there's no excuse. If you don't understand climate and climate gentrification, you are not fit for office, period. Full stop. Like, you can't be in position where you're deciding what is going to be happening with the budget, with housing, if you don't understand this and make it the top priority, because it intersects with everything, with racial justice, with housing justice, so on and so forth. So as an individual, as a member of the community who cares, as a member of the community who has been homeless, who has worked with homeless populations, and I've seen, like, in last summer when we were out in St. John's Baptist Church, making sure that they had portable restrooms and portable showers, because that's all we can afford for people. Imagine the indignity. That's people's human rights that are violated because they can't even get to a shower because they're too poor, because they don't matter, according to what's going on right now. And you're not alone. And I want to ask you, like, what can we do for you? How can we support you going along with this? Because, like, this over and over again, we don't have people that help us engage with the system. We don't have the lawyers. We don't come from money. And because of that, we keep getting abandoned, and we keep getting displaced, and we keep getting hurt. And so,
emotional to me. I've been through it. I could not. It is so emotional. I am really holding myself back not to break down. Seriously. You cannot imagine that kind of fear or feeling unless you experience it. Because Mississippi and I was doing a training together when I found out. We cried. I cried every time I think about it. Anytime I talk about gentrification, climate gentrification, I bring her story up because I feel like there is something not right there, right? And so again, unless you have experienced it, you can sympathize with me and everything, but I promise you, it's no feeling like being under that pressure. Like any minute, you gotta come to reality. You have to come to terms. You're gonna lose your house. And again, one of my major issue with that, they're not paying us what our house is worth or valued. They're not. They just want it for little or nothing, and then they go and revamp it. There is a house across the street from where I live at, and it was people living in there, but there used to be so many people in the house. We found out after the people left, and then we were trying to rent the place temporary to get my house fixed and stuff. We found out after the people left that the rent for that place after someone bought it and remodeled it, so to speak, I call it, put a little makeup on it with the paint and stuff, it was $2,200 a month. So the 2 or 3 bedrooms that it was, each person rent a bedroom and they had to pay like $1,000. So it'll be 2 people in that bedroom. So I'll rent you my bedroom, share with me for $500. You pay 5 and I pay 5 and stuff. And so for each bedroom, you're getting $1,000. So that's $3,000. They had to pay $2,200 a month for that. Right across the street. That's ridiculous. But that's what they do. When they remodel the house or they remodel the building, you're never able to get back.
Hello? Hello? Okay. All right. I just want to reiterate, we can't at this moment in time afford to continue to beg and plead for breadcrumbs, and then they lie to us, they manipulate us, they abuse us, they sacrifice us like cattle, like cattle. And now we are in a position that if we don't organize and out-organize them and get our people into these positions, and then as a community push the people that we get in further, we're not going to survive. This is not something, oh, we need to get people, we need to start doing voter registration, we need to start getting civic engagement. We have to organize militantly through mutual aid and groups to support people who are currently going through it, but we also need to be militant towards getting people in positions who are going to solve the problems. Because really, I believe in the human spirit and the ingenuity of what we can do based on what we have done. And I know that the people who have struggled often have not had the resources to be able to, one-to-one match up with the oppressors. But even so, because we have the truth and the power of love and like these things that seem sentimental, we are able to overcome these obstacles. And if we are able to get the resources that are available to us, we are wealthy beyond imagination. We are one of the wealthiest people in the history of the planet. Imagine what we could do if we had people who were able to spend money, our money, in ways that actually benefit. So again, like I get emotional and I appreciate you speaking, and I don't want to take up too much of the time, but I really appreciate that we're doing this right now, and we will continue to do this, and I will make sure myself personally, I can speak for myself, that we continue to fight so that that doesn't happen to anyone.
Down to the people. All about the people.
Can we go on because, Mississippi, I hate to hold you up, so Mississippi, we gotta leave in 1 o'clock.
Well, I'm about to leave too, man. I gotta pick up a truck. I gotta pick up a pickup truck so we can have transportation.
Okay, so are you coming back?
Yeah, I'll come back.
Okay, so if it's all right with everybody, I'd like to take a look at like about 5 minutes, okay? Take a 5-minute break, and Mississippi, you be next, okay? I'm sorry to keep bouncing this around, but we're dealing with people's time frames, and et cetera. So let's take a little break, 5-minute break, then we'll come back, okay? What you gonna do? Yeah, I'm pretty definitely. The mic, you're gonna have to hold the mic like this. When you talk, that's all we got. And this is the People's Court, okay? So now I want to bring up a great friend, somebody, one of the OGs of the original Miami Clear project that me, her, Miss Paulette went through. And that's Miss Linda Scipio. Come on up, Queen.
All right.
I'd just like to say thank you for having me here to do a presentation here at the. Yes.
Can you state your name and spell it?
Okay, I am Ms. Scipio, divorced. My first name, Linda, Linda. Last name, Scipio, Sipp, as a potato.
Thank you.
Okay, so the first thing that I'd like to say is, thank you all for having me here, and it is a pleasure. What I'd like to say first is that housing is a right. And not only is housing a right, but it is a human right. Everybody is entitled to housing, and especially those who need affordable housing, which seems to escape us in this city today. Ms. Paulette and I, we're activists. We started out in this very big building, the Miami Workers Center, and we started under the title of LIFT, Low Income Families Fighting Together. And we would do our protests and our marches throughout the Liberty City area and throughout the state, really, because sometimes we did workshops out of state. And we fought vigorously around the Scott housing projects, which were a staple here in Miami, especially for people who needed low-income housing. We fought around what was currently, well, not currently known, but what were known as the Beams, which is where I grew up, the Liberty Square housing projects, which are currently under redevelopment. I am a third generation Liberty Square housing project resident. My great-grandmother raised my mother and her siblings in the Liberty Square housing project. My father lived in the Liberty Square housing project, and I was born in the Liberty Square housing projects. I remember when I started school, my first address there was 1363 Northwest 14th Court. And it's been demolished because there's a new building there right now. So what I'd like to say is that the experiences of living in those situations and knowing that my parents struggled, my mother was mostly a homemaker, my father worked sometimes 3 jobs, but he did that in order to make it work for us. We never knew a day without water. We never knew a day without food, and we were always clothed pretty well. As a matter of fact, if you didn't tell us that we were living in low-income housing and that we were living in the projects, we didn't know that, because we had just about everything that anybody could ask for. So our situation was not as dire as I'm sure a lot of other people's situations or the necessity of having to be there was. Ms. Paulette, I want to just say that everything that you said, I can attest to. Even in talking about her situation with her housing, I'd like to say that the first time I heard the term climate gentrification, I believe that was Ms. Paulette that coined that term. She came up with that. My situation with my housing, of course, I've had 3 houses. I can understand the first one and how I lost that. I was in a divorce proceeding and I chose to sell out. Okay. But in the second 2 situations where I had housing, You see, here in the city of Miami, they have certain tactics that they use a lot of times when they want to take people's properties away from them. Some of it is, maybe you're behind on your taxes. Now, I'm thinking that maybe you can notify the residents of the fact that you've got taxes that are unpaid, the amount, and maybe set up a schedule or something so that the payments can be made. But you gotta understand, when you're dealing with people in deprived communities, sometimes the income is not there for you to make a payment in a lump sum. You may need to have something set up where you can divide those payments over time, make small payments just to be able to get it paid off. I've known of situations where people who have had animals that didn't get them vaccinated, and if they pull that file and that animal is not vaccinated, they put that a lien against your property for that. You may not be aware that it's there, and over time this accrues, and you can lose your properties like that. I become suspect of anything and any reason why someone loses their home, because I had a situation, it was with one of the utility companies. As a matter of fact, I had it on 2 houses. While I was waiting to move into one home and still living in another, paying 2 mortgages. I received a bill from let me make sure it's the water company, Miami-Dade Water Sewer, I believe. On the first house where they said I had a leak in the property, a leak. So I got a contractor, somebody who specializes in plumbing, to come in and check everything out. They couldn't find anything. So I'm still showing up, my bill has increased and they're still saying I have a leak, but we can't find anything. So what I did, I got some PVC pipes and kind of split them up and fitted them around the original pipes and took some pictures and turned the pictures in, and all of a sudden the problem was solved. Now, I want to say that I'm not the only one that has had that problem, but I was told that you can't do anything because Miami-Dade Water and Sewer is a monopoly. And so when people take them to court, and they did, there's an article that was in the Miami Herald on that, and it stated that even though they were taken to the Third Court of Appeals, that there was nothing that people could do about it. The only thing they could do was just set up a payment schedule for you to be able to pay that bill off. Well, anyway, my situation was cleared up because I had the photograph showing that I had made a repair, which I never made a repair. Then I had a second property. And when I was notified of that, the bill on that particular property, and I wasn't even living in it at the time, was $13,000. And I'm thinking, $13,000, how do you let a bill get to $13,000 without notifying a person first? So at this point, I said, well, how am I supposed to find out where this leak is or whatever? They said, well, maybe it's a ground level leak. You might have to get a backup hole or something and go and dig up the property. I said, yeah, but that's gonna cost just as much. I don't have money like that to hire somebody. And where would I start? Because I don't even know where the leak is. I never saw any wet spots to indicate that there was any ground level, water flooding is in this situation. So luckily at the time, because I had benefits working with Miami-Dade Public Schools, I was able to use my legal benefit, and the attorney advised me to just file Chapter 7 because I was in a situation where I'm almost depleted my savings trying to keep 2 houses going, and I don't want to go into that. That's a long story with the lender on the other property. And I mean, I just couldn't see where I could continue paying a mortgage because what I would have to pay back to the water, Miami-Dade Water and Sewer, was going to be like another mortgage if I divided that up by 12 months. So I just filed the Chapter 7, lost 2 houses, and I'm currently a renter. what I'd like to say is that, you know, deprivation is a hell of a drug. When you have people in deprived communities already, and I don't have to tell anybody what those communities look like, because if you see a deprived community here in Miami, you know deprived communities anywhere else in the United States because they are all cookie cutter. They're designed the same way. It is what I call systemic racism. And those cities, those states or whatever, counties, communities, they're deliberately designed to keep people deprived and to keep them poor. When I hear people ask, well, what do they want? Well, we want that which you are not asking, or no one is asking you what you want because you have it. Well, those are the same things that we want for our community, but are constantly denied. The answer is simple. And then when it comes to, I've been featured in a couple of articles. One of them was Time Magazine, and that was back during the foreclosure debacle. On that, I want to say, and the other one was just recently in the Washington Post. But what I'd like to say about that foreclosure debacle, because my mom right now, she lives in between what would be known as Liberty City and Alabama. And she's lived there now for, I guess, maybe more than 30 years, whatever. But she's constantly receiving these letters in the mail and phone calls. Do you want to sell your property? We buy properties, whatever. They just, you know, they come in constantly. And her first question when she receives a phone call is, you want to sell yours? If I sell mine, where am I supposed to live? And we know that right now in Miami, housing is not affordable. Renting is not affordable. And we know that we have these situations with these slumlord landlords. They're not willing to fix up these properties so that people can move in, but the prices remain unaffordable. But on that foreclosure debacle, during the Obama era, if I can recall, the big banks were paid off at least 3 times. But what I can't understand about it, if they were paid off for those foreclosures, why were they allowed to still keep the titles to the property and then turn around and resell them from under people's feet? Why weren't there programs designed that would allow people to remain in their homes, to assist them to be able to remain in their home, to assist them into maybe having a new mortgage and, you know, fixing up those same properties as opposed to reselling them right out from under people's feet? I was one of those people that fall into that category. Why wasn't my house made, why wasn't it made available for me to be able to do those things? Why wasn't Miss Paulette's house made available for her to do those things? And we constantly are seeing, you know, people, because our areas, the areas where we live, you know, we don't have a problem with flooding, ground level flooding and stuff like that. We're above sea level, sea level, yeah. So we're not bothered by those types of situations. But I just can't understand why, you know, see, my thoughts are all over the place. I think it was the New York police, one of the police the other day that he came under fire because of something, and he made a statement. I can't remember his name. And he said something about projects being dens for crime and violence. Okay, not here in Miami. This was in New York now. Okay, but they may have said the same thing. I'm not aware of that, but it was, I think this was New York or wherever it was, and I can't recall his name. But the point is,
But you are the ones who created these dens of crime and violence. You know, first of all, the income level in those communities is below the poverty level for most people. You don't take under consideration the disposable income that also goes along with people trying to just live on a daily basis. These people are not just thriving, they're trying to survive. You know, it makes it so easy for things like drugs to flow into those communities because it's like waving a sugar cube in front of a horse. You know, you can only stay down so long. If you can find an easy way out and you don't have to work hard, at least some people think it's easy, but you know, but if you can find that means, you know, everybody wants some of the finer things in life. And they're gonna find a way to get those things, even if it means robbing me and you. Somebody's gonna want to eat. You know, so you see other people riding around, they got nice cars, they got nice homes. And the thing is, the homes in those communities where I come from, the things that they told us were homes and that we could move into because of the income that we had available, they're not even homes, they're houses. They have small bedrooms, small closets, and you have to, you know, live really like compact in those places. At the time when I first bought my house, I was so proud because I become what they call a homeowner, but it's a house owner. And I was thinking about, you know, my situation. I had my one child, one son, and I worked with a young man at the time, I won't call his name, and he was so proud because he purchased the home too. And when he showed me the pictures of his home, and he had, I think it was like a 5-bedroom, 2-bath home, nice big yard with nice trees and stuff. And then I thought about my house, and I was paying as much mortgage, I was paying more. My mortgage was much higher than his, and my interest rate was at 13%, and his was at what, 4%? Can you see the inequality? But that's what was available to me with the income that I was making and what I could afford to pay. Or it could be like when I went to get the loan and somebody said, oh, you got perfect credit. Wow. And then I wonder afterwards, but if my credit was so good, why am I paying 13? And the thing was 13.5%. That I couldn't understand. What I would like to say is that for people who find themselves in these situations, and first of all, you know, I can see we're making strides in raising the employment, the income employment, but we know as that income goes high, everything else gets high, so you're really back where you started from. You know, even though you got that increase, now everything else is increased, so you still can't see your way out. Geez, I lost me. But with all this income inequality and other inequities that are confronting what we call marginalized communities, in some situations, I think it would be to our best advantage if we also had access to a number of pro bono lawyers, because some of us don't have the income, even though we have these things that are bothering us, these situations and these problems, unless you have money, you can't really confront them. You can target it, but you can't confront them because you don't have the money. So if you had a situation where you could say, I can go to this pro bono lawyer or this one and have them look at my situation, maybe there's something that they can do to help, you know, to pull you out of those circumstances. The community where my mom lives is being gentrified on the daily. I go through the community and look around, and the thing is, it used to be a part of that community that was called Railroad Shop or Railroad Shack back in the day. And the people that live in there, I guess this is what you would call the earlier form of gentrifying the neighborhood, because it was a settlement of Black people that lived there. And my mom constantly talks about Constable, whatever his name, I can't think of his name right now, and how he went through that community and they just threw people's furniture and people out on the street, not knowing where they would go next, not knowing where they would live or anything, so that, you know, white people could move into that community. But it has since, you know, become, well, it was 100% maybe Black people, because most of the had white flight from the neighborhood. So, but just thinking about, you know, situations like that. But I think, like I say, housing is a human right. People should be able to live and move. I'm not against gentrification per se. I'm not even against neighborhoods being racially mixed, because even as a young girl, I wanted to know the world. I didn't want to just know who was just in my neighborhood and in my backyard. I really did want to know the world. But I want it done for the right reasons, not the wrong reasons, not because I'm being forced out. You know, when I think of climate refugees and when I think of climate gentrifiers, it's one thing to have Mother Nature force you out of your community, but it's another thing to have man force you out of your community. You're already deprived. You already don't have enough, and now you have even less. And so, you know, I'm going to close because my thoughts are running, and they're running faster than I'm able to get them out. So I'm going to close on that note. And I want to say thank you.
Thank you again for coming. Always being strong. Appreciate all the work you've done through the years. And God feels like having you. Yes, I know that's right. She still says she's more of a writer than a speaker. Good job speaking though. Can we do one more person? Can we do one more person before we go to lunch, please? All right, I need to call Ms. Jamie Jackson up. She's been here since early this morning with us, but she's patient and waited. And Mike, who's up? After this, we're going to lunch, right? Yeah, but who's up? I just see a young lady come in to sign up. I'm a supporter. Oh, supporter, okay. I think we might have somebody after lunch. Yeah, we will. We'll have somebody after. Okay, I'm sorry. Go state your name.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jenny, pronounced Jan, spelled Janie Jackson. JASON. Okay, so I'm here this afternoon, to talk about police brutality. The reason I can talk about police brutality is I'm a victim. Well, I was a victim to police brutality. Not once, not twice, but several times. And I've learned the police strategy, what they do, they come to you, you in your car, you ran the light. Okay, so I'm gonna sit here and wait on my ticket. No, they don't give me the ticket. They start yelling and screaming. And when people are yelling at you, you don't understand, or you might start yelling back at them so they can hear you, because you want your voice over there. Well, now that's a problem. But when he or she was yelling, it wasn't a problem. It became a problem when I yelled back at them. So now I'm being charged with disorderly conduct. When I ask the question, why am I being detained? Nobody has to give me an answer to why I'm being detained. And I ask again, excuse me, Ms. Officer, why am I being detained? And she refused to tell me. So when she reached at me, I grabbed my car steering wheel. At least let me know where I'm going. She refused to tell me. Now you got about 20 officers wasting taxpayers' money like I'm a real criminal. And I was just stopping for citation, a ticket citation. And now the other officer, she comes, she puts her hair in a ponytail. So what is that telling me? You don't need to put your hair in a ponytail if you don't think I'm gonna grab your hair. So now, when I asked her, why are you pulling up your hair, Miss Officer? You still didn't tell me why. This is another officer. You're not telling me why I'm being detained. So they look like they was gonna jump against me, jump on me. In the meantime, I was still holding on to my steering wheel, and they literally dragged me out of the car and put me in the back of their car. And because I didn't know what I was going to jail for, I told them, you guys are in for a surprise of your life. Because I'm gonna be screaming the whole way, Bloody Mary, because y'all did not tell me why am I going to jail. And like I warned them, I started screaming. And then they got so nervous, she told her, pull the car to the side. And now she tells me, oh, you're going to jail because you have, your license is suspended. I said, was that so hard? You should have just told me that. And the officer who did the driving, she knew my license was suspended because she had locked me up previous because of the Black Lives Matter movement. So she knowingly saw me in my car driving around, protesting and doing all of this. And she got me by myself that day and did that to me. So I got to the jail and whatever. All my Black Lives Matter got me out of jail and everything. And she saw me again at the Black Lives Movement on by Bayside. That's where we always post up. So we all walking, getting ready to do our thing, and pretty much they was trying to take our rights from us to say we didn't have a right to protest. Now everybody in this room, if you didn't know, now you know. That's our right, First Amendment right, that we can protest but not be violent. We wasn't violent. It was people from other states that come into Florida doing things, burning this, paying out this, and of course they pointed fingers at us because they didn't want us fighting for Black Lives Matter. That's all we want. We want justice for our people. Because I'm 50 years old, and from as long as I remember, even up to now, I still hear people talking about back before my time. Like in the 60s, how people would get beat and water sprayed and all this. So we don't want 100%, just give us 50. We'll take 50. But they act like we don't matter. And Ron DeSantis told us if we was out there in them streets protesting, somebody ran us over, shot us, beat us, whatever, there's nothing we can do about it, or our family cannot fight the situation because It's unacceptable for us to do that. Now, I'm quite sure everybody in this room remember maybe 2 months ago, how all the Cubans got together. They didn't lock down one expressway. They didn't lock down two expressways. They locked every expressway down to get their point across. And I did saw them lighting up firecrackers and doing a lot of other things. And he told us, as people of color, if we got caught doing what they was doing, it was going to be jail. And that's one of the reasons it stopped us from protesting, because we were scared of going to jail again. One particular time, they took like 30 of us to jail. And God only knows, we really wasn't violent. I done had so many officers during that time put their foot on me. One of them slammed, he could be my son, and he slammed me to the floor. And they just didn't care about our life as people of color. But one thing I know too for sure, I can truly say it may not have been a change yet, but I know if we keep standing in the gap for others, as Martin Luther King, Mary Bethune, and a lot of the other one, Harriet Tubman did, we might not see the benefit for our children, grandchildren, like that lady that did with her great. They may get the opportunity to live and see those changes. And I have to thank the people of non-color, for seriously speaking, since we was out there, that's what I saw. The people of my color, they say, you stupid bitch, what are you guys out here for? You're not gonna make no change. Rome was not built overnight. So we know tomorrow changes ain't gonna come like that. But as long as we stand what's for right, it has to be a change. And so many things that's going on, everybody know, like we talking about the sea level. It's back, what everybody out here just said. We know our community might be considered a ghetto, the project, the hood, but we know the value from Overtown to Liberty City to Brownsville to Coconut Grove. Everything that we had as people of color, some of those people of non-color knew the true value, and they still know the value of it. And for some reason, they feel like we don't like nice things. Oh, we love nice things. You're right, we don't like, we love. And we willing to work for it if y'all just give us a chance. We're the most loyal, hardworking people if you give us a chance. You don't know what we can do until we do it, because so many of y'all, not every, but so many of y'all want to classify us as lazy, loud, obnoxious, smoking, drinking, partying. We got that in every race, creed, and color. So, we want nice things. We have dreams. We have plans. We want our children to go to the good schools. We want our children to be able to stand in the good colleges. I never forget, I heard on TV where this black lady, she lived in the hood and she had one child. And she wanted her child to go to a good school. So she decided that she didn't take her utility bill, the real one where she lived, to get her child in that school. She took somebody else's address and used it to get her child in that school. That woman went to jail for 6 months because she saw one day her child in that school. But when Laura and all them other ones paid all them billions of thousands of dollars to get their kids, not just in school, but college, paid all that money, and they get a pat on the back. And she got out just recently and finna make more money. Because she didn't go back in the industry of doing her thing on TV. Are you serious? We all know what kind of world we living in. Well, we can't dwell on the past. We got to live for the present and know that we can do all things as people. And back to what I was saying about those children of non-color. They was out there morning, noon, and night with us of color who felt like it was a robbery. And they did their thing. And I tell you, I never ever know real love until I got around those young people and saw they was determined. And they had so much respect for me, Mama Janie, they would call me. I was like the third oldest person out there. And they stood in solidarity with us, no matter what. And Ron DeSantis, he separated all of us because we really got scared when he said we're gonna do a minimum of 6 months if we continue to do what we was doing. And so with all that being said, I'm gonna bring up some things that came up in my life as a younger person. But I don't consider myself as a victim so much because I'm here to stand and tell my autobiography. It's not a story. A story is, to me, each his own. It's something that was like fabricated or made up. But I'm gonna say an autobiography is something fact. So when I was 21 years of age, I got in some trouble. All these people talking about the leverage life they had as children. I didn't have that opportunity. I didn't have that pleasure. My mom had 5 girls and 3 boys. She literally ran her husband away. It wasn't my dad, but it was her husband. She literally ran him away. And so that left her as a single parent. Now the things that she made me do to support her needs, not her want. Because we know it's a difference between needs and want. The need is light, water, rent, food. What you want is that Lamborghini or some nice shoes or nice phone. Those are wants. If you want your wants, you have to work for your want, not me. You work for that because God don't provide us with our needs. So mama had the needs of wanting to do drugs. And pretty much, I was the one that had to supply mom with these drugs at the age of 12 and 13. So for many years I did that. So when I turned 15, I decided I was gonna run away from home because I just got tired of doing that, laying on my back to support my mom's drug habit. So I ran away from home and I was out on the street. I met a guy and he was real nice, but come to find out he wasn't nice. I went home with him. And I really didn't care at this point because I said, if my mom treated me like this and did things, I don't give a damn what society do, because it really don't matter. So by the time I had 2 kids, and then life goes on, I was raising my kids, and at the age of 21, I got in some trouble. My kids got taken by the state. They were put up for adoption. I went to prison, went to jail. I ended up going to prison. And during the time that I was in prison, I really felt free. I was free. For a moment, I was free from all the chaos. You would think being in prison, I would have been trying to get out. I think that was a place where God just wanted me to go to show me how he really feel about me. And I even cursed him because I said, why did you bring me in this world and put me through all of this? Why? So one day I had to go to court to find out what's going to happen with the kids. And at that time, I was locked up like 2 years already in the prison system. I was already in prison, so they had to escort me back down to Florida just to let me know that my kids, my 2 children, was going to be turned over to the state and get a new mom and dad and sister and brother, whatever. So as I was in this jail, TGK, this officer, he was escorting me to the clinic. And as he escorted me to the clinic, He was the one who picked me up to bring me back from the clinic. On our way back to the clinic, he decided he was gonna take me into the stairways instead of the elevator. And he took me in that stairway and he made me perform some sex acts on him. That's where police brutality. Now that's mentally really, after all them years, so I'm saying, damn, what is this? What am I? Why are people looking at me like a sex thing? I hate sex right now because of that reason. But he made me perform sex act on him. And he told me, you need to get up them stairs and keep your damn mouth closed, because ain't nobody gonna believe you because you are ex-con. During that time of what he did, I contracted a STD from him. And right now to this day, I walk with that STD that he gave me. When I got back to the room, a roommate next to my room, she heard me crying about it, and I told her, and she decided to bang on the door and let the officer know that was in the cell. And she came to my room and asked me to come out, and she asked me all these questions, and then she had this big book, and she said, can you point out the officer that took you, escorted you? I said, yeah, and I pointed him out. But Lord and behold, after I did that, they rushed me back to the prison. So that was like water under the bridge, because I never knew what the outcome was with that. Right now to this day, I deal with anxiety and depression. And I also attempt suicide while I was in prison, because I didn't understand why, after thinking I escaped my mom for doing this, why would I go in a place where they supposed to be rehabilitating me and do something like this? And nobody saw that it was really wrong to do what this man did. If they did decide to say he was wrong, I never knew about it. So when the situation with Bill Cosby arrived, which was some years ago, it brings something to my mind. Because what Bill Cosby had did to those women was older women, and I heard that they consent. And from listening to it, I thought they was the statute of limitation was ran out already with the situation. But yet still, Bill Cosby ended up behind bars behind that. So I'm saying, and these ladies was older women. So when I brought up my case about, I want to open up a case and find out whatever happened to this guy. Well, the state attorney office, they act like they didn't know anything. They act like they really couldn't find me in the system or anything like that. And that goes back to color. Bill Cosby was a black man, and a woman of non-color. A bunch of them got together and decided many years later they was gonna put him under bars for life. So they got justice. Me, to this day, I haven't got no justice. Just like Francois say, when are they gonna realize people of color matter a lot like anybody else? When are they gonna recognize us for who we really are and respect us for who we are and what we mean to this country and this world? It's unacceptable. And I could go on, stand here and go on and on about color and non-color. But one thing I know I won't do, I will not give up until the day I leave this world, fighting for other people. Because not only men is being targeted, but a lot of women, and they want us to silence our mouth. I refuse to silence my mouth about anything anymore. Nobody but the love of Christ could silence my mouth. I'm not gonna let a man tell me I'm a man, you need to sit down. I'm the man. No, no. You gonna respect me as a man, and I'm gonna respect you as you gonna respect me as a woman, I'm gonna respect you as a man. You give me respect, you're gonna get the respect back in return. Simple as that. I don't know, but when they had the hurricane in the Bahamas, they put them dogs on the plane and brought them here and gave them shelter. But the people of the Bahamas wasn't worthy enough or humanity enough to come get on a plane and come here and seek shelter. That stuff hurt. It don't have to be us. We're in this country, we're gonna feel some of the pain some of these people in these foreign countries feeling too, because of the way people are running and doing things. And like you guys say, we need to know better and stop putting anybody in there, because they promising you this and they promise you that. And then when they get there, they don't do anything that they say they're gonna do. I got pictures in my phone from a lot of politicians. And the only time you see them is when it's almost that time for them to be re-elected. They all on you like white on rice, but as soon as they get that position, it's like, ooh, there it is, once again. Not fair. It's time. We living in the 20th century, people. It's time to treat people equal, fairly. And it hurts because I'm the mother. I have 7 boys. It ain't a moment when I don't walk out my house that I don't hear and I hear rescue praying to God that my child is not one of those victims. Because no matter if he went to even if he went to college, which a couple of them went to college, but they decided college ain't for them. You know, and then they stop by the police, you know, the least little thing. We living in a world where it's a dangerous world and it's a dog-eat-dog world. No police say whatever. We're the ones that's wrong. The kid of none color get a pat on the back. Okay, don't let me stop you again, because the next time with our children, there ain't no next time. It's the first time. They don't care. Because if they hear, I ain't got no record, they don't want that. They already stereotype their hair, you know, the clothes they wear, the music they listen to. So I just want to thank God. Like I say, I was a victim, but I considered myself a survivor, because many people is not here to tell their testimony. Like I said, I did attempt suicide, but I'm here. So God has other plans for me. And I know one thing too for sure, I will never stop. And my children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, by the grace of God, they come into the world, and I'm not here, they'll know. Because they know I fight hard for others. And they always tell me, Mama, why you always do? I know what it is. I know what it is to be homeless. I know what it is to be not loved. And another thing, those police have badges, but let me tell y'all, they hurt. And when people hurt, they hurt other people. They do. They hurt other people, because we don't, you know, we got to pray for them too, because at the same time, if you say you out here standing for what's right is right for all, no matter what. You cannot hate every police because a couple of them is, you know, you can't do that. And that's what I teach the kids in the Black Lives Matter. You cannot do that. But we ain't no better than them if we walk around here doing that. We're doing the same thing. We're pointing fingers and judging. We're not to do that. We got to be the bigger one, and they see something in us, and some of them come through and some of them won't. But hurt people do hurt people. So I just thank God for you all listening to me, and I hope to see all of us doing what we do, what we enjoy doing, and make it different in other people's lives. Thank y'all.
So this is what this tribunal is about. Share your stories, how tragic you are. Other aspect of this is supposed to make us that much stronger when we fight back. Because it's all about fighting back. Gotta build that rainbow coalition that we talk about all the time to do. Gotta come together as human beings. Gotta stop the suffering somewhere. Starts in places like this. Came up with that same time period. 40s and the 50s. Seen SNCC, seen all that growth. Lost that touch. Lost that human touch. What we want for our brothers and sisters, what we want for ourselves. Be courageous. I love you. Thank you for coming. Be there from the bottom of my heart. Listen to your story. See the strength. That's that strength that we have had as a people. Because if it wasn't for you sisters, a lot of us brothers would not be able to stand strong. Thank you so much. Did I get a question?
Hi, my name is Angel, and I know we've met before. Like Michael said, you're courageous and you're strong. And I'm grateful for you to share your story with us. And going back to a point that you had made, when it comes to climate, which is climate gentrification, which is poverty, which is institutionalization, whether that be through ICE, through somebody who's Baker Acted, somebody who's in prison or jail, or even like elderly folks who are in facilities who are being abused. All of us, having been someone who has been institutionalized, and folks who are houseless, who are put even in shelters where they're abused. I know that it is terrifying to be in this situation. So given your specific situation, I was involved with the protests that were happening in July after George Floyd and that were going on. And I wasn't there that day, but a lot of my friends were when they arrested a whole mess of people in one day. And I've seen the videos and I know what actually happened. When you were detained, and also I imagine you have an idea of what the other people that were there, did you fear for the well-being? Did you fear for your life when you were being detained? Yeah.
No, I didn't feel for my life. I was more concerned about young people. And I was trying to keep them calm from screaming and running all over the place. So that's when the officer felt like, oh, she's a peacemaker, not a troublemaker. Okay, I'm gonna grab her. So they saw me trying to keep the guys under control, which they listened. They didn't really care about that. They just came in and started pulling one by one and doing what they did. There were 30 of us that came that particular day.
Just to follow up. So I also thank you. I also know that, you know, a lot of the folks who were kidnapped that day have experienced some forms of retaliation. Have you felt anything like that in your experience afterwards? You mentioned that they recognize a lot of folks who are hooping out there. Have you felt like targeted or you know, followed or things like that?
Yes. Yes, because like I said earlier, I was one of the calm people down, the young people down, and they always look up and listen. So many times the police will come to me and ask me to calm them down and ask them not to do such and such. But yeah, I feel like I've been targeted just like Johnny and a lot of the other ones, Dulce and a lot of the other ones, yes. They know us personally. I was downtown Miami looking for a parking spot. And I saw a group of officers. I said, "Yes, officer." I said, it was a bunch of them. I said, "Officer, what's going on? Where's parking?" And she literally, "Oh, Mama Janie." And I'm like, what the hell? I didn't even know her. I didn't even know her, but she knew who I was. She called me just like the young people in the group, Mama Janie. So that was like crazy. But yeah, they know us by name.
just to pick back on that, we found out something else from the black police too, when we did the march from the black police precinct to the TIT. They had the police chief Polito. Yeah, he had already called the police and told them we was gonna be tearing up stuff, disrupting stuff. We didn't find out about this until we talked to the black police. But they told us that they had Francois Hospital on the wall. He was being targeted. We were going to be disrupted. There was even no disruption in that march whatsoever.
You know how they found out that? They go on the social. They go into the social media. They go into the social media. That's how they find, because as secret as we wanted to be, and we thought we was keeping it on the groups. And then that's when some of the young people discovered that they were going on our social media and finding out where we were going to be. That's how they we that day.
And none of these marches that I remember was violent. None of these demonstrations that went on Biscayne Boulevard was violent. None whatsoever. The violence came from the police. That's where the violence came from. It didn't come from the people who were demonstrating, it came from the police. So we got to call it what it is. It's police violence. It's a culture of police violence in this country. Go ahead.
Just two last. All right, just two last things. Was it Miami, the city of Miami police or Miami-Dade County police? And then also, I don't know if you know about someone who was detained by ICE. I don't know if you wanted to kind of speak to that, because I know that somebody was detained by ICE.
Thanks for bringing that up. It did happen.
Okay, so in the group, when we all got arrested that time, yes, it was a young lady that was detained by ICE. And we had someone in there, she was a person, with legal skills. And as of that I know of, and I don't know whatever happened to her, but they were trying their best to do what they can do to get her out and get her a lawyer and things like that.
And do you know, was the city or the county police that arrested?
It was the city of Miami. City of Miami.
So I happen to know that she was detained for over 2 months.
Yes.
Nice.
That happened.
We thank you for your courage. We're gonna take a break right now. We come back. We take a break for an hour, right?
sexual abuse, what a lot of times, home is where the first act of violence happened to a child. Second, we have a lot of kids right now who don't have a home. So when we say home, and you have all of these stay-at-home orders around, this pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, we have stay-at-home orders, we have safer-at-home orders. The term home is received differently by young people. The term home isn't necessarily what we as adults perceive it to be, but it's more than just the brick and mortar to them, right? It's what's happening on the inside of the home. So for me, my greatest thought and my greatest fear, and I was having this conversation earlier today, is what's happening to our children when we talk about the housing crisis in Miami-Dade County. Because one, we know that there are inequalities, we know that there are disenfranchisement, we know that there are people, and then the term home. Right now in Miami-Dade County, we have 9,500 kids, give or take, that are homeless. So when we say home, which home exactly are we talking about? Are we talking about the shelter that they go to? Are we talking about those that live in a car? Are we talking about those who are living with someone who still doesn't see themselves as part of this family? So for me, when I talk about the housing crisis, it's more than just, the gentrification. It's more than just we're displacing families and we're putting them into territories that they don't know anything about. But the housing crisis within Miami-Dade County comes with so many more backstories, for lack of a better term. You've got communities that never got along. You have gangs who were rival gangs who are now forced to live in the same communities. And then you see an increase in violence. You have, there's an increase in violence on both ends of the county, primarily because of displacements that are happening in the community. So I think when we look and we talk about the housing crisis, we have to look at it in a totality, right? Because the house is just the brick and mortar, but the people who live in it is what provides the home. And I think oftentimes that's what gets lost in this conversation.
Do you believe race or economic inequalities are the biggest factors shaping the housing crisis?
If I can say biggest, I can say one of the biggest, absolutely. Because I think you have to also take into account, there are just systemic issues that need to be addressed, right? And then you have lack of education, you have lack of access. So there's a list of other things that are causing or that contribute to the crisis. But I would definitely say race and equity and access for sure plays a major role in what we see today. Yes, and then you can't remove corporate greed. You can't remove governmental, the decisions that our governing bodies make, not taking into account who in the long run will in fact be impacted by those decisions.
What led you to this line of work in the community?
Oh boy. So there's a little bit of story behind that. Initially, I am an attorney by trade. So I did go to law school. I knew for a fact that I never wanted to litigate. So it was always my desire to advocate. But that came on a little bit later in life because as a young girl, I thought I was going to go off and I loved the suits. So, I knew from about 8 or 9, I was going to be an attorney. So nothing was going to change that for me. But while I was in law school, I found myself working. I was introduced to the concept of gang violence prevention. And I think that really piqued my interest. It piqued my desire. I was introduced to the reality of, oh my God, how many of our children were actually involved with gangs in the urban community. But I think what really piqued my interest and allowed me to do the work that I do is the fact that the more I dealt with gang members and the more I dealt with at-risk youth, because I think I have served children, youth, kids, whatever we want to call them, from the ages of 8 to 22 in every capacity, from prevention, intervention, release. I think the only thing I haven't done is residential. But I found that these young people were just looking for people to care. They were looking for someone who would give voice to what they wished we as adults would listen to. And I eventually became a member of the Florida Gang Investigative Association, which allowed me to deal with a lot of the elected officials. It allowed me to deal with a lot of the police department, which really said to me, oh my God, you guys have no clue what these kids are going to when they go home, when they leave these after school programs, when they leave our school system. So for me, I think what pushes me to do this work is I see myself predominantly as giving voice to some of our most vulnerable communities, which are our children, because our children make up a subset of what we call these urban communities, right? Their needs are different. I often say when I'm doing trainings and presentations, it's that these are just younger people, but who have their personalities, their dignities, they know what they want. The reality is they're speaking, but fewer adults are actually listening, but we're making decisions for them. So for me, I think what motivates me is I serve as that median between the young people and those of us who sit in the nice boardrooms and the nice suites and make the decisions for them and say that this is what's happening in their world. This is what they're living. So when a kid says to me, I'm not living, I'm merely trying to survive, that's a powerful statement. Or a kid says to me, I don't expect to be here past 17 and 18 because no one on my block lived to see 18. No one else is listening to that. So if I can give voice to those needs and those fears and those desires, then I feel the breath of life that I've been given it's all been worth it.
Do you believe the local government supports your effort, or is there pushback?
I would say there's definitely support for what I do. It's eye-opening. Now, granted, anything that's new is, we've heard this before. But when you get it from the perspective of how the book is written, the backstory of a new reality, the book is very raw. It's written from a perspective of the children, right? So this isn't an intellectual book. This is real, raw, on the ground, fact-finding that we put together that we want folks to understand. So in this book, we're addressing everything from social media, the rise of social media, the connectivity between urban youth and the more affluent community and how the more affluent kids impact what's happening in the urban community, the drugs that the kids are taking, the scams that are being done. So it's really an education for many people who've never had the opportunity to serve these children. I think the part that is often met with some hesitation, I would use that term better, is now that we know, what do we do about it, right? And it can't just be always putting it back on the kid, but understanding the roles that we as adults play, the decisions we make, and how those decisions impact these young people. So it is, what do I need to do different to connect with a kid? What do I need to do to understand? And if a kid, for example, comes to my classroom hungry one day, or they don't have a homework today, what happened to this kid before they walked into my classroom? So my mission has been, we need to see this child not as just a student sitting in your classroom, but a member of your community who deals with so many more issues, from hunger, homelessness, sexual abuse, domestic violence, and the list goes on before they ever step foot into your classroom. And I think the example that I often utilize and makes sense to a lot of people, a hungry child doesn't care about 2 + 2. It just is, right? So if we can understand that that child is hungry, what led to the hunger, then we begin to really address the ecosystem of making this child a better child. And that is what I think is a lot of times harder for us as adults to grasp, because it puts the onus back on us.
What impact do environmental factors like hurricanes, sea level rise, and climate change, and now the 2020 pandemic have on the most vulnerable communities?
Well, these things it only adds to the issues that already exist, right? So it's like you have a house that's crumbling and you're adding to it, to put it in simple terms. So when we talk about hurricane season and we're talking about, preparedness, these communities don't have enough to survive on daily, but then we put out these elaborate lists of what they need to get to prepare. They don't have access to prepare, either because they're unemployed or they don't have the stores in their communities. So there's so many, ecological stuff happening where the chain is broken. So when we talk about gentrification, or we talk about sea level rise, our communities are very well aware why right now Little Haiti and Liberty City are the primary grounds for a lot of the new buildings and the new gentrification areas, right? We understand that that's because these are your highest level land in Miami-Dade County. So when the seas are rising and people in Miami Beach and you're more affluent need to move on in, the concept and what's being said in the community is we're just going to displace those of us that are less fortunate. We're just going to displace those of us that can't provide for ourselves. But then you displace them to where, right? So again, all these issues do is add to the situation that was already a failing structure. And then you take COVID-19. I need people to understand that many of our children don't get the opportunity to go to the doctor after they've had, you know, their vaccines taken just to get into school. Many of our kids don't have family members, don't have access to health care or, healthy foods because you don't have these stores in their community. So when we're talking about COVID-19 and we're in these communities, these kids, these families are stuck in the house with what? What are they eating? And then it's clear to see, I was saying the other day on a chat that if there's anything that this pandemic has done is prove to us where our priorities as a community lies. When our children's food has to be connected to their schooling, we've got a problem because school was supposed to be meant for ABC 1, 2, 3 and thus far, but now they've had to take on the responsibility because the systems have failed communities. And you've got parents who don't know where their next meal is going to come from before the COVID-19. Let us alone now, you've got children and teenagers and kids in the home who want to snack all day, right? And who are actually depending on the meals that are coming from the school system, the grab and goes, the food distributions in the community. We as a community must do better in providing for our most vulnerable communities because when these things happen, they become even more vulnerable.
What do you hope to see in Miami's future for fair and affordable housing?
Oh boy. I think until we begin to admit that there are places where we have failed the most vulnerable communities, I think until we begin to say it cannot always be about the developers, until we begin to say as elected officials, we must not just put the need of the developer ahead of the need of the community, then our projection looks exactly how our history has looked, right? Exactly what's happening right now with Liberty City, with Little Haiti, with Overtown. And notice this isn't happening in your non-urban communities, for lack of better terms. These are not happening in your more affluent communities. This isn't happening in Miami Shores. We're not gentrifying Miami Shores. We're not gentrifying Hallandale Beach, for lack of better terms. There's a current level of gentrification. Exactly what happened in Little Haiti is currently starting to happen in North Miami, which is where those that were moved from Little Haiti moved up to North Miami. And the same things are starting to happen because your nice high rises are popping up, your buildings are being remodeled, your developers are coming in. So the question becomes, at what point do we say enough is enough and the people need to come first? And until we begin to have those conversations and what are the needs of the people and how do we properly address and balance the need of the people and the need of the developers to develop these massive buildings in our communities, we will continue to repeat the same history we've lived. We're still living. We'll continue to repeat that.
You have been recognized locally and nationally for your leadership in the prevention of juvenile delinquency. What are the major difficulties in helping at-risk youth in Miami?
What are my major difficulties in helping at-risk youth in Miami? One, I want to premise my answer by saying a lot of work has been done. There's been a lot of improvement. There have been a lot more initiatives to work with our kids, really looking at our children from a holistic approach, addressing their needs in a wraparound manner. However, until we begin to realize that what our children are going through are clearly based on what they live every day, not the end result, we will continue to face the same end. What do I mean by that? As providers, and I'm guilty of this too, what we like to do is jump and solve the problem. Here's a problem, I have a solution. The reality is we cannot continue to solve a problem until we know the origins of the problem. Never and COVID-19 is a perfect example, HIV/AIDS, H1N1, never in any country has there been an epidemic, has there been a pandemic for us to solve the problem from the end of it. We always attempt to figure out what is the epidemiology of the problem. Where did it begin? What contributed to it? What are the available resources, and how do we address it? But for some odd reason, when it comes to youth violence, youth violence and gun violence, it's just so easy for us to say, let's put them in a program. Yeah, but that program is only 2 or 3 hours. They've got to go back to their community. Or we want to say it's the parents' fault because the parents are not engaged. Right, but do we understand why the parents may not be engaged? Because they're working 2 and 3 jobs trying to put food on their table. So there are real backstories and contributing factors and epidemiological issues that we need to address if we want to see a different tomorrow. So for me, I think that seems to be our bigger issue in addressing the youth and gun violence, because all we want to do is get the guns off the streets. But the guns that are on the streets, where did they come from? Right? So the kid that picks up that gun, what caused him or her to pick up that gun? That kid that joined the gang, what led them to being vulnerable enough to joining that gang? So it's really trying to address the origin of the problem, and then slowly but surely going through the process of epidemiology to figure out how do we solve the problem. So for me, in short, I think my biggest issue in addressing youth violence is trying to get us as adults, decision makers, stakeholders, to change how we see youth violence. Not from just solving the problem, but what's the origin of the problem that leads us to better results.
What are some of the changes that can benefit at-risk youth, their families and communities, and prevent juvenile delinquency?
First, I have to say it is the responsibility of the parent, right? That's where it all begins. So for me to remove the parent out of this process would be a disservice. So I like to say that our youth are in a quadrant. And the easiest way for us to understand that is our youth are in a quadrant and the kid is in the middle. So it's school, community, church, and home. And all of us have to understand that in order for a child to succeed, all of us play a part in that child's community. So when we do these trainings and we as stakeholders, we talk about that child's community, we need to realize that we too are a part of that community. And we need to further understand the success of one child, the success of all of us together. And the failure or the death of a child is the failure of all of us together. And until we can begin to see every child as each of our own child, and that we all are a part of this ecosystem of their success, and we're always pointing the finger, I'm going to move here, I'm going to move there because I don't want my child exposed. Well, I have news for all of us. With the time and age of social media, Zoom is a perfect example, Skype is a perfect example, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and the list goes on, our children are connected. No matter where they live, they're connected. So the sooner we can begin to mimic what our young people are doing, which is to be connected and understand that we all play a role in this chain that leads to their success, that we will always be in this cycle we call youth and gun violence.
How do you see the at-risk youth perspectives in the current housing crisis in Miami? How does this play out in their future aspirations?
For them, I think many of them find themselves feeling as though they don't matter. They don't matter, they don't belong. I have young people who tell me, way before the housing crisis was as evident as it is in front of everyone, right? That I didn't even feel like I belonged in my own family because there weren't family pictures, there weren't real quality time happening inside the home. So now when you add to that level of stress and a child doesn't know, today I live in Liberty City and then you hear tomorrow morning, I've got to move down south because they're closing our building down. There wasn't an education that was done for the kids. We're not prepping them. So these children just feel as though they're pawns in a big game. They're pawns in a chess game. They don't matter. Their future doesn't matter. And in their mind, they say, these people don't care if we live or die. It doesn't matter to them because it's all about the money. That's their mindset. And that is a challenge that we have trying to change that misnomer.
You represent Little Haiti on Service Partnerships, and you are also a member of the planning community for the Haitian American Philanthropy Campaign. How do you see the current gentrification in Little Haiti affecting its youth?
Well, the gentrification is affecting the community as a whole, right? So you have our elderly, that this is all they've known. You have your younger communities, your millennials who feel as though, well, wait a minute, what if I wanted to buy? Now, I wanted to buy my parents' home so that we can keep it in the family. Now you're unable to do that because of the cost of the homes, right? But the way that it impacts our children more is that you've got a lot of these kids who may still live in Little Haiti, but are forced to go to school in North Miami and neighboring communities or in neighboring cities. So the schools are less populated. There are changes happening even within the school system. You have gangs that find themselves in situations because now you've got Haitian gangs and American gangs. So there's just so many more levels to the chaos, and it's an onion with just layers. The peel, it's just layers to the madness that these children feel because they don't feel like they belong. And then you still have a very large population of children who may have come here who are non-English speakers, who are still trying to figure it out. So although they may adapt quicker than their families, but they are in a community, they thought that when they got here, they would have been in a community that would have cushioned them, that would have covered them, that would have provided shelter until they figured it out. But that doesn't exist as much anymore. And then you have a bigger issue where you have multiple families sometimes that live in these households. So when you're no longer able to stay in an area that and you've got some families that have to go live with someone else, some family has to, so the displacement by itself has many, many layers of mental health issues. It causes mental health issues. It causes isolation issues. So these children are trying to figure out in times that are probably the most difficult for them, because naturally between that age of 13 and 17, they're trying to figure out who they are. And as they try to figure out, they're also trying to figure out, where do I fit? And right now, with this housing issue, they physically don't fit anywhere, at least in their mind. They don't physically fit anywhere because I thought I fit in Little Haiti, but I've been pushed out of Little Haiti. And now I've been pushed into, whether it's down south, whether it's Miami Gardens, and the mindset becomes, I'm not Haitian enough and I'm not American enough. So where do I belong?
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss that we didn't address?
Not really. I think if I were to sum it all up, my mission and that of U-Turn Youth is really for us to be that standard bearer of saying we want to unmask the backstories that are living, that are contributing, that are factors in the end result of youth and gun violence. And the housing issue, the gentrification issue, today the COVID-19 issue, all of these issues, hunger, displacement, all of it has to do with what our children will become in the next 5 or 10 years, because this is something that they're currently dealing with, and we have to be prepared as a community to face those issues head on. To think that kids don't understand, to think that kids won't be impacted or affected by the decisions that we make today is truly a false reality for us as a community. And to think that these are the same kids that we as a community will not suffer from, the brain drain. If I don't belong here, I need to go somewhere else. So these kids are feeling as though, this isn't for me. And when I'm old enough, I want to get out of Miami. There's nothing that Miami does for me. I don't want to contribute to Miami. I don't see how Miami does anything for me. Then as a community, we need to be prepared that we have educated these young people who will then go off and produce and be a lot more, they'll be better contributing citizens to other communities, which will then become competitions to us in Miami-Dade County. So we need to not just look at the present, but understand that the decisions that we make, we need to understand what are the contributing factors, the decisions we're making right now, and how will they benefit or hurt us later on as a community.
Thank you so much for your time. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to speak with you and share your story, which will become part of the University of Miami's Oral History Archive collection.
Well, I thank you guys for having me. Thank you for considering me. And I know when I accepted this, many of my thought was, well, I don't necessarily deal with housing specifically, right? but I did understand fully that housing is a contributing factor to what we're seeing in the community as it relates to youth and gun violence. And then the COVID-19 just really shed a light of when we're saying home and house and staying home, what does that mean for young people? And how does a place that was never somewhere that they felt comfortable now someplace that they have to stay in? And what does that really mean for them? And when we begin to transition out of this pandemic, what will that mean for us as a community? So I'm honored to have been, to have been thought of to be part of this project. And I hope you guys know that I'm always a phone call away if we can ever be of any further assistance.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you. Thanks again.
Thank you.
My name is Alex Hill, and today is April 27th, 2020. I will be conducting an oral history interview today with Nancy Mateer. This interview is being conducted via a Zoom video call. This interview is part of the Race, Housing, and Displacement Oral History Project. So my first question is, what is the history of your organizations that you're working in, and what are some of your recent milestones?
All right, so recently I was the Climate Justice Program Manager for the New Florida Majority. I left them late last year to pursue work, to run for Commissioner of Coral Springs. I also am on the steering committee for the Miami Climate Alliance, where I give insight on issues around climate justice work and how it impacts most vulnerable communities, the elderly, Black and brown, working poor folks in South Florida.
Perfect, thank you. What do you believe is the biggest obstacle in the way of achieving your goals?
I believe really being able to articulate how important climate work or these issues impact these communities directly. When you are faced with so many barriers and obstacles, that's the last thing that you can think about. Climate change can be categorized as a privileged conversation when you need to worry about feeding your family, making sure that you have access to healthcare, making sure you have a job. Look at the midst of COVID-19, a lot of people are worried about how they're going to make ends meet. The last thing on their mind is climate change.
Absolutely. And personally, what has led you to this line of work in the community?
I saw the need. I saw that this information wasn't being delivered to folks that look like me, and a lot of us carry this burden. I'm of Haitian descent, and we all know what's going on in Little Haiti right now. A community that's built that community for over 50 years is now being pushed out. So what does that mean about culture? What does that mean about preserving what folks left their homes for on the island to Miami, and then now it's no longer there, right? So what led me to this work is really the injustices that lays within that conversation, and how a lot of folks who are making decisions on behalf of people don't look like those people in the community.
So since our project is mainly about housing, I'm going to ask you a question related to that. So how is the housing crisis in South Florida affecting your organization or the stakeholders you work with?
So I consider myself as a stakeholder. I can't afford to live in South Florida.
Mm-hmm.
I've been saving for a home now for about 3 years. And I think I'll probably get a little breathing room because the market is not so great right now. So I can probably find something that I can afford. With the organizations that I work with, when we talk about the housing crisis, we talk about displacement of communities like those in Little Haiti, right? And that's very deliberate because seafront property or oceanfront property is no longer valuable because of sea level rise. And historically, we know communities of color have been pushed inland to higher elevation. And so that means two things. People are being pushed out, or either forced to move in more vulnerable areas where they're more prone to flooding, etc., or they're being pushed out and told to fend for themselves when they had a home that they purchase and is theirs, now they're being pushed to rent, and maybe they can't afford to pay that $1,500, $1,700 a month, which will then put these families in much more debt than they already have accumulated.
Okay, thank you. So do you believe that race or economic inequalities are the biggest factors shaping the housing crisis, or do you feel like they're indiscernible or they're not, you can't really extrapolate the two?
That absolutely is. We look at history of Jim Crow in our system, when we talk about redlining, when we talk about code words like the schools don't have, there's no great schools in this area. Those are deliberate to Black and Brown communities. So race is a major factor around housing. When you look at disenfranchisement of certain communities, the housing market crashes, and then you have developers that come in and buy up everything and then pushes this community out again. And then that cycle repeats itself. It repeats itself. We're seeing that throughout the country, and it's happening mainly in Black and Brown communities.
Okay. I know you've worked in local governments, but even within local governments or statewide or national wide, do you believe that there's like the government supports your effort, or is there pushback for a lot of your initiatives?
I think that on a local level, I can't speak to national, on a local level, I've seen the efforts, especially in Broward County. Nan Rich is an advocate around affordable housing. She's been pushing for it. She hears the cry of local communities. In Miami, I think the wave is starting to happen, but it's masked under affordable housing and fixed housing when it's really gentrification. We see that in all the low vulnerable areas where they have affordable housing, but in those affordable housing, there's only a small percentage of the people that live there that stay there. And why is that? There hasn't been much conversation of retaining those residents and ensuring that they can return back home when these new affordable housings sites or apartment complexes are built. So I think it's a catch-20, right? We can say they're doing enough to say that they are, but not enough to make sure that the community is well off after they've created this affordable housing ordinance.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So I'm sure you've seen climate gentrification certainly affect your work. Do you have any plans to safeguard affected communities?
It's really about educating them and really connecting the dots. Like when we have conversations about climate gentrification, you have to really go to the source. We have to go to economics and their livelihood. The reason why you can no longer afford where you live is because of X, Y, and Z. So when you're able to connect dots for these communities, they're able to empower themselves and advocate on the behalf of themselves, right? A lot of people still don't understand, I've lived in this home for over 30, 40 years. Why are my taxes going up? So people don't understand that. So really breaking down that information is valuable to safeguard these communities. I feel like we've been saying this for a very long time, and now climate gentrification is the new sexy. Everybody wants to talk about it, but it's happening. We know it's happening. What are we doing about it? And we can't just say that, oh, we're having conversations. We need efforts and a plan that really safeguards these individuals. And myself as an advocate, there's only so much I can do. I can educate the community. I can guide them to the resources, but it's really local government to really, their local government that really can push and stop these developers from preying on our most vulnerable.
Absolutely. This is kind of a broad question, and you sort of touched upon it earlier, but what impact do environmental factors like hurricanes, sea level rise, climate change, and now the COVID-19 virus or pandemic have on the most vulnerable communities? If that's too broad, you can just choose one of those and touch upon it.
There's a lot to unpack with that one question, but I'm going to start on a national level. Recently, President Trump just lowered the standards for car efficiency. So that promotes more reliance on gasoline, And what that in turns means that our air pollution is just going to get worse. And when you look at the pockets of the greatest impacts of air pollution, again, it's Black and brown communities. We also see that he's lowered the standards for companies through the EPA, assuring them that they can produce more and not be regulated for it. Again, when we look at coal ash and coal sludge, where that's being distributed, that's just, or where refineries are located, that's located in Black and brown communities. So when we talk about COVID and combating this disease, you could see a direct correlation, because the people who are dying from this are Black and brown communities, not because they don't know the severity of it. It's because if they are directly located next to a coal refinery where they are breathing in these small particulate matter, is their lungs strong enough to combat COVID-19? So you can see that direct correlation throughout the Southeast, and where Black folks are dying, primarily Black folks. So that's one instance. Two, when we talk about severe weather, again, who gets hit the hardest? Black and brown communities, vulnerable communities. Sometimes they can't afford to evacuate, so they have to shelter in place. Hurricane Katrina, Hurricane Irma, Hurricane Maria are great examples of that. And then after they get through those devastations, they're responsible for rebuilding. So when you have your entire life wiped away in front of you, and all your savings have gone towards this home that you've worked so hard to build for you and your family, and it's gone, then what? You have to start all over again. So you see mental illness that begins to escalate in these areas, Black and brown areas. You see violence continues to escalate, and then you see food security becomes a huge issue, because now you have to try to figure out how you're going to live after this severe weather experience, and trying to maintain a job. If your job is still there, look in Miami Beach after Hurricane Irma, all hospitality industries laid off so many individuals. And we see that here in COVID-19, all the essential workers are front line, but then when the economy crashes, they're first to let go. So it's just like, yeah, those are all the different nuisance that we have to take into account when we talk about climate change, when we talk about severe weather, when we talk about even policies and how it just impacts the most vulnerable. Everything's connected.
All right. And then could you speak about your work on the Florida Disaster Preparedness Plan and how it works to ensure safety and stability in vulnerable neighborhoods?
Yeah, so that is a project that I co-founded with Valencia Gunder. I don't know if you have any intentions of speaking with her, but we created something called the Community Emergency Operations Center, where it serves as a hub for people before the storm and after the storm. So before the storm, if people are having issues, because in South Florida, people live paycheck to paycheck, and one paycheck is one paycheck away from homelessness. If they aren't able to buy the supplies they need to prepare for the storm, then they can come here and get some supplies to hold them over just for a little bit. Then we have after the storm, where people are seeking relief. Again, these essential workers are laid off, hospitality service industries are laid off, and they can't make ends meet. And when we talk about utilities, who are the last to get their utilities turned on after a storm? People of color. And so when we saw that need, we heard the need. So after the storm, we created a relief hub where people can come and charge their phones, where people can get the supplies they need, where people can come and have some sort of entertainment with their children. We have coloring books. We have folks that came out and volunteered their time. Because again, it's all about community. And what made this model really, really good is really successful is that we targeted real vulnerable pockets or vulnerable communities throughout South Florida, and they were in charge of what their community hubs look like. We didn't create that for them. Each community looks different, their needs are different, so we made sure that those needs reflected the community's ask.
Gotcha. And so what do you hope to see in South Florida's future for a fair and affordable housing?
I hope to see a place where young professionals can thrive, where Black and Brown people can thrive, mixed income housing complexes. It shows, when studies have showed, when there is mixed income housing, that crime rates go down, that people just have a better quality of life. So I would love to see that implemented throughout South Florida. It shows a level of community, it shows a level of support. People just want to live good lives. I just really want the state of Florida to use the funding, the federal funding that's allocated to affordable housing, into good use, instead of pivoting into other pockets that we have no say on. So I just want the Florida government, local, state, federal government representation to do right by its constituents and ensure that people have safe housing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Is there anything else you would like to discuss that we didn't address?
No, I'm just looking forward to seeing the final project, and just let me know when it comes
Oh yeah,
out.
absolutely. My name is Alex Hill, and today is April 9th, 2020. I will be conducting an oral history interview today with Adrian Madriz. This interview is being conducted via a Zoom video call. This interview is part of the Race, Housing, and Displacement Oral History Project. So, what is the history of your organization, and what are some of your recent milestones?
Well, my name again is Adrian Madriz. I'm the executive director for SMASH, which stands for Struggle for Miami's Affordable and Sustainable Housing. SMASH started in 2016 as a response to the overwhelming amount of slumlords and gentrification that were happening in the lower, mostly Black and brown areas of Miami, lower income, mostly Black and brown areas of Miami. So the neighbors of these neighborhoods, mostly Liberty City, Overtown, Little Havana, came together and said, we need to do something about this. The landlords will not make repairs, and if they do make repairs, they're raising the rents on everybody and evicting them. So we need to figure out a way to improve people's conditions and not gentrify them out of the neighborhood. That's when we came across the model called the Community Land Trust model. It was taught to us by a very prominent community leader. Her name is Trinice Bryant, and she still works with us today as a member of our board. We decided we would start a community land trust affordable housing project, and it would accomplish two goals. We would obviously give people material, material relief from the slumlord and gentrification conditions. Excuse me. And then the other goal was to do a narrative shift of what is possible when it comes to community-driven development in Miami. So much of development is driven right now by large businesses, corporations, the government, and their allies. They are of the opinion that development should exclusively be done by them, that they have the best solutions, the best ideas, and that everybody else just needs to get with the program. That is not true. We have seen time and time again how these ideas have ruined communities because they've displaced the poorest members of them, changed the fabric of neighborhoods, changed the character, and we've lost our history as a result. So we need to change that, and we need to value the people who are most affected by the affordable housing crisis and put them in charge of making decisions. So we've been doing that since 2016. In 2018, we hit a major milestone when we finally got land to be able to develop our first project. It's located at 22nd Avenue and 62nd Street. And then we got financing for it through a crowdfunding campaign that happened over the period of about 2 months. In those 2 months, we raised $325,000 for the development of this project. In that time, we also did a community-wide design charrette for the project itself. So that was a little bit longer, took 5 months. It all ended at the same time. At the end, the entire neighborhood was able to vote on the actual design of the project. And they said if they liked it, if they didn't like it. If they didn't like it, we would have packed up, gone home, called it a day. Instead, the community has spoken, They don't want this project. But much to our surprise, they approved it. They approved it 89% to 11%. And makes a lot of sense because they were the ones who helped design it. This is the power of community-driven development. Even though the project is calling for 3 units in an area that's zoned for 2, it's calling for transitional housing for LGBTQ homeless youth, it's calling for relief housing for a slumlord-affected family. All of these are programs that would normally kind of trigger this NIMBYism that happens in terms of like neighbors saying, I don't want this in my backyard. But that didn't happen. Because we, with integrity, went before the neighborhood and asked them, how do you want to do this? And so now we're in the process of getting permits for that project. And that's it.
Okay. Next question. You kind of sort of answered this or touched upon it, but what do you believe is the biggest goal in the way of achieving your goals? Or biggest obstacle, I'm sorry.
Right now, the biggest obstacle we're facing is the fact that there's an overwhelming narrative still that favors developers, large corporations, moneyed interests in terms of what the future of neighborhoods should be, what community reinvestment should look like. These are the people with power. And so our challenge is shifting the dynamics of power to now favor the people who are most affected by those policies that these people have made. That's our biggest challenge.
Okay. So what led you personally to this line of work in the community?
I was a community organizer for an organization called the Miami Worker Center back in 2014. And my job was to ask residents of Liberty City what their biggest challenges were as a community. They all indicated housing, specifically slumlord housing. I was invited into people's homes, and I saw firsthand the kinds of conditions that they had to live in. Some dramatic examples of destitute poverty and squalor. People who had to live with rats, roaches, mold, mildew. I'll never forget the smell of a particular apartment. I went inside, and it just smelled like death. It smelled like everything horrible that you can imagine. And the reason it smelled so bad was because in the bathroom, the bathtub was unusable. There was about a 3-inch layer of raw human sewage that was basically on the surface of the bathtub itself. And it wasn't going down. It wasn't, the drain wasn't draining. It was actually pumping up more sewage. And there was obviously a very clear plumbing issue with the building. But it had been like that for months. And so this guy who was living in this apartment was having to tolerate a smell that I couldn't tolerate for more than about 30 seconds. And he had to live like that every single day and every night. I could show you videos of the black mold that appears in people's bathrooms. I could show you videos of the rats that people have had to flush down their toilets. I could show you a lot of different videos.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like these dramatic examples, the things I saw, and especially the things I had to smell, that just completely changed my outlook on life and said, I can't go on living the way I have been. Like, there's clearly going to be a very different world that I step into tomorrow, knowing what I know now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what led me to do this work.
Okay. This is a redundant question, but I'm kind of required to go through it. How is the housing crisis in Miami affecting your organization or the stakeholders you work with?
The members of our organization are the ones that are affected by the housing crisis. That's how we structured it from the beginning. We're a community land trust. So we, first of all, follow the main principle of the most affected must lead, and that is reflected in the makeup of the board of the organization. 33% of the board has to be residents that are affected by the conditions. Another 33% have to be interested community members, people who surround the area where our land trust is going to be built. And then the last third is professional stakeholders, people who have engineering, accounting, legal expertise, and they want to help the people make a better project. All 3 of these groups have a form of checks and balances on each other, and they make sure that it doesn't go any particular direction too far. The professional stakeholders inform the community members about the best way to do things logistically. The community members inform the professional stakeholders about what are the risks to the community if certain conditions are allowed to fester, or if we say, yes, this might be more technically feasible, but it's going to affect more people as a result. or it's going to damage more people as a result. So these are the people who have been bearing the brunt of the affordable housing crisis. These are the ones that are paying more than 50% of their income to their rent. These are the ones that have a history of homelessness. These are the ones that have a history of living in a slum condition. Our board chair is somebody who comes directly from one of the affected buildings. Our previous board chair, God rest her soul, died because of the conditions that were so bad in her apartment. So it's not that our people get affected by the affordable housing crisis. Our people are the main leaders of the affordable housing crisis.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you believe that race or economic equalities are which one of the two is the biggest factor in shaping the housing crisis, or are they are you not able to are they one and the same essentially?
Race is probably the biggest factor with the population that we're serving, because we don't see anybody that isn't black or brown in these conditions. We have not seen one white person in these conditions. We've seen a lot of white landlords, a lot, and they don't even the imagery, the metaphor that's in front of them doesn't even trigger their mind. You have white people basically forcing poor black people to have to live in conditions that are comparable to chattel slavery. And it just goes over their head. They don't even care. The roots of the problem are racism, patriarchy, and capitalism. It's also worth noting that the majority of our board is women. It's also worth noting that these women have led us to highlight the feminization of poverty as one of the main issues that we need to resolve through our work. And it's also notable that all of these people, regardless of whether they're black or a woman, have to deal with the economic effects of not having an affordable place to live. And so I wish I could say it's one particular one, but really these three branches of the roots are the big problem.
Okay. Do you believe the local government supports your effort, or is there pushback?
We do get support from the local government. And then there are certain policies, unfortunately, that we still have to change. Right now, we haven't been encountering too much in terms of political resistance to the things we'd like to have changed. We've tried to be very careful about how it is that we communicate our messaging and what kinds of campaigns and targets we pick. That having been said, there is going to come a day in which the developers are going to be more aware of what we're doing, more threatened by it, and they're going to actively campaign against whatever it is that we want. So we're not looking forward to that day, but it's coming.
All right. Do you believe the aggressive practices by slumlords for capital gains and profit or complacency by local governments has most contributed to the housing crisis in Miami?
The complacency of the local government is driven by the developers and the corporations. They're the ones that pay for the campaigns of all of these people that are making the laws so lax and the enforcement so lackluster. Mm. So they're really linked.
Okay. And what impact do environmental factors like hurricanes, sea level rise, climate change, and now the COVID-19 pandemic have on the most vulnerable communities?
Well, that was a whole lot of different things you named right there. But let's start with climate change. The poorest neighborhoods in Miami are also the highest elevation neighborhoods. It used to be that if you were a wealthy speculative developer, you wanted to buy land that was closest to the water because that was the one that was projected to increase in value the most. Now they have another problem. Because we're only about 20 years away from when we'll have significant enough sea level rise to basically flood the entire east coast of Miami. Insurers are raising their premiums if you live on the coast or near a body of water. The insurance premium increases have gotten to the point where they're starting to eat into the profit margins of the developers. And so they're moving away from developing the coasts into now developing the higher elevation areas, which happen to be, again, the lowest income areas. That is an additional factor contributing to the gentrification of Miami. With COVID-19, we're just seeing kind of like the complete collapse of our housing system, really. It's been unsustainable up until now for people to be able to pay over 50% of their income just to go to their rent. Now that they've lost their income entirely, they're really not going to be able to pay the rent, like at all. And already you have seen, I think nationally, a third of all renters stop paying rent without any kind of a coordinated rent strike. They just stop paying. That's only going to get worse. And if the landlords continue to be kind of draconian about collecting rent without considering, well, people don't have a job, so how are they going to pay it? Then they're just going to continue to lose more and more profits because they're never going to find a solution that's going to be able to get them the rent that they need. They can't just evict the family. There's a moratorium. And then even if they could, who are they going to find that can actually pay the rent to live there? Everybody's losing their job. So it's just a complete collapse.
Gotcha. Could you touch upon your Liberty City Committee on Slum and Gentrification and how it works to educate residents?
As a committee of different agencies and nonprofits that do something related to housing in the Liberty City neighborhood. And we made it a specific mission to tackle the issues of slum and gentrification.
Mm-hmm.
Their work culminated in the creation of the Smash Housing Project. That was what we were all working towards. And so now that project is finally in development. So the committee is just providing support for that project.
Okay. So what do you hope to see in Miami's future for fair and affordable housing?
I would love to see a situation in which everybody who wants a home gets a home. And we recognize as a city, housing is truly a fundamental human right. It cannot be taken away. It cannot be taxed. It cannot be monetized. It has to be given to people. Just like speech or religion or the ability to bear arms. A house is just as important, if not more so.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like to discuss that we didn't address?
No, I think we're good.
All right. Perfect. That's it. Thank you so much.
These blessings all fall to you. After lunch, I have to say something about the last three witnesses that we have. This tribunal is not written like a traditional bourgeois court system. This is a process where people can come and hear. Oh, shoot. I keep forgetting about this. I'm sorry. But as I was saying, this is not like the bourgeois court system. You know, this tribunal, so Steve, somewhere in your arm out, but it's about a place of healing. It's a place where people can come and express themselves. There's no 2 minutes like down at City Hall or the county commissioners. This is what we must insist upon from city and county government. How dare you give people a time limit to what they're supposed to say? It is our government. We have to start fighting for change inside these governments because they have created rules and procedures and regulations that keep you quiet because they got a time limit. They put you on the clock. So the people never get to really express themselves because they always looking at the clock and rushing themselves. So I'm so thankful that I ran into some brothers and sisters who feel the same way I feel about let's open up the process. let's have something that the people can respect and see as theirs, where they can come and share no matter what type of drama you know, I mean, come on, man. You know, we had 3 sisters, 3 women right before this time period who came before us and expressed things that had happened to them through their lives. You can't do that at City Hall. You cannot do that at the county courthouse. I mean, the county commissioner's office. They don't want to hear it. So that's why it's so important for us to build this rainbow coalition that Fred Hampton used to talk about all the time. I've seen it work. That's what shook up this government. Everybody think the Black Panther Party got attacked because it was about guns. No, it didn't. It got attacked because of the programs that exist today, like Head Start, like free breakfast for school children going to school, free clinics. All those things came about. We brought about those things. We fought for those things inside our community. But the government couldn't stand it. J. Edgar Hoover. You know, Hoover, that's a vacuum cleaner, ain't it? Isn't that a vacuum cleaner company called Hoover? Yeah. Yeah, well, that's, what do a vacuum cleaner do? It sucks up all the air, whether it be dirt or air, it sucks it up. Richard Nixon, John Mitchell, all of them was a part of this thing. All of them was crooks. So it is time for us to rebuild the movement of the people. We haven't had that in a long time. Yeah, everybody was out there for George Floyd, but you see where that's at right now. People who took their signs and went home. It's over with, like you don't want something. More police have killed more innocent people since George Floyd. There's been an increase of police violence. This article that I wanted to present, and I sent it to the email address. It's an article from the Guardian newspaper that shows how this violence has increased. And I'm going to see here because some of this language I don't particularly agree with. The burden of fatal police violence is an urgent public health and mental health, I'm adding that, crisis in the United States. Mounting evidence shows that death at the hands of police disproportionately impacts people of certain races and ethnicity, pointing to systemic racism in policy. Recent high-profile killings by police in the U.S. has prompted calls for more intent and public data reporting on police violence. This study examines the presence and extent of under-reporting of police violence in U.S. government, runs vital registration data, offers a method for correcting unreporting in these data sets. So we know there's violence going on, but what are they doing? They cover it up. They send it to what they call internal affairs. We got to fight against qualified immunity. Because if you beat somebody up, you're going to get arrested. You're going to have to pay a bond. But they can go around beating people up and, you know, internal revenue up. Yeah, they are revenue too. Internal affairs can justify it. And they have justified it. We got to stop this violence. We got to stop this culture of violence. We got to fight against violence in our community, violence against women, violence against children, violence against those who may have a different sexual orientation than other people might have. America was built on violence. We don't like to talk about it. We don't like to talk about the fact of the matter that the Senecas, it's hard to find somebody that calls themselves a Seneca or Chickasaw or any of the indigenous people. Tomorrow is what they call Indigenous Peoples Day. Y'all are down on us. You know, I read a report once about scalping and how during the time period of the selling of this country, how intense the market was for Native people scalps. It made no difference if it was a children, a woman, or a man. There was money paid out for people's scalps. But when you look at Western culture and you look at it, they make you think that it was the native people doing the scalping. But it was them doing the scalping. You think I'm lying? Look it up, Google it. You know, a lot of times we use Google in the wrong way. It's one thing they made a mistake. Everything bad thing they did, everything man or human beings have did throughout history, you can damn near find it in Google now. It's just a matter of knowing how to do their research and to come up. So the violent culture of America is bleeding into our streets over and over and over again. And we have to come to grips with it. There's got to be a mechanism that's created by the people that teaches young boys, teaches young girls that you don't have to accept being in a brutal relationship. That you should be in a relationship based on a humanistic attitude. That it's not good, it's not right to hit a woman. There's nothing big about that, there's nothing brave about that. But when you watch our culture, when you watch television, when you watch the movie, what do we see? Violence. What's the most popular movie? The most violent the movie is, the more popular it is. We cannot accept that type of culture anymore. And that's what this tribunal is about. Opening up the process where we can come together and talk to each other. Let us talk to each other. And once we talk to each other, then we'll be in a better position to do what? Fight back. Because we know how to fight back. So I thought Francois would be here by now. He said 5 minutes. You know, 5 minutes is a long time. But I'm gonna turn it over to maybe some of the jurors. If anybody has anything they would like to say, you know, feel free to take the roster. This is the open process. Who's that? Oh, we have somebody coming in for testimony. I got saved. But yeah, brothers and sisters, let us come together in one body. Let us fight for justice, whether it be climate justice, social justice. We got to do it. Our children are looking at us. We have to give them better examples. Guess who? Oh, okay. So whenever she gets ready, she can come up and take the microphone. Nobody else? Okay, we're gonna break for 2 minutes and then we'll be right back, okay? I'll call to the people. Peace and blessings, all power to the people. As I understand, our next testimony is going to be given by Ms. Carla, dealing with and I know this is going to be good, because I feel the same way, the ineffectiveness of the government, city and county government to deal with climate change. So without further ado, I bring you Ms. Carla. I got messed up.
That's okay. Hi. So somebody told me.
Yes, please, state your name and spell it, please.
Okay.
Apologize.
I'm Clara Ransom, C-L-A. I'm a teacher. I talk all day long. You can't hear me?
You want some, we'll wipe off the mat,
It's just for the clarity of the record, so she can.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm Clara Ransom. Clara Ransom. You want me to spell my name?
yes, please.
C-L-A-R-A. Ransom, R-A-N, as in Nancy, S-O-N, as in Mary, like ransom. Oh. I have, so I can go ahead and start? So I have 2 kids, and I'm a teacher, and I'm a concerned citizen and a climate activist. I volunteer with the Fridays for Future Miami, Parents for Future Miami, and Parents for Future globally. I attended most of the mayor's Resilient Action Forum meetings for the past year. Maybe I missed one. My comments are all recorded on the public recordings. I urge the city to act on the climate emergency, and as you will hear on the recordings, Mayor Suarez or his committee would give me a reason why they couldn't act. I talked about many things like treating the climate emergency similar to the way we treat COVID-19. Educate the public. Specifically, I suggested putting a banner on the top of the Miami Gov website saying climate emergency, like they have COVID-19 emergency at the top. I reiterated the need to educate the public on this issue. I explained that my neighbors all know about the dangers of COVID-19, but they do not know the dangers of the climate emergency. They need to be educated. I suggested that the city lead by example and reduce their carbon footprint by putting solar panels on the buildings, for example, among other things. My comments and their responses are all recorded in the recorded meetings of the Mayor's Action Resilience Forum. They basically gave me a nonsensical excuse, in my opinion, of why they couldn't do anything. I volunteered my time each month because the mayor said he wanted to hear ideas about what our city can do to address the climate emergency. But during the meeting, they did not want to take most of the ideas suggested. It is not fair to our future generations to do nothing and rely on carbon capture, which is an unrealistic and expensive long shot answer. Most importantly, I expressed my concern about the city's goals not being in line with science. They do not have the right to decide whether or not to follow the science. Their job is to protect the public, and they are not. They have an obligation to protect the people, to listen to the science and follow it, but they are not doing that. Not only are they not taking action, but they are pretending to do the right thing and pretending to take care of it, which is even more dangerous. Take, for example, the name Miami Forever Plan. Even the name is not true. They need to recognize the facts, the science, and take action. Get rid of the Orwellian language. This inaction causes me to suffer anxiety. I worry about my children's future and putting this responsibility on them to clean up this mess. I worry about the dangerous weather events happening right now. The hurricanes, the fires, the heat waves, the drought, and food supply shortages. I worry more about these conditions. I worry more that these conditions will get worse in the future, as our scientists predict. It is not fair to future generations to not do something immediately. They will have an uninhabitable planet. I wake up in the middle of the night worrying because we are doing nothing to change our course. Like I previously mentioned, I'm a 10th grade teacher. I teach English at Miami Senior High School. My students are very worried about this climate emergency. My students also suffer anxiety because of it. Some high school students have told me that they consider not having children because the planet will not be habitable. Many students say that it is the responsibility of our government officials to make policies that protect the people. Some of my students are so concerned that they are reading the book Drawdown, the most comprehensive plan ever proposed to reverse global warming. They're taking action. They're reading the book and seeing what to do. They're looking for answers to the problem right now. Many of my students are angry at the older generation for letting things get so bad. They are more angry that our leaders continue on the same path of burning fossil fuels and not taking action. When you have a problem, the best thing to do is to recognize the problem. Call it for what it is. Then you can begin to do something about it. This is what needs to be done. Recognize the problem and take action like our lives depend on it, because our lives do depend on it. Those are my remarks. I do have suggestions for what to do about the problem, if you'd like to hear. Okay. Well, the first thing I told my students was I didn't want to depress them with the problem, but it is true and it is a problem. And we're reading the book Drawdown, the most comprehensive plan ever to reverse global warming. The most comprehensive plan ever proposed to reverse global warming. And it has a bunch of ideas that are researched and so forth. Second, educate the public about the problem of global warming and climate change, and then educate them so that they see the need to reduce electrical consumption. People aren't aware of it. If they were aware, they could all reduce 10% easily, 15%. Each family business can reduce 10%. Lights in my neighborhood are left on all day long while people are at work, the outdoor lights. They're just unaware. People leave their cars running in the parking lot while they're sitting in them so they can get the air conditioned. If they knew the importance, just by educating so people can take little steps, that's 10% right there that would be helpful. Community gardens. People need to know how to grow their own food, and we have less for delivery and everything. Community composting. Road closures, and replace those with bicycle paths. And one more suggestion is start in the schools. We got a lot of kids in school. Start in the schools to make the change towards a fossil fuel-free world. The elementary schools, the middle schools, the high schools, the colleges, and the graduate schools. That's a huge start right there. And Finally, I just wish I could get some electricity besides from SPNL. We're stuck with that. But we should be able to choose clean energy. Thank you.
Could you remain here just a second? Because I'm gonna talk to you a little bit more. I've been in some of those meetings, I'm very disgusted with you.
I've seen you on Zoom, and I'm glad to meet you personally.
Very disgusted with him. He talks a good game. He talks a good game about climate change, global warming, but he doesn't listen. Doesn't listen to the people whatsoever. And one of the things that bothers me the most is the mind they forever bond, because it gives the illusion that it is forever. And here we are, we at ground zero, the sea level rise, and they still driving around here in those gas guzzlers. Do you realize that the city of Miami, you know who they buy their gasoline from, don't you? The county, just like the rest of the metropolitans in this area. The county operates 29 stations where they sell gas and diesel. It's a business that's killing us. Like my friend says, she said, the pathway to mitigation starts with the government's policy against pollution. But 10 years ago, that we found out that the federal government said that we have bad water. Now they want to tax us again. The county just passed the bill to tax us again to make our water bills go up because they want to clean up the water. So look, I appreciate you. You can talk as long as you want to, but I'm really upset about this city and this county.
Did you have any questions?
Yeah.
Hello? Okay, so let's see if I can remember my question. Yeah, it just reminds me about priorities that these institutions have, government have, and such. I saw an article a couple of nights ago about, y'all hear me pretty good? Okay, about how NASA, how they're doing over there in Mars. They just produced the first 2 hours worth of oxygen for one astronaut. They have this machine and a rover that's the size of a toaster. And it can condenses the monoxide, same gas you get from the tailpipe of a car, right? And it converts it to oxygen. And so that's a way of terraforming Mars. Yes, that's cool, especially if you're rich, because now we have been commercialized to travel to space now. If we have millions, hundreds of millions, there's a billionaire. I'm not a billionaire. I'm thinking about several blocks, several miles from here. I do problems. Yeah, you hear me pretty good. Okay, just making sure. And it's just like I said, it's just priorities. And I see that your children are again. Draw down, getting solutions and stuff like that. And we don't have nobody from us investing in that. And if it is, it's very poor. And I think about the budget. I don't know what it is now, but a year or two ago, the budget's $9 billion in Dade County. A year, if I remember, if I heard correctly. That sounds about right. So, how do you feel? Pretty much sharing that with your experience and your understanding about
learned from the book is that it's cheaper to have renewable energy. So we're talking about money and the choices that they're, oh, the, oh, I hear you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I am. So the choices that we're making are bad choices financially. And so we might as well use the renewable energy it's cheaper that way. But no matter how much money you have, how many billions you have, you can't pay to have a planet for your grandchild. That money isn't going to help you. So you could have all the money in the world, and once we destroy our planet, the money isn't going to help a bit for anybody, the richest of the rich.
You know, saying that, you know, and say, you know, they make the flight to Mars. Those corporations make mistakes every day. And it could be $1 million mistake. So when, you know, to me, it's like a question, how far they think they can get in a short amount of time. You know, especially if they're building, if their business is showing constant mistake, costly mistakes. You know, from here to Mars is a long way. So you think they would invest into preserving what they got now? Because I'm pretty sure they go over there to Mars. You're gonna be miserable. Where the trees at? Where the nice beaches at? You know, I don't know. Maybe they got technology that is already made, but the air is too high. It did. I'm definitely feeling it. So yeah, it's gonna drop. Yeah, and I'll just coming straight off my mind here from the children, you know, investing in this drawdown. Why don't see NASA doing that?
Who?
NASA.
Oh, yeah.
So if I want to ask your children, why is NASA not investing in these things? I know it's space and everything, but it's based on Earth projection. You know, everything is consideration of Earth and humans. So yeah, and then maybe they should ask NASA.
Jack, also something I really appreciate you, but it's my number one fans in the world are teachers. And I remember every teacher I had in high school, college, because we take that for granted. You know, we spend more time with our teachers than we spend with our parents. And people don't realize how important teachers are, and good teachers. Because all teachers are not good teachers, but there are a lot of good teachers. And to be an English teacher, and for you to put that type of knowledge into their heads, it's going along with the plan of the UN, because that's what the UN said would help. We need to what? We need to empower women, right? We need to give children the opportunities to participate in how to solve this problem, and then this will put us on the right road. But you don't see that in the city government, you don't see it in the county government. I mean, we got a pretty decent county mayor, but she's still handicapped because she's surrounded by a bunch of knuckleheads, you know? So anybody got anything else they want to go? Yeah, come on.
Hi, my name is Angel. Thank you for your presentation. I am right there with you. I've been involved with the climate movement. Climate grief, for those of you who don't know, comes from the understanding that we are living in an unsustainable system. And I don't mean just like trendy buzzword like unsustainable, we have to do more composting. I mean, like we literally will not be able to live on the planet if we don't get our act together. So that being said, and kind of like picking back on the recent comments about teachers. So you said you're a parent. And so how, if you can kind of go more into detail about like how the parents that you're organizing with and how like other teachers and administrators are like what kind of a toll emotionally, physically, like I know that you mentioned yourself, but like what are some other things that people have mentioned from your circles? Also, you know, you have like a situation where you have like something like 1,000 students per like mental health counselor at school. So, you know, if you can talk about like access to those resources and how the institutions, whether they are or are not able to deal with the reality of what we're facing. I hope that's okay.
Well, I can't speak for everybody across every classroom. And I work with my colleagues on the 10th grade team, and I always am trying to put in climate information and work it into our lesson in a cohesive manner. So yes, the other teachers have told me that the students think it's very sad and it's hard to take. And so not only are we teaching it, we have to talk about it and deal with the emotional aspect of it. And it's hard. I don't know how do you deal with the emotional aspect of it? It's pretty hard. I mean, I have a hard time with it myself. My son and daughter have a hard time talking about it. And so the best thing that I found was to provide an answer with this book. And so I find that that's helped them because they have a way to put their energy into that, and they're looking for solutions. I tell them these are your future jobs. And so I'm talking to them about how they see their life in this way, serving in this capacity. So they're already thinking about what they're going to do and how they're going to be part of this change. As far as the administrators and the counselors, I can't really speak to that, but I do know that mental health at this moment is a big issue, and we're having, it is a big issue. We take it very seriously at school, and the counselors take it seriously, but specifically, I'm not sure from their perspective.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your hard work and dedication. Got nothing but love for you. Good work. But the good work, okay?
Thank you very much. Thanks for letting me.
I know who's supposed to be next, but I got to ask you to wait, sir. Sure. Because Francois back. We want to finish up his testimony, get him out of the way because we have to get an engagement coming up in a couple hours. So come on, son. Bring your food with you.
I read some more. What is like?
All right, what is like? Right.
Thank you.
Yes, we got it. All right. So we had to go back. We're going back to the question of police violence, the things that happen in Francois, and it's happening throughout this country. And this is good testimony we got here. This is good testimony we got here. Once again, Francois is co-founder of Conscious Contractors. I got to put this out there, you know.
Yeah, go ahead, keep going. Let me give him some cards.
And he's also running for District 5 City Commissioner. So if you're interested in joining the campaign, come to our office, 7310 Northwest 7th Avenue, right down the street here, about 20 blocks up the way. We welcome you. You know, we have a slogan. We say we're ushering in the new dawn and the new beginning by bridging community to government. Sick of the government talking about, don't let my own get started.
Peace and blessings, everybody.
I think you want to start with questions and answers. Questions?
Okay. Yeah, because if you guys don't ask questions, I'm just gonna take over the mic. I like to talk a whole lot. So let's get to the questions. But Michael, I do want to tell you all that the phrase is ushering a new dawn and new beginning by bridging community to better government. Better government, which is exactly what we're doing here with this tribunal. Hoping that folks sit around the classroom, or hopefully folks, elected politicians, even look at this as evidence
not just evidence, but as information and proof from the, to really just rewrite our wrongs and elevate each other. So let's go.
Hello. All right, first question, I like all the programs and everything. I was trying to look up you guys on the internet. Do you have a website?
It's under construction right now.
Okay.
As we speak. You know any great web designer, graphic designer that not necessarily working on pro bono, but on a slightly scale.
I want to say yes. I don't know. I could definitely ask.
Right.
So,
okay. It's under construction right now. We do own the domain name. We have all of the contents. We just
need to get it operational.
Wait, beforehand, did you go to Facebook,
Instagram,
Facebook, LinkedIn? We were basically on every social media platform except for the website.
Okay, I didn't see nothing on Instagram. I just saw the Facebook part. So I was like, when I make something on Facebook, I'll add you guys. I didn't see nothing to say anything about Instagram or social.
Did you start with Google then?
Google, huh?
Did you start with Google?
I don't recall.
Everybody start with Google when you search conscious contracts. That'll give you a head start.
And it's very
Yeah, hello. Everybody, whenever you research conscious contractors, I think it's best to just start with Google, because Google from there would give you the whole 9 yards of what conscious contractor represented. Anybody that's ever looked this up, it's the Google situation. Okay. All right.
Can you tell us, the situation with the police brutality? The whole ordeal start to continue now? What would be a ideal, perfect situation of handling? Can you,
what happened
when you got, the brutality from that point on? What would you, especially knowing now, back then you know what the system was or something. But you, from this point, would have been that perfect ideal, looking back to yourself, what should have been done.
So his question is, looking back at the police violence, would I have done anything better, even at this point in time, to avoid it now that I know better, right?
Not avoid it. If you already got the brutality happened.
Right.
From that point on, the police bring hands on you and causing all the damages to you. Right. From that point on, what would you like to see it happen?
Gotcha. And for those who weren't here before, when I did my presentation, I did show up with stuff like this because that's what we were doing all of last year with Mama Jenny and a whole bunch of other folks who just joined what they call the activism world. Every time, that's what we were doing. Every time we stepped out, whether or not that we're in collaboration with the gay community, whether or not that we're in collaboration in terms of stepping out there with our bodies, with any other injustice, we stood together on behalf of George Floyd and on behalf of justice for Francois, which turned to justice for Miami. So the question is, what should we be doing knowing that I had gotten beat up already by the cops?
When you took that picture from that point on to now, what would you think would have been the best thing? Justice system, news, programs, all that, like to make you feel like justice is going to be served.
Right. So as I was waiting for the system, the same system that beat me up, as I was waiting for them to judge, for some form of justice, since they had dropped all the charges. So you think that since they dropped charges, then from there could be a form of apology and due process right away, but it hasn't been the case. You just, for the most part, when they say, you cut off the head of a snake and you kill the body. You find a way to create a virtual world, didn't you cut off the head of any head of state, you still have the rest of the body alive, ready to regenerate another head. And the reason being is because of the pride we take and who we are in terms of profession, what we stand for and what we fight for. We hardly let our humanity speak for us. Nowadays, we let our PhDs and everything else speak for us. And when doing so, we perpetuate a system that is very much unjust. So I look at the situation from one angle with that question is, I didn't particularly stay within the boundaries of police brutality and then focus on that and make that my calling to call this person or that person. What happened to me really was a lesson, a life lesson that allowed my consciousness to grow and to start understanding so much of what is happening in our community and where do I fit in. So thank God that someone like Michael Clarkson and others came around to give me a full circular perspective as opposed to focusing on one particular angle, such as police violence, not brutality, but police violence. We must make sure that our wording when it comes to that is correct. Not to say that we haven't gone to that route to speak about it, to advocate on it. Quite frankly, one of the reasons why I haven't done so is because of litigation. It's still open. You know, I've gone as far as CNN to speak about my grievance, to even let them know. Matter of fact, the article that came out not too long ago, was it in March? No, it was in May. The anniversary of George Floyd was in May. And CNN came down here to do it, to really talk about HB1, the anti-protest. And when I had a chance to explain to them what happened to me and how it relates to George Floyd, they quickly mobilized to come down here. And the editor was like, this is an incredible story. You got to do it. But I guarantee you there are a lot more folks like Francois out there. Folks who've gotten beat up by the system, folks who doesn't have a voice, folks who find a voice through George Floyd by means of protesting, knowing that they can do more, and folks who just got tired of not doing more than what they think they can do and should do, because the system easily allow you to accept yourself in a place of complacency. As long as you got a job to take care of your family, that's part of the system. You know, so for me, just looking at everything that happened last year and up to now, I'd say that I'm still fighting. I say that I learned a lot from that situation. I want to get the monkey off my back, I tell you that. And Conscious Contractors, as a climate-oriented construction company, consultant as well, is really the root of it. It's me getting beat up by the police. But I don't want to accentuate and concentrate on that. And then not just because you want to give Conscious Contractors room for growth, but allow Conscious Contractors to be the company for the people that it solely is. And I truly believe that anything that I do, or anything my hand touches at this point in time, because of 7 years ago I got beat up by the police, that fueled the energy within my belly, allows me to be this critical, productive citizen of society, as opposed to a traumatic person that keeps doing wrong because he's traumatic in the system. You know what I'm saying? A lot of folks, I could have just said, man, hey, listen, the system beat me up, we never apologized, so therefore I'm just gonna go out there and be the wrongest person because the system owes me something. Don't nobody owe you nothing, man. You know what I mean? And I found my resiliency really, and being in a four-corner room, dark room on top of that, listening to Michael Jackson talking about man in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? And as much as I like to give us, like to talk about that, I would like to sing it too, because it reminds me of that room that I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I know I'm asking him to change his ways. So I looked at the situation from two problems. Like, even though I had my amendment rights, even though I had the right to speak, even though I had this, that, it took two to tango. So I would accept a level of responsibility from what happened with me 7 years ago. Okay. I want the county, I want the city to accept their responsibility as well. Okay. So could I have done something totally different that night to prevent that? No, because that was my calling. That was supposed to happen the way the way for me to interpret that, and now looking at it 7 years from now, say that I'm okay with what happened. Why? I'm a stronger person because of it. It didn't have to happen. That's why I'm out here protesting, advocating, wanting to change ordinance. So not just my son who's 2 years old, but this guy right here who's under 20, under 30. You know, Michael himself is under 30. Brilliant brother. Do you think I want him to call me one day and say, hey, I got stopped by the police and I got beat up, I didn't make it home? I failed him. If he comes back and tell me the same thing, I failed him. And I don't want nobody else to come back saying this, because why? It's important to take our cases, not just to the Supreme Court or federal government, but there's enough black men, there's enough black trauma within the United States for us to take our cases to the ICC. You know, there is. But the problem is we do not have the will. The only will we have is to create organizations. People don't like when I say it. But the only will we have is to create organizations, birth something outside of ourselves, beyond babies, so we can make ourselves feel important. And those organizations, if they're not speaking truth to power, then these organizations need to figure out how to reestablish themselves and get on the train of change. We're not telling you to dismantle yourself, fall off a cliff. We're telling you to reevaluate yourself, especially after George Floyd, especially after this corporate diversity / white guilt. If this is a time for black people and white people to get together, knowing damn well that you have witnessed, and because of technology, it will be forever cemented, you will have watched a white man kill a black man on TV. And then on top of that, you got nowhere to go because you had a mask. Where would you go? You can't go to church. You can't go to the barn. You can't go to the gun range. You can't go to your book club. You can't even go outside and play with your children. So you had no choice but to sit inside, watch a black man die. So just like 2008, when the market crashed, we didn't pay attention to change. We didn't pay attention to change last year as well. We took the blood of George Floyd, turned it into a vote to remove one racist for another. We took the blood of George Floyd, turned it into a corporate portfolio to diversify, where only some of the few, if you're a good actor, if you're a good speaker, you know, if you know somebody, then you can capitalize off of it. You know, you don't need that. So I want us to think about this idea of how we move forward, whether it's the Mike Browns, the Trayvon Martins, the Ahmauds, we just keep dying. Nobody's paying attention enough to make change. And what's crazy is I'm tired of this double standard when it comes to analysis, when it comes to solution. There can't be a double standard when it comes to solution. You can't sit here and say that there's Asian hate, and we pass a what? An executive order. But yet, the George Floyd Policing Act is still in the Senate. Caught in our throat like a bone, like a fish bone. That's so hard to come up or go down, so hard to go down. It's only staying right in the throat where I can't breathe. So the analysis is right, that we will not make a change until we all can't breathe. It's just a matter of how much of us are willing to hold our breath. So for me, my focus is forever speaking truth, not only truth to power, but the truth has always been around me. It doesn't need to be spoken to power. It's already powerful already. We need to make sure that we can assert and follow the rules, natural law, especially when you have a preamble that says what? We the people. There's anything wrong with our government? What does the we the people do? We ain't talking about January 6th. Now we're talking about. Talking about human rights issues. We're talking about looking at the entire state of America whenever there's a problem, we the people, we the educated, we the bureaucrats seek to make change. We need to know what type of change that is, and how strong that change is, and how is that change willing to stay, as opposed to every change we do have get into a capitalistic binder where tomorrow you open an IPO and people's on the back of people. You open up an IPO on the suffrage and the pain of people. Black Lives Matter is no longer an ideology and philosophy for those who follow organizations. For me, Black Lives Matter is an ideology and philosophy, not an organization. There's no way we can fall into the organization when we're screaming at Black Lives Matter. Last year, they made $90 million. $90 million as an organization. How many marginalized, how many underserved, right, communities get some of that money? But yet, we have the only thing we're really good at this point in time is identifying what is marginalized, what is underserved, what is this, and what is a PhD. I'm so frustrated at our ability to learn, to understand, but not overstand. And we're the people that's supposed to create rules and norms. So what are we gonna do? Are we gonna sit here and talk about we're all burning, we're going to the burning bush or burning building? And nobody's gonna stop and say, wait a minute, guys, that's not all of us going there at once. Let's not. It really comes to a point of time when you realize that there are more people who can articulate better than me. There are more people who's been there, and especially in the same position as me. They've all meet the same circumstance. They all died for what they believe in. Hell, I've come to realize that I've accepted my faith. If Jesus, the one we all believe in, if he came here and we killed him, who the hell is Francois? Who is Francois? If y'all could do that to Jesus. So for me, I'm really going at your hearts. I'm really going here because you all need to shift the same way the sister delivers some of the deliverables in which the city can do. That is important for us to take that to the city and give them 10 days to adjust that. And if they don't do it, then we show them what the will of the people willing to do. But they keep us at bay with all the shiny objects in our cage. Whether it's the house, whether it's the car, whether it's the really nice cannon we have taking pictures. Seriously, we put our 24 hours around that, and after that, we forget everything else. I'm speaking to myself as well. Because if we don't speak this way, if we don't get uncomfortable, especially those who are still in the process of getting a degree, I would fail you if I didn't speak to you that way before you get in community. I'm failing everybody if I don't speak this way because everyone needs to be awakened. The point of the matter is it's up to you to make that change. It's up to you to listen. And if it's not, that's okay too. All we do is prolong freedom. You know what I'm saying? That's all. So another question. Two more questions. Actually, I got a couple.
Yeah, but Michael, I definitely got one.
My check.
Check the cable on the back.
I think it's the mic.
No, the power is down.
No, the power is on. Yeah, the power is on.
Check.
All right, you should just present. All right. Okay. So, Francois, you had mentioned before about ending qualified immunity as a specific thing that would be that would address what's going on. So, my question then is, what else can you outline from your understanding can be done, and also who can do that?
Gotcha.
And how can we get them to do that?
So, first and foremost,
Mic check.
one thing we can do and should do is if you're a resident of District 5 come November 2nd, please elect Francois Alexander. November 2nd, for sure. And listen, if you live in District 5, you really want to make change, you need to elect somebody who's willing enough to go in there and make change.
Mic check, mic check.
Not somebody who's telling you that they're going to continue the status quo. District 5 is in need of a win. Look at all the grievances we heard today, especially from our sisters, our mothers. The trauma they've been carrying for so long. That's why majority sometimes you see a priest turn politician. You know? They got tired of listening to the same damn confession. You understand? The same confession that we keep hearing today. The Bible says, give your youth to God. Giving your youth to God is not going to church every Sunday and praising somebody outside of you. Giving your youth to God is acknowledging the God within you and you taking measures and accountability for what you can do and what you can also do collectively with once you and I get in the same frequency. So for me, I know that for a fact that qualified immunity and the use of excessive force is not something that the city of Miami can deal with. And it's not something that the county can deal with. This happens on two levels, federal or state. Now, mind you, we live in a county in which Catherine Rundle spent 27 years in office as a state attorney and has never indicted no police officer. I wanted to bring that up in my presentation earlier to let you all know, over the past 7 years, myself, I've never witnessed Catherine Rundle, our state attorney, press any charges when it comes to police, anything, in terms of police violence or any of that. I took to the streets last year with George Floyd. We went to Catherine Rundle's office, we went to Catherine Rundle's home, wherever she was partying, we would have went there. Because at this point in time, Colina wanted to harass us. And I knew for a fact, and I told Mama Jenny that the only way that these misdemeanors or any charges will be dropped is if we target Catherine Rundle. It's an election year. She wants to win, and she's gonna do it. She did it. Majority of the charges that these protesters came out and protest, put their bodies on the line, majority of them, when they got arrested, those charges are dropped. Catherine Rundle, because of George Floyd, is doing a double standard when it comes to law. There's 34 municipalities in the county. Catherine Rundle treats them all differently. July 27th of this year, two brothers from New York came down here celebrating the party, or just to have fun, get away from the snow, or get away from troubles. Remember, Florida is a touristic state, right? That's what we all come down here to do, relax. Why do you think Castro decided to take over Cuba? Now, imagine two black brothers from New York decided to come down here. One of them allegedly had a scooter, ran over a cop. And then the other was just a bystander in a hotel that he ran into away from the police. The police followed him inside. Thank God there was cameras in terms of hotel cameras like me. No difference. And there was another guy who was there recording. Next thing you know, these guys are getting beat up brutally. Miami Herald just had an article, and if it wasn't for the guy, the victim, releasing his photos from afterwards, these guys would have still had the misdemeanors. They had to ask the brother to release his videos to really see what happened to him. Did Catherine Rundle ask me to release videos? Do I need to release any video? Catherine Rundle decided, and this is right after a CBS reporter called me. Right after the brothers got beat, you asked me for 7 years what I've been doing. I've been in people's faces. There's nothing happening right now in the city without somebody asking me what's my opinion about it. We're talking about Miami Herald, Miami Times. Everybody at this point in time wants to know what I'm thinking. Nobody want to know what I was thinking when I was getting beat up, though.
So for 7 years, I educated myself around the social issues and around every issue that's been happening with our folks. CBS called me right away. July 27th, this happened. July 30th, I was already on the beach with my son having a conversation for a 6:30 release from CBS 4 that had the mayor, the chief, and myself, and bringing back videos from 7 years ago. August 3rd, charges were upheld in terms of misdemeanor for 5 police officers from Miami Beach. And then August 5th, a group of brothers that I'm part of called the Circle of Brotherhood. We went down to Miami Beach. We also had a press conference, and I know that also put some heat in making sure things were fastened and things were happening at the time they were supposed to. So Catherine Rundle and Miami Beach Police Chief thought that there were enough use of excessive force done by their police officers to get rid of them. To get rid of them. Wow, you can't have her indict no police officer in the city of Miami. One state attorney for 34 municipalities, and she treats all of them different. Miami Beach, now because of George Floyd, because I'm be real with you, it didn't happen before. You know how many times black folks get beat up on the beach? You know how many times, matter of fact, when I was going to like what they call Memorial Day weekend every year, every black person here in Miami can tell you how rough it is that when you go to the beach around that time. Even in Broward, no matter if you're staying in a high rise for the weekend paying $1,000, then you go down, find some shrimp for $200. You know, so economically, we were spending so much of our money, but never get respect for that same face that we're turning over. Whether it's a Jackson, whether it's a Benjamin, it don't matter whose pocket it comes from, as long as capitalistically they can have it. Once they have it, then who are you? You know, so I want to say this because there has been change made in the system. There has. Yo, you understand how proud I am to read Miami Herald to go from 5 misdemeanors where they have been suspended after their suspension because they show strong in union, they can come back. But to follow up with another article to say that we have more evidence to present because of those evidence, we now are charging 3 officers with felony charges? Shoot, a lot of us, one of the reasons why we put our guards down is because they gave us Obama. A lot of us didn't think that we would live to see a black president. So the level of sympathy is here. It's up to us to redirect that. It's up to us to say, hey, Catherine Rundle, this is a double standard. Here's Javier Ortiz, who was a supervisor in 2013 and beat me. And now he's a captain in the city of Miami. The same officer who stood in front of a dais and called a black man, the only black man on the dais, call him black. Not only call him black, you blacker than me. You know, I'm black because of the one drop rule. I'm not even Hispanic. Well, sir, did you put that on your application when you're applying for every position you got promoted? Well, you know, I must have put Hispanic, but I'm a black man. The buffoonery that's happening in the biggest city in the county is crazy. None of us are willing to stop it. None of us are willing to even be uncomfortable enough to stop it. But the city of Miami is the biggest economically, geographically, the biggest city we have here in South Florida. So for me, it's just important for us to do 2 things. Focus. Look at Francois's case. Not just Francois. I have multiple brothers at this point in time who has come up to share their grievance. Why don't we make sure we pressure the city of Miami to do right? They just hired a new chief. He almost got fired because he said the police department was run by Cuban mafia. Almost got fired. Now he went back. Now they sent him back to do his homework, to bring out new policies and stuff. Guy's getting paid $400,000, but he got to go back and do some homework because of something he said. One thing before I leave, in terms of the question, I do not want to be another victim tomorrow. I came back to community for 7 years to fight, to get into people's ears, to not let somebody else be a hashtag before you stand up, to not let somebody lose their homes before you talk about affordable housing, to not let somebody houses is flooded before you talk about elevation. We need to overstand and start bringing solutions instead of creating problems and understanding problems and paying for problems. And I think that the only people that can do that is people that's under 35 and up. I'm sorry, I don't have no faith in anybody up. If I do, you're an individual, you're not part of the general, and that makes you an anomaly. And I welcome anomalies too, but the focus is the young folks. The focus is the 19-year-old yesterday that took 30 minutes to explain why should she still be studied knowing that she has no future. You know, those are the things that don't allow me to sleep at night because I care about the youth. It took me a long time to have children. At 33, I had my first. Why? Because don't nobody want to bring children in this world. Nobody. And nowadays, you'd be lucky to have one. And after your one, you're like, oh my God, he's gotten so busy. We're so busy, we even got time for him. Daycare's raising him. You know? And sometimes that one seems like it's too much. So we need to be able to refocus our intention, not just on how far we're going professionally, but legacy is left two ways. You either your legacy is who remember you outside of your family based on what you've done for society. And another is your last name, who gets to bring it down. Because there is no death once you're able to leave legacy. There is no death after that because you are being lived by your children. They say I look like my great-great-grandpa. And I'm probably him.
I'm going to have somebody, I believe it's Linda, who has a question for you.
I just really wanted to read a statement that I had written that I think kind of lends itself to your topic about violence. And so, can we just agree that humans are capable of committing minor and the most heinous of crimes? Can we just agree? Can we also agree that in as many crimes as can be committed, that they are as varied as the humans able and capable of committing them? Crimes are not committed by colors, by race, by ethnicity, nor culture, religions, nor creeds, any more than the weapons of war or mass destruction can destroy humans, if not for a human orchestrating and actually discharging the weapon. It is humans who create and commit whatever atrocities outside of Mother Nature. So then why do some of us want to whitewash our hands? Want to wash our hands, throw rocks and hide those same hands while passing the buck on to others? Why is it that amongst most humans, the humans, so-called Black humans, are the ones that most other humans target as the most despicable? Who amongst humans has a monopoly on criminal behaviors and the commission of crime? Who amongst us does not have a healthy fear of walking the streets of their own neighborhoods, fearing people who look just like themselves? What humans can boast of clean hands in this area? This is not just particular to any one community, city, or state, but the world. Unless you can boast a clean hand, then you should take a step back and take a good look at your own destructive thoughts, ways of thinking, and looking at other human beings.
I know I reported that we need some break by now. You can ask for 8 more minutes, split between me and Michael.
The last couple of years, we're hearing about defund, reinvest. But this morning I was searching the news and I found this article written by J. David Goodman, October 10, 2021. I'll be up all the time. You know me, I'm up all the time. And I found this article about how Black Lives Matter. This is why I'm not going back to sleep. More cities are giving more money to police now than ever before. Because one of the reasons they said they need more money is because of the escalation of crime throughout cities like New York, Los Angeles, Houston, Texas. Even in Bernie Sanders' hometown of Burlington, Virginia, Vermont, he even agreed and led the mayor and went on to say that he needed to increase the budget, approving a $10,000 bonus for officers to stay on the job. A lot of talking was done around this whole thing of defund the police, but as we see, more money is given into these officers and these same institutions that were under attack a year and a half ago during the George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter syndrome, but now we see increased funding. Isn't that something? That's why I say that a lot of these movements, and one thing I credit the Black Power movement for is one thing that it did. It used criticism and self-criticism. The climate movement and the justice movement is too soft. As soon as you say something about somebody that you lead people down the wrong trail, what's the first word they want to say? You being decisive. What? You leading people down the path to kill them, but you're saying you being decisive or divisive? It doesn't make sense. The movement has become soft. You can't even speak. Oh, you got to tone it down. You got to tone it. What? You only telling them to tone it down. They kicking our butt like a summer gun. You ain't still telling them to tone it down. So how dare you tell us to turn our movement down? You get upset because somebody talks a little loud, but then you got a mayor and the city council people, they up there fighting like they crazy, but you got silence is the word. You ain't got nothing to say about that. We picking and choosing the wrong thing. We should be angry. We should be angry about our mayor and what the city government is not doing when it comes to climate change, when it comes to the lack of affordable housing, the lack of affordable living for that matter. It's like they're pushing everybody that makes under $50,000 out of this city. The heck out of here, go someplace else. You know, y'all seen that big old skyscraper they talk about building in Brooklyn? Huh? It's supposed to be the biggest structure south of of New York. Ain't nobody saying nothing about that. Gotta be careful and understand that just because somebody may be speaking a little loud, they are not the enemy. That's why it's important to have political education. A lot of these organizations running around, they don't have no political education. You don't even know what it is. You ask them what political education is, they say, what are you talking about, Mike? About y'all sitting down and asking how you go about planning your strategies, your tactics, understanding, looking at the mistakes of the future, of the past, how you're going to consolidate your movement to move forward. That's political education. The fact of the matter that we still take District 5, we're fighting with that right now. Less than 8% of the people, 49,000 people registered to vote. The vote won't be number about 8% of people come out to vote. But everybody talking about let's get them out the vote. How you gonna get them out the vote if you not educate the people about what power you have when you vote? And it doesn't stop just because you vote somebody in office. There's committees for you to serve on. There's all kinds of things you can do to participate. Your power doesn't stop just because you go drop your ballot in the box.
These are the things that a lot of these groups, and they know who I'm talking about. They know exactly who I'm talking about. Oh yeah, they'll come out and demonstrate in a minute, but you'll never see them at a city council meeting. You'll never see them, you know, at the arts council meeting. You know, one thing that COVID did, because I'm glad you recognize that you've seen me on Zoom before. You know, because one thing I searched Zoom, I wanted to see who all was out there. And I've seen a lot of people, they was talking a lot of mess, right? But they wasn't out there. When this pandemic hit back in 2019, we was already on the street. One of our founding members is still in China teaching English.
Yeah, speak from the elder perspective. They were talking about, you know, elders can't come out there. Let them know you was out there with us.
Oh yeah, heck yeah, I didn't go nowhere. We collected masters, we collected PP supplies, everything, food, everything. Because I know one thing, my immune system is different than a lot of other people's immune system. I haven't even needed them in 45 years. Somebody explain what?
He's gonna have some more after the break.
Okay, yeah.
And this is a question, then after the break, we could explain more on it. Yeah. So the question is before the break. It's good. Right. I definitely felt something when you mentioned about organization, you know, looking for help and the priorities. Same thing. Personally, as a Black man, I see that, you know, to the point that I just felt like it was just me. And I knew it wasn't me, but at the same time, I had nobody vocal about it. But you to go out and help and they, you know, brush you off, you just caught off in the wind to do what you own. So just want you to speak on it and let them know. But so how long you would have to wait?
1 minute.
Just 1 minute? We can do 5 minutes. We can say 5 minutes. We give you 5. Yeah. 5. We give you 10. Your fingers been working. 15. It'll be. Wow.
I know you.
Hello. Hello. My name is Mihai Preda, Mihai Preda. I testified yesterday as well. I'm a physicist, parent, teacher, active citizen with Parents for Future Miami. Right? So yesterday, I made some kind of testimony about our activity with the city of Miami and, you know, our conclusions after 1 year of meeting monthly and seeing their in action. And I realized that this is also a forum of ideas. This is a place where people meet to see what to do about it. And I said, let me come one more time to offer my suggestions of what we can do about this situation. Not only to complain, right?
Right.
So, one thing we can do is spread the word, right? Spread the word. In my case, I spend a lot of time thinking about the climate and what to do about it. People don't know how serious our climate situation is, right? So you cannot expect people to do anything about something they don't know it is happening. So spreading the word, forwarding a video with a report from, you know, from a climate scientist that shows up in your YouTube feed, whatever. You know, we all of us have many friends. We know many people. We can post. We can. You can forward the things that we post in our Twitter feed at Parents for Future Miami. You're gonna see every day one or two, like every day or two, there's some meteorological event. A couple of days ago, in northern Italy, there was rain of 3 feet, 3 feet of rain in 24 hours. This is coming here too, right? I mean, it's just a matter of time. We don't need to wait for the Cat 5 hurricane to get, you know, hit that by a rain like that. So, and these events are now happening every couple of days, right? There's a wildfire there, there's a flood over there, and so on. Okay, so spreading the word, letting people know this is happening. It's not only when it hit us here, right? When, like, I believe, like a month ago, there was a big rain event, a flooding event here in Miami, right? Well, no, there's somewhere around the world, one that weather event is happening every day or two. Okay. You can see them on our Twitter. The other thing that people need to understand is that our politicians and our government is really not doing it. So their framing is that maybe we're not doing enough. And with that framing, our job as activists is to push them to do more. If we accept that framing, they will hire 3 people in the resilience office instead of 1. Well, yeah, but over the past year, we have seen that the 1 person in the resilience office didn't do anything. So 3 people who don't do anything is no improvement over 1 person who doesn't do anything. Yes. Okay.
Good, so this is a matter of framing, yes? We need to, set a frame correctly. So these are the three things that we need to let the people around us know. The climate crisis is serious, is upon us. Our government and our politicians are not doing anything about it except to pretend. And in that same train of thought, sure, we show up at the commission meeting, we set the frame straight, we tell them you are not doing anything, not like you're doing a little bit, right? But also maybe we should consider stop waiting for our government to do something. Just a thought. And then if we let go of this hope that our government is going to do what is necessary, because that's what we needed to do, not something, right? But what is necessary. Then the question is, what do we do next? And this is a forum of ideas. I'm gonna suggest some things. So we have here a lot of small organizations, and we could start thinking of ways to put it all together, to share resources, to exchange knowledge, right? So for example, we have put a lot of time on our own to gather this knowledge about the climate and inaction of our city, which is very much replicated in every city, every government pretty much around the world. This is the same strategies down to the same expression. There's one, the city of Miami, high, ambitious, but achievable, right? So their plan is high ambition, but achievable, something like that. This comes down, has been handed down to them, organizations that they belong to, which the same organizations give the same language to every other local government. So in other words, this knowledge is useful in every town and city you can go to. If you want to be activist on this line, it's universal and it's ready-made. It's there for you to use. There's no copyright on it, right? Just cut and paste. You have our permission. Great. Good. And then spreading knowledge, right? Like, look, I just came in my Twitter feed that the UN Human Rights Council has just recognized that having a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a human right and is, moreover, critical to the enjoyment of all human rights. In other words, it's the basis of all the other human rights. So let's say you are going to your city commissioner who tells you about straws. You say, "Oh, I appreciate, thank you very much for your care about straws." But when you are not acting on the climate and ecological emergency, you are disregarding our human right. And it's the one human right on which all the other human rights are based.
Almost like a distraction.
Oh, absolutely. Right. So mentioning human rights, our human rights, well, that has just made it part of the conversation, right? Now it's part of it. Good. So this, my second point was about organizing this many small organizations in a way where we can share resources because we all have the same goals in the end, right? We just need to figure out a way, and that remains to be seen, how we can go about it, to share resources and in a way where we can become more effective together. All right. And and related to this is to take charge of our own agency. We don't have much power, but we're not powerless either. To give a few small examples, the People's Court. A couple of people in the legal profession realized that our court system has failed to deal with this life-threatening situation, right? Climate change. There were lawsuits brought by, I don't know, Juliana versus the US and so on, and similar suits around the world. Some Supreme Courts in other countries that would have weighed in favor of the youth and so on. Here, it has not. And at this point, the climate emergency is moving faster than our courts. And because of that, the courts have failed to deal with this. So, you know, the People's Court is a new organization that has the ability to move faster on it. All right? So, in a way, I'm thinking of the People's Court as an alternative to our existing court system that can deal with an existential problem that our existing court system has failed to deal with, right? Like that, there are citizens' assemblies. There are citizens' assemblies that first proposed by Extinction Rebellion about 2 years ago. And now there's citizens' assemblies in the state of Washington, in France, in the UK, who were citizens chosen by sortition, right? Were citizens that truly represent the makeup of society, meet and spend enough time to understand what the problem is, what needs to be done, and somehow they come to some solutions, right? Well, this would be an alternative form of government, right? Just like People's Court is an alternative form of court. All right. I have a couple more examples. Last summer, the Fridays for Future students have organized their own summer internship. They didn't need to wait for Mercedes or I don't know what company to say, hey, come apply here and we're gonna give you an internship. No, they organized it themselves. The few teachers who were around them, you know, we organized a few seminars, workshops, and so on. So students have figured out that they can organize their own internship, right? It's another example of agency, right? And there's all kinds of local initiatives that I hear about you know, shutting down traffic on streets and transforming them into beautiful pedestrian zones where people can hang out, kids can play ball, can sit and have dinner, hear the birds, right? The birds are always there in the tree, but we don't hear them because of the noise of the cars. When you take the cars out, the air gets better and you even hear the birds. So these are, and of course, let me not forget the voting. Yes, these are all, you know, examples of our agency, and we need to make sure that we use our own agency to do what we can, and we let everybody around us also, you know, we let them know that they do have that agency, and that they can use it. And if they use it, they also feel better. For example, climate anxiety, I only know one cure to climate anxiety, which is what I use, but I hear, more famous people like Greta Thunberg talks about it as well, which is that when you see that we're getting into some dangerous climate territory, and you see our governments in action, the only way to cure your own climate anxiety is through action, when you take action yourself. Once you do that, she says, hope is everywhere. So don't look for hope, look for action. And once you start acting, hope is everywhere. And the last thing, I would like to mention is education and the value of education to change the mindset. Right? I see here the Power Youth. It's I guess also a community-based initiative to get youth started to become active in the community. Yes, that's wonderful. What better place to start, right? All right. Well, I have another example, which is on Twitter. What another way to change people's mentality. It's a low commitment kind. There's all kinds of discussions happening on Twitter. And for example, you look at our Twitter account, you're gonna see these interactions with people who come from think tanks, people who come from places like the Cato Institute. Are you familiar? Right. So these are outfits that are paid by the polluting industries to shift the conversation, to phrase the conversation in a way where you say, wow, it's so good that we have all these fossil fuels, right? Because what would we do without it, right? Without them. And in these conversations that are open and public, you can see that these guys come up with all kinds of narratives that they sound good and nice. One of them is called human progress. Look how much we have progressed. And the implication is it's only gonna go up. It's only getting better from here, right? And we keep reminding them that, there is this thing called the climate emergency and the ecological emergency. Yeah, so this is a place where especially young people can learn by reading these interactions. They can learn how to not get taken for a ride. You know what I mean? So this is another little practice that we can do. It's low investment practice. Okay. And the last thing is that I would love for us to all learn how to counter the us versus them mentality. Us versus them. Because whenever we are in an interaction where the us versus them mentality dominates the discussion or the interaction, then every party is gonna resort to thinking, yes, but am I more powerful than the other person? Because if I am, I'm gonna win, and it doesn't matter what the other person did. So one way to counter that us versus them mentality, especially coming from Parents for Future, is to ask the other person, do you love your children? Because if you do love your children, you know what you need to do. You don't need me to tell you. you have an internet connection, right? You're connected, you can find out what's going on in the world. You don't need to believe me. You have your own sources of information. It's all out there. If you love your children, then you know what to do. And right now, the people that we have interacted for the past year, they don't look like they love their children, right? So this is one way to bring a conversation like this to a good place that avoids the us versus them mentality, right? So I'm open for very curious to hear some questions.
You said that, hello? Okay. You mentioned that when it comes to climate emergency, and there's a race between climate emergency and courts. And you said climate emergency is pretty much winning, right? And you said reason for that, of course, I'm failing because it's pretty much, it's a slow process. And when I hear that from you, I'm hearing red tape. And that was an issue within this past year, especially with COVID, because when it was looking for a way to counter this virus, it was a system of order that slowed research to do it. But I noticed that they removed the red tape, so individual labs or laboratories could develop a solution. So it went from just a few huge name laboratories creating it to becoming, anybody could do it now because this is an emergency. And I'm just really noticing that. And I tell people, when it comes to like disasters and war, that's the most time you make money, for investors and big investors, because at the point it's about keeping the society going. Therefore, stimulus and checks are released. Things are forgiving when it comes to like loans and stuff like that. Did you ever heard about the red tape being removed for scientists and labs to create the?
No, but it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. I think it's more interesting to realize that to shut down the city was a matter of what, 1 day, 2 days? How long did it take? In March? Yes, was it 1 day or 2 days until, I don't remember.
It was 1 day.
1 day, great, okay, great. So, in other words, there's two parts to the COVID problem. One is to stop how to spread the virus, and we know that for, I don't know, 100 years, 500 years. Since when do we know? I'm not an expert in the history of virology, but for sure, people have known for a long time that the virus goes from one person to the other. How to stop that? Well, shut down, do this, do that. And our officials have done that very well to stop the spread of the virus, right? And I'm sure then there's the labs and all that effort that as much as they try to speed it up, it still took 1 year, right? To get to a vaccine, right? Right? Because when did the vaccine started? January and February, I don't know. So I think we should spend more time thinking about how the city reacted to stop the spread of the virus, because that's old knowledge. And just, you know, and when it comes to the climate, we know what is it that we need to do to slow down the climate. That's also old knowledge, you know. And this is what's not happening, right? And then there's the high tech, and there, let me bring this up too. There's this thing called technological fetish, right? It's this idea that the high tech is gonna save us, right? I know a few things about high tech, and I know what the high tech can do and what high tech cannot do. So, 2 days ago, there's a new initiative. The city of Miami signed a contract with a high-tech camera company that mounts cameras inside dumpsters, right? So that the waste company knows when the dumpsters are full to come and pick up the trash only then. So that is gonna reduce our greenhouse emissions, right? That's the city's plan. Well, but the amount of trash is still the same, right? And the companies are gonna save money by spending less on the waste contract, right? With a waste management company. Well, that might lead them to be less careful about creating trash. Maybe they will end up creating more trash because now it got cheaper, right? I don't know. So the point is that this initiative was sold in this idea that technology is gonna save us. And we need to be very clear about this. No, the problem with trash is the creation of trash. A camera in the dumpster is not going to solve that problem. Let's stop pretending. Yes? And like that, there's many examples like that, right? You guys know about cryptocurrency. Oh, cryptocurrencies, right? Somehow they're gonna, I don't know what's the story there. They're gonna eliminate inefficiencies, and that's why the city wants to accept cryptocurrency for government services and so on. I don't know what's the official line, but cryptocurrencies are created by solving very complicated mathematical equations, right? And those run on a lot of electricity that is made with coal, right? So using cryptocurrencies worsens our climate problem. When you go out and promote cryptocurrencies without mentioning the connection to the climate problem, what are you doing? You are worsening the problem that you said you're going to solve and keeping it a secret, right? So basically, we need to be very honest about what's going on, avoid pitfalls like believing in tech magic, right? And you know, set the frame straight. Set the frame straight, right?
One more question. You mentioned that you'd like to see more organizations dealing with climate. We're pretty much be streamlined, pretty much like have a common denominator, so we can go forward and then go after the problem. Definitely supposed to be.
Oh,
okay. So I can start with that.
Streamline and have a common denominator, we go forward and go after the problem.
Yeah, go after the problem. I'm with MCA, Modern Common Alliance. Okay. So Teresa as well, and Alliance. That's what we focus on and bring more organizations. And, that's why I'm able to understand about peers. So hosting this today, and such. What would be your, maybe a couple, top 3, top 5 suggestions of making a better, I guess, resolution to find a discriminator with other organizations? How can we make this better? Are we having suggestions on that?
At the top of my mind, let's say I have one, which is that each one of these groups, right? There's the climate, there's the pay, right? There's the water keepers. There's all kinds of groups that specialize in particular topics, and we could maybe create like a repository of information, like a minimum of knowledge about each one of these areas that every activist needs to know, right? So that somebody who comes from, I don't know, protecting the Everglades and ends up in front of a commissioner who tells him, yeah, but we're gonna do net zero by 2050. Well, this activist who did not spend time on this problem, that would allow him to know right away, yeah, but that's not gonna work, right? So that's one little idea where everybody is on the same page and we centralize the resources so that every activist in the community has access to a minimum of information that is produced by everybody else, right? In every field, right?
Hi, thank you. Okay, I have a question because I know that you and I have had conversations and we understand like the scale and the magnitude of what it is that we're dealing with. It's staggering when you really get into reading and understanding the reality. So what would you say is the time scale by which we have to act? And given that time scale, I almost know the answer to it, but like, what do you think would have to be done in order to be able to address the issue? If you can just talk about like the time scale and then like how that plays into what we have to do.
Okay, so in 2018, the UN came up with that report that says we have 12 years, right? Probably you heard about that, the 12 years. Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So the way this carbon emissions works, like we're using up a budget, and if we bring down emissions, that budget lasts us longer, right? But we did not bring down emissions. So, for example, if we had started bringing down emissions in 2000, it would have been enough to reduce emissions by 4% per year to last us into 2100. But we didn't do that. So then it had to be brought down faster and faster in order to stay within the carbon budget for 1.5 degrees of warming, or even for 2 degrees, which is a bigger budget, but it's still a budget. And at this point, from what I read, 1.5 degrees is no longer achievable. But maybe 1.7 is, you see. But the problem is that the more we postpone, the harder it gets and the steeper the reductions necessary. And as the reductions necessary are steeper, you look around you and you go to City Hall and you understand that these people are not into those kind of reductions. I remember the first time I went to City Hall, it was after Mayor Suarez came to the students and said, hey, why don't we meet? And we ended up meeting with Chief of Staff, or Nurse, or Chief of Staff, yes. And he took us to his office and he showed us all the on the wall, all the beautiful awards that they have, right? All the awards for sustainability this and sustainability that. And I showed him this graph with this reduction scenarios, right? 4% starting in 2000 and so on. I said, well, look, if you say we're doing so great, we should be reducing our emissions by 18% per year, and now something like that. And I say, look, do you see out that window? Do you see workers putting solar panels on the next roof? Because I don't see them. And because of that, the emissions are not going down by 18% or by any percent. So no, we have not started yet. So that's the story there, right?
And then just one last follow-up. Can you speak to the nature of the feedback loops that occur as more carbon is emitted and the temperature rises? With that,
so you guys want to get scared? Okay. So there's the greenhouse gases, the carbon dioxide, methane. Okay, they slow down the emission of radiation from the earth, right? Sunlight hits the earth, hits the surface, and then that same heat needs to go back out into the universe, and the greenhouse gases slow that process down. And the more greenhouse gases, the higher the average temperature. Okay, then we have destabilized the climate a little bit, and now we have these wildfires, right? Well, whenever you have a wildfire, there's a big forest burning that puts out more greenhouse gases that are gonna destabilize the climate even farther. And that's a feedback loop, right? More wildfires, the more the climate is destabilized. That means there's going to be even more wildfires next year. That is more greenhouse gases, even more destabilized. That's one feedback loop. Let me mention one more. The Arctic Ocean, right? It used to be covered with ice. Now that ice is, it has melted for a big portion of the Arctic Ocean. That means the sunlight during the Arctic summer, instead of bouncing off the Arctic ice, it gets into the ocean and warms it faster. The more of that surface is no longer covered with ice, it's open ocean surface. The ocean is dark, the light gets absorbed, it warms the ocean even faster. This is so the warmer the ocean, the more energy gets trapped in it. That's another feedback loop. These are all feedback loops that all work in the same direction, right? They all reinforce each other. Warmer the Arctic, the more destabilize the climate, the more wildfires in the summer, the more. I wanted to give you on a good note, right? Maybe here.
Yeah, before you go, you know, where I'm quite sure you're on. As the permafrost, as the permafrost melts more on the soil. Okay, that's another one. Nobody likes to talk about this because it's very serious. And I think one of the things that happened this time around with COVID, we didn't see COVID as an environmental disaster. That's something that comes from climate change because of the way it spread so quickly. You know, we thought it was just not only humans. We didn't realize this the virus is airborne and travel. Nobody likes to talk about that. So my point I'm trying to make is that, you know, what happened, I believe, climate got pushed back. Climate change got pushed back, right? Let's talk about climate change. We'll talk about the pandemic, and we didn't put the two of them together.
Absolutely. They're both are basically the manifestations of the same phenomenon, right? Our human society and industry assault on the environment, whether it's through fossil fuels or through deforestation and so on. So yes, as the climate breakdown progresses, I agree that there will be more viruses, more melting from the ice, from the permafrost. Well, yeah, so there's tough times ahead of us. Are we gonna deal with them as adults, or we're gonna talk about the cameras in town, right? That's the basic choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Knowledge is power. Francois, you ready? Wrap it up? Just do that, then we'll take a break. Okay? Let's wrap this part of the segment up. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, no, I mean, this is what this forum, we established this forum for. You know, they take us down to the city hall, we can talk with you. We need to talk to each other, then we'll go to city hall. We'll go to city hall, they won't like it when we come there.
Peace and blessings, everybody. This has been 90 clocks today. I'm always going to say that thank you for your leadership. And thank you for everybody who put this together, because this has been monumental and this has been transformational. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it moving. So we're going to get to your question. I wanted to answer Angel's question in terms of what needs to be done in order to like stop the bleed, clog the hole, you know, because if we talked about so much of a problem, we need to be solution based, right? And that's what I loved about Angel. I don't know if you're gonna let them know, Angel, you know, that as far as your aspiration to make sure where you at, are you still running? So for me, qualified immunity and knowing that qualified immunity can't be done at the city level, at the county level, knowing that it has to be done at the state level, and me being the organizer, guess what I started doing? I started getting to know senators. I started getting to know representatives, state reps, and even county commissioners that can pass a resolution on qualified immunity. You know, when I mean not necessarily a resolution for county, but they can definitely promote it, they can lobby it. So I've spoken to John Monestein, Dorothy Joseph at District 108, District 107, Shervin Jones, who has put out a plan to end qualified immunity. You need great champions. You need people to champion these type of initiatives. And when they're not willing to do it because they have other interests, that's when we, the people, go back and say, let's elect Angel and let's elect Francois, because these guys can be the champion to help foster, to help solve some of the issues we have. So I've come to know the proper channels to get something up there, but it's just a matter of getting from one floor to the next when it comes to elevators.
It's who has the access to making sure that happens. So we start from from state senator like Shervin Jones, or any of his colleagues at this point in time that has, that's very interested in qualified immunity or even eliminating the use of excessive force. There could be a lot more done in terms of political education, informing the masses, and then in the process of that, that's the only way you can get those folks to do something. The thing about organizing here, it's all about numbers. It always has been. When it comes to, and that's the difference between wanting to change the status quo and going about it. Going about it is the organizing way to say, you know what, we always need numbers. The belief in the philosophy to say that you're a revolutionary and activist, that doesn't stop there. You do have to go out there. You do have to change people's minds. You do have to collect the signatures and all that. I believe those things, we could do away with that once we have help our people to get self-determination. But in the meantime, it's all about the petitions. It's about organizing your what they call your campaign around making sure that you can find some champions to champion. Prime example is Amendment 4. Amendment 4 passed with flying colors. There was more people who passed, who agreed to Amendment 4 than the gubernatorial race. So it's just a matter of getting more people to care about Black lives, protecting Black lives, and starting with the community as overall. It's one thing to be national at the federal level, but change really starts here. Change starts inside of the community. So, and that's where we started. That's what we developed as far as contractors, developing our ideology, developing our thesis and stuff like that. And now we feel more compelled to not only hold a tribunal court in collaboration with local schools here, but we feel strong enough to keep moving, to back up somebody like you, and to back up more people that's willing to change the status. So that's my response to that question. And the other question had to do with, where's my memory?
So pretty much, you going to organizations with priorities and not serving you.
Right. So the organization perspective.
Pretty much APCLU.
ACLU. So since we're testifying, and we're going to testify, I also want the testimony or the idea of testifying in the manner I'm about to do so stays within here. Because what I did, I went back home 4 days ago, but I went back to IET. And
You want to just stay here, which means you don't rewrite it on
Just
YouTube.
because you said that you want to stay here.
no, I still want you to write it.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't saying that for the legal aspect. I'm just saying that for people's consciousness. Yeah. Thank you so much. So, I went home 4 days ago. The earthquake hit August 14th. And if anybody who went through here, this is where we activated our warehouse to make sure that we can send a lot of the emergency materials that's needed, whether it's prosthetics, whether it's just sanitation, masks, and all that. We did this here. We filled 3 trailers to make sure that there's people in the Southern Peninsula had the need, right? Or had the help, especially with the earthquake of 7.8 magnitude. Reason why I bring this up is because I went there on a mission trip to help. I haven't been home in 26 years. And it was important for me to visit home. It was important to bring everything full circle. And full circle for me means that as somebody who has embarked on so many endeavors, as somebody who's willing to now take on the political realm, somebody who's a father, I needed to make sure that my life was full circle at that time in terms of purpose and so forth. So I went to go see my house, my dad's house. My dad died a year ago, and it was important for me to go out there and see the house. It was important for me to feel the walls because I'm imagining the walls at 10 when I left it. So I say all this to say that I came back with not wanting to talk about people who has not helped me or organization who has not helped me, because after 7 years, you're supposed to let go of any bad juju. You know what I mean? You're supposed to let go of any bad energy in order to, relive. And at this point in time, I feel like I'm a very successful brother. I don't want to block my blessings. You know what I mean? But within the last 7 years, the struggles that I faced and the lack of support that I've had, I washed that away and hate it. Because now I'm back here for solutions. I'm back here as a stable man asking everybody to vote for me in District 5. When I'm elected, I'm the commissioner for everybody. Not just Francois as the guy fighting for social justice. District 5 itself, you look at the revenues coming out of District 5, when would beat out South Beach in terms of revenue before 2020, before COVID? Miami Design District's right around the corner. You and I can walk there and buy a Rolex. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it was more important for me to start looking at things holistically, moving forward, than to sit back and say, hell, the ACLU, they ain't helping. You're right, they're not helping. Community Justice Project, how can they help? They haven't helped. So I look at those situations as those they're not mishaps, but they're a thing of the past. We have some beautiful lawyers here, men or women, beautiful minds, that's willing to sit here and listen to our grievances. I'm more optimistic about the future because I believe these are the same lawyers that could look at a case like mine and say, hey, this black man's not an anomaly. Not only that, but he wasn't a thug. Whatever assassination in which you're trying to do of my character, I'm not that. I know you're not that. So it's important for other people now to pick up your struggle and move forward with it. It's not always for me to stand in front of my struggle with a microphone as if like I'm the only one that got beat up. As if like I'm the only brother that's going through that set of trauma, knowing that I live in a system that seeks to do us harm just by our nature. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to the ACLU for not supporting y'all watching this. Shout out to everybody else who didn't support. And we also welcoming you to support starting from today. Every day we wake up, we can rewrite our wrong as long as we're alive to do so. I'm alive to fight. I'm alive to change. I'm alive to see where I'm heading. And it needs to be an inclusive one, because the nonprofit industrial complex, as we know now, only cares about organization. They only care about numbers in which that represents organization. They don't care about the trauma that individual may have within organization and how far they're willing to go to cancel that person out. That's Miami's culture. My elder just told you that we're tribal. Why do you think nobody's here today? If it was the Dream Defenders, if it was Power U that put on something like this, everybody would have been. Everybody. But it's an old man and a whole bunch of college kids, and a lot of folks who really have the mean to put things together, but they're not part of community. You know what I mean? And when I mean not part of community, I'm talking about not part of the organization community to get to be tainted. So they come here with pure heart, they're willing to listen to us, knowing that majority of them did not have our experience. And they're willing to take it further than those who are being paid to do so. We need a whole set of new culture. We need some new revolutionary lawyers. We don't need movement lawyers. We need revolutionary lawyers. We need lawyers that's willing to go on the offense as well as they playing defense. Not only play within the confinement of the law and how far you can stretch the law. We've seen, just prime example, we've seen Trump take the presidency for a ride that no other president has done before. Maybe Reagan or your boy. What's his name that got impeached? But Trump, more than ever, took a Bugatti that you would ride 5 miles an hour if you're Obama and took a Bugatti for 200 miles an hour. You know what I'm saying? So he flexed the capacity of that office. The same way a lawyer should flex the capacity of law, of the rule of law and how we understand it. Because if we don't pass new ordinance, we don't pass new laws, the old ones will regulate us. This, and guess what? I don't want to be regulated by old laws because those laws were not meant for us. We have new blood in terms of breeds coming into the fray, into the frying pan, and they need to stand up for what's about to happen. We need to create an ordinance and so forth. So with that being said, that's why I think it's more important that I stay on the positive aspect of bringing more people into the political process, bring more people into the consciousness, bring more people to even accept their own, what they call it, destiny by their own self-determination. That itself would allow somebody like me to say, you know what, my job is done. You know, I don't need to always stay on the phone and 20 minutes because I'm trying to convince somebody. Feel me? Any other questions? Well, if you guys don't have any other questions, the card that you guys have that says Vote for Francois, you'll see in the back of it, you see there's 2 QR codes. In the back of it, you'll see that some of the issues that we were fighting for, those are just some of them. There, if you want to go to the website, you'll see that we have a lot more issues we're fighting for. But a couple of the issues we have is decent and affordable living. We don't say housing. We say decent and affordable living because affordable housing ties into economic growth. Affordable living is something that we need for our people as opposed to affordable housing. Right now, the city of Miami has affordable housing at AMI, average median income of 100% instead of 60%. There is no difference between 140 and 100 because we can't afford it anyway. You know, so when you look at rent, and some commissioners will tell you the only reason why they're not upholding, they're not fighting for some communities because we don't have ownership. You know, you don't care about the fact that somebody sat here for 30 years, may not have the means to purchase, or have too much on their plate to purchase. And you are now telling them that they're gonna meet, you made your bed, sleep in it. Sleeping in it in what sense? That they're getting kicked out. You can't help them. There's no such thing as rent control. You know, there's no such thing as the progressive process in which some of us are very used to at the North. When you come to Jim Crow South, they aren't here. You know, and I feel like just to touch base on this when it comes to transient folks, or just folks that are progressive coming down here to make sure that we flip it back to Jim Crow. 2 things that happens in that in terms of warning. You're not going to be able to replace Floridians fast enough to, with transit folks. So we need to do something. And what that is meeting in the middle. The folks that are from the North are more progressive than we are. That's cool. They're even a little faster than we are when it comes to speech and all that. Then we look at the other half of folks who've been here, what they call bottom, right? So those folks, those true Floridians, and those progressive folks need to come right here in the middle of this mic, have a conversation about where we're going and how we're going, what we're doing, and how fast we're doing it. We don't want to get overtaken by transit folks, but we also don't want to be forgotten about, and we also not want to miss the chance of being progressive. So where we at now is making sure that we are welcoming folks that are coming into our city, and that we're politically educating them about our plight. It's not just about coming down here buying the biggest mansion right here in Buena Vista because now it's the safest space. And your focus is making sure you go to work, take care of children. But before you got here, you should at least learn the story of the land.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? If you did, then there would be a level of civic engagement that you're entitled to do. Right. But that's not what's happening. So you're gonna have me talking on the mic just like this for another 30 minutes or 30 years.
Let me get one more question on you and see if you can sum it up in 2 minutes. Man, hearing you, pretty much hearing you resolve really leaves like doubts mine, burning ahead and such. So I really appreciate you for sharing that, just the way you think about it and going forward, because I'm taking that. That's fuel and purpose. So thank you for that. Another thing is being this member of tribunal member, I definitely want to get more clarity for the people who not really seeing resolved yet, but do need help in this hearing in a very objective viewpoint of why basically didn't come to your aid. So do this in 2 minutes.
Well, we're gonna wrap it up in 2 minutes. I don't think the ACLU answer would be, it wouldn't be just answered in 2 minutes, because you're talking about establishing the thing for around forever. Not to say they didn't do, not doing great work or have not done great work.
Yeah, I'm not saying that at all. It's a great organization. What I'm saying that when it comes to that particular human need,
right,
as part of human, society and membrane,
right,
why that human being is not going to take care of.
Right. I mean, I'm gonna give you an example. You all should follow ACLU, and you should follow a lot of these organizations pre-George Floyd and post-George Floyd. Now, I'm being real. The same way why we can analyze that there's more Black people on TV post-Obama and pre-Obama. You know what I'm saying? So we need to start looking at those inclinations to see where we belong and what we're trying to do and who's uplifting us instead of us uplifting ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So the ACLU situation, y'all follow them to see what they really care about. They just started talking about the IET situation, as a Black Lives Matter situation. ACLU really just care more about what's the next fashion or what's the next art piece, as opposed to having some lawyers really do their homework, support this and support that. But the lastly, and within my 2 minutes, the same reason I think the ACLU didn't join the Francois or the police violence in Miami, just, the reason being, for me, it's not just them. I think the rest of them, including ACLU, has been bought, and like literally been bought. So even if you think about ACLU as a nonprofit organization, you ask yourself how they get funded. Who funds them? You know what I'm saying? Who? So just like you ask any nonprofit organization, how they get funded or funded, who funds them? And the minute you start realizing and you start looking at who funds them, you'll see that it's the same narrative. There's a narrative that they're trying to paint away from doing real work. And as I'm going through this, one thing I want to let you know as a Black man or any Black man that's listening, I have not found a piece or I have not found a place in which that fosters growth for Black men. You understand? Right now, I mean, and again, yes, the United Nations, let's promote more women. Let's do for real, but let's not promote more women and against men or just against Black men, period. Especially the nonprofit industrial complex in Miami. There is no room for a Black man to be traumatic, to heal, and on top of healing, to find something to do in community where it's supported. You know what I'm saying?
They don't have that capacity.
Well, that capacity is based on your membrane. And if you want to develop something, you say you got a capacity. No.
To take on all front, to be honest.
Right. So, but once you start streamlining yourself, you probably end up with two campaigns, and those campaigns are heavily being funded, whether it's the Rothschilds or whether it's the Soros or any, you know what I'm saying? You start looking at where the funding is coming from, and then you realize, wow, okay, that's why ACLU ain't never stepped up. Even last year, when we started having press conferences where Miami Herald, came. Everybody came when we started doing our press conference, especially against the city of Miami when they were arresting us. You jump on the sidewalk, they already arrested us for jaywalking because they didn't want us to occupy the Freedom Torch on behalf of George Floyd. So you start, for them not even to say anything about that. For the NAACP to not say anything about it. Come on, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. I got beat up. My orbital has been broken. And ever since then, my vision's been declining. And guess what? Instead of doing surgery, I was advised not to do so because I need to keep my good eye. You know what I'm saying? So to even go in there and try to do some cosmetic surgery and popping the eyeball socket back out, that's tampering with what God has given you. Ain't nobody's done that before. There ain't nobody built a robot that has perfect vision or has, No, we have not done that before. So why do we take each other for granted on that level? So for me, it's just the frustration comes from people you meet that calls you brother, call you comrade, and only go home to count their little money, or only go home to focus on what they need, And this is the first time I can sit in front of people and say, and let folks know, or even ask folks to think about it. Think about Francois. Because Francois is a name you can say, me. But I bet you, what happened to Francois happens to a lot of Black men that you would want to stand in solidarity with. Happens to a lot of Black women that you would want to stand in solidarity with. So, my job was to call out folks, but my job is no longer to call out folks. My job is to call in people. Call in people to help, call in people to be part of the struggle. Because our struggle, especially me understanding our struggle now, is not tied into a political construct of communists or socialists or any of that. You need to be able to remove your foot off my neck for me to even breathe. Right? So our issue is a human rights issue. Our struggle is a human rights struggle. It's not one, and our thoughts of fighting back is formulated up here without what they call the aspect of thinking that we're communists or socialists. 1804 itself, when you look at liberation, especially in the Western Hemisphere, way before Marxists, way before Lenin, or if you were, nowadays you call it, Marxists and stuff like that. But way before them, you had 1804. 1804 from 1791 to 1804. Why did these people started fighting? What was their construct to get together? Why they got together? What was their commonality? And how did they end up beating 3 world powers at the same time? So it's beyond that. So it's because why? The life expectancy in IET at that time was 7 years. 7 years. So you push a human in a corner, no matter if it's the nicest person you ever see in your life, you push him in a corner and he looks back and she looks back and she got nowhere to go and he got nowhere to go, he gonna fight. She gonna fight. This right here, this represents a struggle way beyond Black power. The ability to fold your fist and put that up there is beyond Black power. This is the human struggle for fighting for existence. You know what I'm saying? For the rule of law, those laws that oppress us, we saying fight the power. And for me, I'm always gonna fight the power. Because when I look in the eyes of the marginalized, they too should get the sun when the sun rises. You know what I'm saying? They too should feel the effect of the moon when there's king tide. Or when all of that should be, the earth wonders and beauty should not only be for those who have and for those who don't have. No, it needs to be for all of us. That's why I was just talking to the gentleman here when it comes to capitalism. Maybe capitalism would be so beautiful, wouldn't be so ugly if it cared about the basic necessities of human life. Maybe, because I can't tell you that I want to get paid the same amount as somebody who sat there for 6 years and went to be a doctor, and I'm not a doctor. They're okay. They should get paid more. Matter of fact, if whoever invented the airplane, he wants to get more, the hell yeah, he should get more. But for us for them to get more, why somebody's not eating, why somebody's sleeping in their car, why somebody is toting a damn mattress on top of his head trying to find a location to land it as if like, No, the earth doesn't belong to you. Calling people homeless instead of houseless. You know what I'm saying? You are what they call it, you are dehumanizing your own self. If you are made in God's image, when you say something to somebody that's negative, that's who you said that to. It's coming right back to you. But until we start seeing those until we start seeing those concepts and looking at different ways of construct to build ourselves as humanity, we always gonna have these dialogues. My son will have that if we don't step up. And his son is gonna have that. That's why anybody who has committed himself to the struggle here should already know that you will not see the fruit of your labor. And you should be okay with that. Now, who, like, you know what I'm saying? Think about it. Imagine what I just said. Everything you work for, everything you desire, you may not see. So everything you work for is for the next generation and that and the third. How many of us are willing to do that? Everybody wants to see, damn, if I put 2 and 2 together, it needs to be 4. I need to see 4 right away. So if I go to school, become a doctor, then therefore I have the means to drive a Tesla. I have the means to buy a $500,000 house. And if it doesn't translate into that, then you have a problem, don't you? But when somebody comes tell you, hey, listen, man, your best thoughts will not be served right here and there. It's gonna be served, somebody else is gonna pick up that mantle 20 years from now. Are you okay with that? You know what I say? Yes, I am, sir. I'm a bridge. I'm a bridge. I'm a conduit for freedom, change, and love. So therefore, if I can bring more people into the love aspect of what we're doing, then I got no issue with being a brick, a cemented brick in a pavement that's gonna lead to freedom and liberation. Yeah, the pathway. And listen, we talking about chivalry, you date a woman, you pull out your jacket, so because it's wet, so she can walk over it. Why you can't do that for humanity? You only gonna do that for a woman? We have categorized what it means to be in love. I find myself to be in love with every last one of y'all. And it's not just the love for my women. I'm talking about agape. Talking about what I want for myself, I want for us. And that's what drives me. That's what brings me tears. And sometimes it's so much that it's like, why am I the only person feeling that way? You know what I'm saying? Like, why? Should I be carrying that much pain? Should I be carrying that much love? As if like we can't interchange that? Energy doesn't disappear. It just translates, transfers itself from one to another. So if we're energetic people, let me give you an example. You see this lady right here? The conversations her and I had, way before I even spoke to her spirit. I tell you what, if somebody was to run up here and try to fight her, I'd be the first one to defend her. Because I felt her. Before she spoke to me, I felt where she wanted to go. I felt her will, her due diligence to do better. You know what I'm saying? The journey of life is where you start and how you end. You know what I'm saying? And I felt like she wanted to make sure she can continue to pass down the mantle from one youth to another and keep rectifying our wrong. So if it's 3 of us, we're gonna keep fighting. If it's only 2 of us, we're gonna keep fighting. But the fight continues. And even if we stop doing it, one of your children's gonna pick up the fight and be like, yo, what you mean? We ain't talking about that in 20, 30 years. Where you get that from? You ain't read no Google, you ain't know. That's just your ancestors waking up again. That's all. All power to the people.
How much recorded testimony you got? Okay, I don't want to drag it on. What do you think? I'm waiting for somebody to come and testify. Hey, I need you to tell Ella when you see her. Come on, she's coming.
If she coming, let me give her a call. If she's not coming, then
yes. Yeah, I need to know because I have something from.
She's testifying?
Yeah, she's supposed to testify about the stuff that's happening now.
I think we can call a break.
You can't do a break. Let's do a break now. Okay.
They'll just sitting in that chair. You don't have a soft chair, do you?
No, that's good. I prefer ours, but thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, my name is Natalia Brown, and I'm the Acting Climate Justice Program Manager at Catalyst Miami. We are an economic justice organization working to identify and collectively address the issues that are adversely impacting our low-wealth communities and communities of color throughout Miami-Dade County. I'm here to share that according to a recent report published by the Center for Biological Diversity and Bailout Watch, the nation's top electric utilities received a collective $1.25 billion from last year's government bailouts, while shutting off families' electric service nearly 1 million times. NextEra Energy, the parent company of Florida Power and Light, alone accounted for nearly half of the shutoffs included in this report. In the final 3 months of 2020 alone, we know that FPL initiated over 250,000 disconnections for their customers throughout the state of Florida. In the context of their extractive and unsustainable business practices, it's very clear that these private utilities are prioritizing profits and their shareholders' satisfaction over all else, including customers' health and our climate. Florida Power and Light is the state's largest utility and largest monopoly corporation. Throughout 2020, while many of our neighbors struggled to keep up with the cost of utility bills, FPL banked over $2.65 billion in net earnings. Utilities like FPL wielded political power to secure beneficial tax code changes in the CARES Act, while they defied calls to grant their own customers the necessary financial relief to maintain the basic needs and services that power their homes. This pushed many people to become transient, undernourished, unsheltered, and more vulnerable to the increasing and already record-breaking extreme heat episodes that we're seeing here in Miami, often making it impossible to maintain the healthy and secure quality of life and living environment that all of our communities deserve, let alone social distancing practices in the middle of a pandemic. According to this report, with the money that utilities spent on executive pay and dividends, many utilities could have bailed out their customers more than 500 times over. They made the decision not to, and we need to make known that this is simply unacceptable. Utilities are a massive contributor to the climate emergency. Utilities were responsible for 32% of U.S. greenhouse gas emissions in 2020, mostly from fossil fuel infrastructure, which directly and negatively impacts communities' health and well-being living near those facilities. At the same time, the massive energy burdens that are faced by households heaped further harm onto the low-wealth communities and communities of color already suffering disproportionate climate-related harms in Miami. Now is the time for utility accountability. Now is the time for more opportunities for community-based decision-making about our critical energy needs, for new roles and business models for energy utilities, and a commitment to equity and leadership from communities at the front lines of these historic and ongoing harms from our energy system.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Angel Montalvo, or Angel Montalvo. That's ANGEL MONTALVO. I wanted to talk to you as someone who was born and raised in Miami, who identifies very strongly with the city, who feels that the plight of the city is my own plight. And I've seen it with my own eyes, I've felt it with my skin, I've heard it, I've smelled it, I've tasted it. Because I've been in the community, I've talked to people, and I've gotten to know who is here, who I'm living with, who my neighbors are. So I was born in Miami. I was born in Mount Sinai in Miami Beach. I was raised here. I moved around a lot when I was growing up. The reason why, I'm 28 years old. My mom was 6 months pregnant with me when Hurricane Andrew hit. 6 months pregnant with me in 1992. Hurricane Andrew devastated South Florida, as many of you know, and it destroyed my family's home. The same month that Hurricane Andrew hit, my dad had 2 heart attacks. My dad recently passed away this June. He wasn't able to work. My parents lost their home. My mom was sexually assaulted while she was pregnant with me. And that completely, informed the direction that my life took. My mom was with my 4.5-year-old sister, packing all of the belongings that she could into the car. Because, again, my dad was hospitalized before he left, and then was hospitalized after that same night he had another heart attack. So a little bit about both my parents. My dad was born in Cuba, and my mom was born in Honduras. And so I have the experience where I understand a little bit of different perspectives of diasporas. We've talked about the different ways that different groups are treated based on where they're from, based on the color of the skin. They have a completely different experience with regard to the political process, right? So I have been to Honduras twice, and I've never been to Cuba. I don't really have a connection to either of them. I have a little bit more connection with the Honduran side of my family, but not extensively. This is a direct product of predatory capital, colonization, and so in myself, I know that I am a person who was essentially severed from my ancestors and my history and my legacy and my connection and knowledge of myself as an individual. So growing up, I went to all of the institutions. I was raised in church. I went to public school. And throughout my entire young life, I wasn't coming from a place where I had structure. I didn't have stability. I didn't have the personal resources and the personal knowledge. It was kind of just out on your own. In my entire life, I felt like there was something wrong with me. Or at least I knew that there was something wrong. I just didn't know what it was. I couldn't even understand it, let alone articulate it. I am very lucky. I am very lucky for a number of reasons in my life to have not ended up as another statistic. But I consider myself responsible on the same hand to do what I can, given my lived experience, to be able to bring about a world, help to usher, like Francois said, a new way of living for the people in our community. Now, my experience has been very painful, very lonely, and so it's hard to relate to a lot of people. I didn't finish high school. Usually when I tell people that, I'm like, they say, oh, that's okay. There's something wrong with that. I know there's something wrong with that. The fact that you feel the need to say that tells me how you really feel. So, in the eyes of society, I feel like I've been disregarded a lot. And when I think about what I was going through with my family life, there was a lot of domestic violence, a lot of abuse and neglect. And I think back and I wonder how it was that through all of the institutions that I went through, all of the groups, the churches, the schools, they kept saying this kid, he scored well in tests, but performed terribly academically. I would have classes where I would just put my head down and cry. I would get to the bus, cry. Nobody noticed. Nobody seemed to care. I felt like there was something wrong with me. And again, I feel like I have a lot of privilege because I'm here right now. I have clothing, I'm clean, I have access to food, we're good. But I also understand that my experiences have left me with a lot of trauma, and I still find it difficult. Sometimes it's difficult for me to get out of bed. You know, they've already mentioned I'm running for office. Like I said, sometimes it's difficult for me to get out of bed. I can't do a lot of I have a hard time doing a lot of the basic things that a lot of people take for granted. However, I am not the only person that's going through this. And I think that a lot of it, while yes, I think everybody has autonomy and has to take personal responsibility for their lives, I think it's cruel to continue, as the saying goes, to expect people to do the impossible and get themselves out of situations that are set up in such a way where really it's not possible. You know, we keep trying to do impossible tasks and we're getting frustrated. And so my story is indicative of a lot of people in this community. Severed from our ancestral roots, we don't know who we are. We're easily malleable. We're manipulated. We're pushed around. We're made to feel lesser, like there's something wrong with us. As I got older, I traveled. I got to meet a lot of people. I got a lot of sense knocked into me and knocked out of me, which led me on the path to meeting people who have been mentors and guides, who have supported me, who have filled in the roles the leadership and the role models that I didn't have when I was a kid. And like I said, my experience is a lot like so many other people. And I think about education and the way that I was brought up. What I learned was to take I was educated to take a test, right? Not to think critically, not to have an understanding. I would actually be discouraged from asking certain types of questions when I was in school. I remember my academic counselor in high school when I told her, I'm not learning anything in my classes. She said, don't worry about that. Just get your diploma and go to college. I dropped out of high school. So there are institutional failures academically for young people. We're being brought up to be consumers, to not think for ourselves, and to conform, to not question authority. I think that the matters of the things that we're facing right now are spiritual matters, first and foremost. Because you go to, just an example that comes to mind. You go to a rally, I've been to, I don't know how many rallies, scream my lungs out, marched, done all of these things, and yet, when I look around, I remember being outside of the Homestead Detention Center and hearing people say, we see you, we hear you, but you can barely hear them. And I appreciate people showing up to come out to things, but the spirit isn't there. The spirit has been stomped out of us. Because we've seen what happens to revolutionaries. And I think that we have to understand right now, given the situation that we're in, given the realities that we're facing, we have to take a good look at what we're saying. When we say I love you to your partner, to your children, your grandchildren, your friends, your family, do you mean it? you actually mean it? Is it coming from a place of context where it understands that we're facing an existential crisis as a people? And now going back to what I was saying, as an uneducated person, quote unquote, why is it that I can look around and see that this is all for nothing? And people don't understand that. What is the point of having an organized, supposedly civilized society if something as basic as healthcare is not a priority, is not guaranteed as a human right, which it is. We talked about a lot of human rights. I know somebody mentioned housing as a human right. Housing is a form of healthcare.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. How are you going to tell somebody
Yes, it is.
that you're treating them for an illness and then you don't have a home to go home to? How, like, single mothers, just the stress of not knowing whether or not you're going to have somewhere for your kids to be able to be safe at night. And we've heard the stories, and I've gone canvassing, I've talked to a lot of people who are living in situations where they have predatory landlords, and who are telling them, if we're not going to fix the issues in your house, whether it be black mold or lead in their water or in their systems of children, because a couple months down the line, after you leave, we're going to tear down the building. They leave, they get a new renter, they get a new tenant, they rinse repeat, probably the same thing. That's just one example. That is literally happening all around us. Literally, just one block that way, one block that way. I guarantee you. I'm confident. So I'm a young person in Miami. All I know. Well, like I said, I've been lucky to travel, but in reality, I feel like for whatever reason in life, I've been given the opportunity to see things from a different perspective, where I've had the opportunity to speak to people who have been mentors to me, and also just self-educated. I love reading. And then I've come to understand what it was that was wrong that I instinctively, intuitively understood when I was a child, because I felt it in my life. When people fall through the cracks that are growing wider every day, you lose hope. I've oftentimes seriously wondered, why am I here? Should I go on? Does anybody really care about me? There have been nights where I've slept on the street, my belongings, in the cold, in the snow, or huddled in a bus stop. And in those moments, I don't know what kept me going. And apart really from just like kind strangers who have supported me. So I come from a background where I didn't have an understanding of history. The only reason that I started getting into history is because I love music. I've been playing music since I was a kid. That's like probably the reason that I'm still around is because I started playing music when I was a teenager at church. And then as I started to learn about the history of like blues and jazz, that was my first trip back 50 years. I started learning about B.B. King earlier. I started learning about Louis Armstrong, and like kind of going back and forth from Coltrane to ragtime, and it just blew my mind. I was like, wait, so you have people who were playing like Debussy in like 1913 around there, and around the same time that you had ragtime and jazz musician. It blew my mind. It totally expanded my consciousness, and so I'm really grateful. And then the idea just kind of like started growing in me, like, hey, what's going on behind that? I always thought there was something weird about me because I was Latino. I wish I was white. I wish I was blonde. Like, I feel like there's something wrong. Like I'm inferior. And it took a long time for me to grow out of that. So when I think about the experiences that I've had and the fact that I've been able to see past a lot of that, think about my friends, my family, my community, who haven't had the opportunity to say, leave Miami, or to expand their consciousness beyond what they've learned here in this city, in this county. And I say that with love, you know, we all know much less than what there is to know. We're all more ignorant than we are knowledgeable because there's just too much to know. However, I think that there's a basic level of understanding that should be afforded to every person. And I don't think we can continue to blame the individual for what this system is not just withholding from them, but preventing them actively, brutally preventing people from having access to this knowledge. Because as the saying goes, knowledge is power. So right now, I go to work, a working class person, work full-time plus. And I have a lot of advocacy projects that I work on and groups that I coordinate with, because I believe in the power of collective organizing. I've seen it, I know it can happen, but the spirit has been taken away from it. This colonial project, right? Most people don't know past 200 years. That seems to be the consensus of the culture, where we don't really have an understanding of what's going on in history. And this ties in to my thinking about like what's going on in Miami, the failures of our government to educate and protect, because the government is supposed to be us, but it's not. So we have a situation where people, as we all know, are profiting off of, you know, we're in Miami, let's keep it real. We know that there are trafficking children. We know this. We know that they are kidnapping women. We know that people are, you know, ritualistically sacrificed. And I don't mean this in an occult way. I mean, literally, we know that people are dying for the sake of profit for the wealthy ruling class and the elite. What in the world am I supposed to think? Am I supposed to do, given my limited resources, my limited support system, about everything that's going on? It feels like not much. It feels like, what is the point of doing anything if I know that before I even started talking, most people have dismissed me, whether because I don't have like a degree next to my name, or because they see the amount of money that I have in my bank account, or they see the car that I drive, or the, you know, not to mention the fact that we have to continue to feed and beg for breadcrumbs. I say this over and over again. So I believe personally, I can't tell you all the statistics, I can't tell you all the numbers, but I personally believe that our representatives, the people who are supposed to be protecting us, our servants, are failing us, and they're corrupt. And I don't know if they're ignorant. I don't actually give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I'm cynical, but I don't think we're in a position where we can afford to trust people. Their record shows that they cannot be trusted to make the right decisions. So therefore, it's not personal. It's not. I actually am grateful that I don't have that kind of like resentment towards them personally, because I think that only serves to my and the community's detriment. It's not personal, but if you don't get this, you're not fit for office and you have no place. We are so limited in our ability to understand and like imagine. That's what Martin Luther King talked about, a creative project for justice. We have to generate, we have to regenerate. We have to be open in our consciousness to a reality that we have been told our entire lives is impossible. But the reality of the situation is that it is not impossible. And in fact, I believe if we were to get our act together, which we need to, again, failure, we got to get the idea that failure is an option. We got to get that, wipe it out of your brain. Look for like what the horizon is, look for your vision of what the future can be, and we got to follow that until we die. And the real people, not the real people, let me just say, the people who understood revolutionary suicide is not the idea of dying, it's the idea that you live your entire life by dying to yourself every day, understanding that we have to do what we need to do. I believe nonviolence, as practiced by Martin Luther King and Gandhi and Tolstoy and Thoreau. And if you look at the history, these movements have been able to create a lot of change in a very short amount of time. In many degrees, in many senses, there has been a lack of results, so to speak. But when we think about how much money does the American government invest in war, in violence, in militarizing our police forces compared to like developing tactics of peace, you know, we tend to have a very skewed perspective when it comes to nonviolence. Nonviolence to me is essentially this: I am willing to do what's right in spite of the consequences. I am willing to put my body on the line, knowing that I can be harmed or killed. And that's what it's going to take. We have to have courage, which is not the absence of fear, it is action in spite of fear. So now, I don't want to go into specifics about who, the commissioners, the representatives at the state and national level, the president, because we have to think further than that, right? I'm running for office, but that it needs to be a stepping stone because again, this is a planetary crisis that we're in. I wanted to read a little bit about something that people don't really know about, and I wanted to share with you so you can kind of get a perspective. Maybe you know about it, but this has really changed the way that I think about humanity, our history, and what our legacy will be. So this is an excerpt. I didn't write the website down in the workshop, but so I'm going to read something really quickly. It says, before the invention of agriculture, I'll take an aside. I've studied through apprenticeships like agriculture. I've lived and worked on farms. I do a lot of gardening. That was a very key thing for me. Understanding people, you have to understand food, you have to understand plants. So before the invention of agriculture, the human population was estimated to be around 15 million people at most, right? So as of 2016, the world population was around 7 billion people, which is approximately 6% of the estimated 110 billion people who have ever lived, right? It's kind of weird to wrap your head around that, but when the introduction of agriculture and the gradual movement of humanity into settled communities, the global population increased gradually to around 300 million by when we consider AD 0. So to give you an idea of scale, the Roman Empire, which many regard as one of the strongest empires the world has ever seen, probably contained only around 50 million people at its height, less than the number of people in England today. It wasn't until the early 19th century that the world population reached its first big milestone. Early 19th century. A quick aside. This is not really clear because of the historical record, and the further back you go, the less information we have. The earliest written documents of people, something that we wouldn't be able to make sense of unless we studied this, there are 3 different writing groups from the 3 different communities that were around 10 to 15,000 years ago. That's the earliest written human history. I think it was around 400 million people were around that time on the planet, right? So again, 10 to 15,000 years ago, 400 million. Right now we have 7 to 8 billion. So then as the Industrial Revolution took hold and living standards improved, the rate of the population growth increased considerably. Over the next 100 years, the population of the world doubled from the 19th century, reaching 2 billion in the late 1920s. By 1920, 2 billion people, 400 million, 10, 15,000. Okay. The 20th century, however, is where the population growth really took off. And over the past 100 years, the planet's population has more than tripled in size. So Mihai earlier was talking about like the carbon emissions, right? It's literally, it's a line. Look at this, goes like this, 200 years, boom, straight up. It's the same with the population. Pretty steady around 400 million to 600 million, and then 200 years ago, around the Industrial Revolution, straight up. Right? It's said that we're using, I think, more than twice the amount of resources that are available on this planet. The massive increase in human population is largely due to improvements in diet, sanitation, medicine, and especially compulsory vaccination against many diseases. That's a little side note. So I want you all just put 5 minutes aside to do an experiment when you get home. For you guys, write down, well, first today, 2021, write down the population of people that are on the planet. Find your birth year, how many people are on the planet, the year you were born. Find your parents' birth year, write it down and find the population. Find your grandparents and your great-parents, however far you can look, and just to get an understanding. Like, it is staggering when you consider the real implications of living on a planet and living in a society where the people who are supposed to protect us, who have the resources, like, they're talking about like $3.5 trillion on a human infrastructure package. That would be less than 2% of the GDP over the next 10 years. And that's like pulling teeth while herding cats. And now, flip the script. Imagine you have a bunch of Michael Clarksons in the Senate. Oh, boy. You know, we limit ourselves to what we think is actually possible. That's never going to happen. It's gotta happen. If it doesn't happen, we're driving off a cliff. And I'm hopeful somehow because I know that we have like these massive leeches on our back. And if we can get them off, we will have so much energy, so much vitality, so much hope and possibility for what we can do. I mean, imagine investing just $1 trillion just on education. Just on education. We have right now the means and the resources to end hunger. We produce and throw away more food than we need to feed every person on the planet. Talk about human rights. Housing is a human right. We have the resources to house every single person. I've been out and help people, populations of people that are unhoused. And you talk about vulnerable communities. It's disgraceful. To me, civil society is offensive. It's barbaric. Because the more high and mighty, the nicer your tie and your suit and your blouse or your blazer, the more offended I am. Because for me, civility is war. For me, civility is poverty. Because we hide behind the veneer of a civilized society when we can't provide the basic needs that it takes for a person to be alive. Going back to what Mihai said about the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. In the next century, 2 million people are expected to have to leave Florida because they make less than $100,000 and can't mitigate against sea level rise. That's That's not including the aquifers that are the fresh water is being displaced by salt water. That's not talking about the algae blooms that are happening because of like runoff of industrial agricultural systems. That's not talking about the acidification of the ocean as a result of pollution that's killing our wildlife. That's not considering the coral reefs that are being destroyed, the mangroves that are being destroyed and is going to lead to erosion. That's just with sea level rise. We need to get people into positions. We need to get our people into these positions who are going to not listen to the community, but invite the community into that understand that it's a necessity to get the community's input in what's happening and put them at the helm and trust the community. That's what happens. We don't trust each other. We don't trust the community. And so we feel like we need to put our backs up, put a space between us. So I say this again as somebody who was born and raised in Miami and is trying to figure out what in the world is going on. Because it's like a sickness. The sickness in the culture is the sickness of the heart. We have to take responsibility for the wars that are fought in our name. We have to take accountability for the fact that in many places around the world, innocent children and families have been killed. And I've heard stories about people going into school buses, innocent children that have been bombed, American bombs, paid with our tax dollars, that when the families of these children and family members were killed, innocent civilians, they go up to the sites and see American. We have to reckon with and take accountability for the children who, when they went up to this bus, I remember somebody grabbed the limb to try to pull somebody off and it came off the child's body. These are brutal realities that every time I go out to eat, every time I go to shop at the store for food, every time that I just look at how much waste we make, we are mad. The society is absolutely mad, and our hubris, if we don't do something about it, is going to be the death of us. So when going back to that experience that I had when I was in the Homestead Detention Center, I felt so sad being around people who are doing advocacy, but don't have the heart, and I mean like the spirit, like the vitality to speak loudly, to articulate themselves loudly. And I'm not judging because I'm no one to judge, but I understand that that's coming from the place that I felt when I was younger and I was disempowered, when I was completely ignored because I had fallen through the cracks. So moving forward, thinking about how our leaders and I don't like, I get it, but it's like I can't. I find it hard to accept and believe that there are people who are so ignorant or malicious that they would be doing this to our communities. But they are irrelevant in the sense that if we do our jobs, let's talking about it in a political lens or an electoral lens, less than 30% of the people who are eligible to vote in Florida participated in the 2020 primary, the most important election of our lifetimes. And like some people have mentioned, why did we go from one white supremacist to another? And that might be controversial, but at the end of the day, the policies that America, right this minute, whether it be from immigration, where we're still separating families, to the amount of poverty that they're allowing to happen, because poverty is a policy decision that they're making, acting as if they were powerless when the Democrats have control of the House, the Senate, and the executive. It's a lie. I'm going to say it. It's a lie, and we cannot afford to continue to humor them. No need. We don't need them. They need us. There's less than 2,000 people that really are pulling the strings. I'm not talking about the Illuminati. You can read about them on Forbes. 2 people have more wealth than half of the people in this country. We've heard it before. We've been hearing it since Occupy Wall Street. The first crack in the veneer. It's all an illusion. They're all lies. We don't have to believe them. Solidarity is a real thing. I talk to people all the time at my job. Working class people, regular people with a family. My friend Carlos, his wife studied, got her associates and her bachelor's to work with children with disabilities, cognitive disabilities. He works at a bakery, 60 to, he told me it was like 60 to 80 plus hours a week sometimes that he works. Like hard work. She just lost her job because the new job that she got, who had told her that what the old job did, where they told her, they promised her a schedule and then they changed it, did the same exact thing to her. We don't know what it means to be a worker with rights. In Miami, Florida, right to work, but it's just like a cultural thing. We're afraid of the consequences. We're afraid to ask for more, to expect better from like our workplaces. Why is it that we're so much about freedom and democracy, except for when it comes to the workplace, where you have somebody who tells you what to do, when to do it, like when you can go to the bathroom, such and such. And I know as somebody who's worked in the service industry, again, systemic issues. You know, you go to a bar, front of the house, you have white or light-skinned Latinos, or in the front of the house, you have a lot of Haitians in the back in the kitchen in the dish pit. Management is white, well-educated. And yet, that's not even a thing that people think about, like organizing around. And on and on and on and on and on with the list. And so I look at Miami. My ancestors are severed from me. I'm doing the best that I can to, technology to be able to find out, but it's limited because I don't have documents. I'm trying to understand what's going on so that I can do the best with what I have. Like the fulcrum is a beautiful thing. If you have like a long enough stick and somewhere to put a lever, you can move the world. And I really believe that. It's like a massive boulder that's being held up, and then you just gotta find the right little pebble and knock it out, and the whole thing comes crashing down. We can do that. We have to, I think it has to come from a conviction to accept, to be honest about like what's working and what's not working. What is actually creating change, or like Michael has said a lot. Like what is making us feel good? Oh, I go out to this rally, I take a picture, and then I'm done. I go home, don't go to any school board meetings, commission meetings. And again, it's not to judge because I'm no one to judge, but it's an understanding that as long as we continue being this way, we're going to continue to get the results that we have been, and we're jumping off the cliff. So, when the coronavirus pandemic happened, I had been traveling the country right up to the point in April, when the pandemic really shut everything down. I had from January been traveling around the country as a volunteer for the Bernie Sanders campaign. And I felt hopeful. I don't put my faith in a politician. The reason that I was such a strong advocate for that campaign and that candidacy was because I saw the people, and I felt the people, and I saw the strength that was in it. And it was one of the first instances in my life personally where I had felt solidarity in a way that I hadn't really experienced in my life. And it was beautiful because it was centered around a common value set. People who understood that healthcare is a human right and are willing to sacrifice their time, away from work, away from their families, to be able to try to make that a reality. the people around the country. And then COVID happened, came back to Manchester. Everything was shut down. And I fell into a really deep depression, especially through the summer. I would go out, I would do food distributions for folks. I went to St. John's Baptist in Overtown. I helped clean porta potties and get showers ready. I did what I felt like I could with a lot of other people who did like what they felt like they could, but it's like a bandage on a broken limb, and it's not feasible for us to continue to expect people who don't have resources and don't have the capacity to try to fill in the gaps that only really the resource government, in my mind. I believe in laws that are just, and I think that we need to do everything within our power to oppose unjust laws and be willing, again, to accept the consequences of going against the state. Because if we're doing our job right, we are taking on the military industrial complex, the pharmaceutical industry, the big oil, these really powerful people with really powerful people who have a very vested interest in making sure that people like us shut up and stay in our place. And we have a responsibility to say no and speak our minds and live our truth and be who we are. And it's easier said than done. In my life, I know that I haven't always been courageous when I should have. I haven't always spoken up in the face of injustice. Every time we do that, every single time we don't say something, we're educating ourselves, we're training ourselves to be subservient. And I am honest, we are treated like cattle, literally cattle, especially when you think about the amount of people that there are on the earth, and you think about the inequality. Terms like herd immunity, social media feed. I know it's almost like a cliche, we're sheep, but we are brought up to be consumers and to be workers, to make money for a few people who have a lot. I've raised pigs from the moment that they're born to the moment that they're slaughtered. Beautiful, intelligent, so intelligent. Non-human persons, I would say. And it's the same mentality. Well, obviously they're here for us to consume. Like that's the point of their birth, so we don't even question it. We don't think twice about it. Most people have never slaughtered an animal. Most people haven't eviscerated fowl. So we have to take this seriously and really do internal work. Like I was saying, I fell into a really deep depression. There was a point where I was bedridden for a good amount of time. I wasn't talking to anyone. I wasn't answering any phone calls. I wasn't eating because I was taking stock of what was going on and who I was and what I was able to do, being around all these people, seeing the suffering and the people that had their tents destroyed because of the Pottager Agreement being repealed. So they were just taking people's stuff. Either you get arrested because you're resisting this, you get institutionalized by getting put in the Rikers Inn, where you have to check in at a certain time, such and such, an institutionalization. Or you go to stay on the street and you don't have anything that you have. If you're lucky to have it, you need it, but a lot of times no. How can we live with ourselves? How do we go to bars? How do we enjoy ourselves knowing that this is happening? How can we be advocates for social justice once we're done with the events? We scroll through Instagram and look at the pictures of ourselves and share ourselves. It's so vain and meaningless. And I think that we can do a lot more talking to each other one-on-one than doing social media. That's a whole other diatribe, but all of this fundamentally is the same. I hope that with my lived experience, given my perspective, going into the community, people feel that I'm coming from a place of authenticity, not for my own sake and my vanity, even though, again, I can't judge people, I am vain. But seeing how I couldn't do enough to fix everything by myself was this oppressive thing. I felt so small and I felt so meaningless because I didn't know the other component to it, which is community. Community, people who are willing to be there for you when you need it, not just lip service, right? And I think that it's time for the people who can do something about climate, because right now we're in a position where we need to mitigate. I think it's safe to say that we're not going to be able to stop the worst of it, which is really, it's hard to take, but that's the reality. But community needs to be at the heart of everything, because we literally can't do anything by ourselves. We cannot do a single thing by ourselves. We rely on people to make our clothing so that we can get dressed in the morning. We rely on people to maintain the plumbing, for us to take a shower and to cook and clean. We rely on people to pave the roads and to take our garbage and all that. We can't do a single thing by ourselves. I think it's time to have community in positions of power. We need to wrestle, struggle, and win to have our people represented. I actually made a mistake when I started speaking today, something that I'm grateful for you have really brought this to my consciousness. Taking a moment to acknowledge that we're settlers in this land. And I'm always hesitant because I want to do this in a way that is actually cognizant and respectful, and not just something to do for show. But the reality of it is that we are settlers, and we have to understand that the people are still here. And every day that we're driving through sacred land. And that in order for industrialized society to exist, we needed the foundations of advanced indigenous communities, because the most advanced societies, industrial right now, come from the most advanced indigenous communities who had irrigation and agriculture and roadways and things like that. So I'm grateful to have this opportunity to have heard so many compelling and motivating and heartbreaking stories. But like I was sharing with somebody earlier, whenever I'm in that pit, whenever I feel like life is meaningless and there's no hope and there's nothing that I can do, and I force myself out to do something with people, even if it's a rally. And I know that I might have disparaged it, but there's a place for building the sense of community that comes from yelling at the top of your lungs with a group of people. There's something powerful about I'm telling you, there was a moment during last year during the protest where you had this mass of people chanting. There's just power in it. And people are desperate. You know, I remember being in front of the police station and being tear gassed and being shot at with rubber bullets, and then looking to my left and seeing a squad car on fire and realizing that this one way or the other, this is gonna blow or change. So I think what we need to do is to take it upon ourselves to make sure that the way that we go and the way that we have an end to this world is by beginning a new one. Yes. With justice and equity and compassion and love and care at the center of it. And I know that we can do this. I know that every single one of you cares, and in spite of the fact that we might have societal limitations about like how we can engage with each other because of whatever cultural things, like at the heart of it, we can penetrate the veil, and we can pull the curtain aside or tear it down. I'm a big fan of, and connect to each other in a very authentic way, so that we can actually do the things that like I'm talking about. Because our Miami has failed me, and it's failed all of us. And maybe I wasn't specific about with regards to the tribunal, but I felt like this was a space for me to like speak my truth, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity as somebody who I feel like one of the embodiments of the city, because like I said, this has been my home. This is what I know of. This is my culture. And so as somebody from Miami, Florida, with all the love in their heart that I can possibly offer to you, just know that I know personally that there are people, strong leaders, every single one of you, and that we need to get our act together. Like, again, take the idea of failure being an option out of your head. We gotta let go of the fear. We gotta move forward and courageous, with courage. Don't really want to end this. Thank you so much.
We have anybody else?
Yes, we have Nicole and we have Mackenzie. So Mackenzie wants to talk.
Nicole?
My name is Nicanol, N-I-C-A-N-O-L, Torres, T-O-R-R-E-S.
Can you step up to the podium or whoever needs to?
I feel like the podium's a little bit tall for us, so that's why we're gonna stand on the side. Yeah. Should I hold it better? Are we good?
No, you don't have to move. No, you're picking it up like it says.
Okay. So, I didn't really plan. I just came here to see what was going on and like learn about the event. But one thing that struck me when I walked in is my daughter said something, and she said, "If these are the people that are supposed to be representing us, where are all the girls? If half of our population is female, where are the people?" She looked at the table and she noticed that she didn't see any girls. So, I mean, I feel like at this point, like, we shouldn't even be having to have this conversation anymore. Like, we should be having to have this conversation about equity and like, just anything that anybody's been talking about today. It's time. And I brought this one of my children along because she recently, she's in 3rd grade, and she had a school assignment to write a letter to the president about what she thinks, like something she thinks he should do to like make the environment better or whatever. So I said, I don't know if we can get your letter to the president, but there's an event that's about the environment. So like you can read your little letter. So,
can we get the child's name and spell it, please, as well?
Can I spell your name?
Luna, L-A-N.
You want to try again?
L-U-N-A.
She has the same last name as me.
The city of Miami. Please make sure that no secret those will be incident. I saw why I would walk ahead. If they go and think there will be no amazing sea turtles, eat rocks, jellyfish, no other creatures, or no breathing turtles taking up from the nest and going to the ocean without fighting. I will be very sad and angry if they go. Solutions to protect the turtles. 1. Stop leaving garbage in the ocean. 2. Practice using less plastic and more paper. 3. Practice not polluting the oceans and using eco-friendly roads. 4. Pillage fossil fuel roads and kill
Building off of that, I just like that I feel like the city of Miami has so much money available to us, like at our disposal. Like it's just absurd that like we are having to deal with our beaches being dirty or like our infrastructure. Like there should not be people on our streets when we have this much money available. Like it's the picture. I don't know. I think she wanted to show her picture. Sorry, I got distracted. But anyway, the point is we have enough money to solve these problems. It's just a matter of people deciding that it's important to use the money in the direction that like actually helps people. And it's just like a little bit absurd that there are third graders thinking of solutions to solve in the environment. Like my third grader shouldn't be having to worry about like the eco-friendly boats. Like I didn't even think like I couldn't have come up with that if I tried. It's like our new generation of children have this burden because the people at our age and older just don't want to take responsibility for the mess that they make. And it's not like we don't have the resources to clean it up. It's just people have to decide that it's important enough. Okay. I guess she wants to explain her picture.
ABC turtles and sunlight.
Thank you. Is there anything else you think we should say about how maybe the city of Miami could help people or animals be better? Because do you have anything that you feel strong? Keeping animals in the wild. What about people? Sometimes we talk about how you feel when you see people living on the street, or maybe some things that have happened to us. Do you want to talk about that? I can talk about it if you don't want to. But do you want to talk about that? Thank you. Okay. Do you think Mommy should talk about it? Okay. Yeah. I mean, we've had to deal with being unhoused, and it's just really absurd that in our country that's supposed to be like the best country in the world, that there are mothers with young children. She was 2 years old, and it's just absurd that our government would sooner take a child from their mother than just offer housing for that mother. When there's literally so much money available, it's just a matter of changing the system. And I could say a lot of things, but it is getting a little bit late for little people to be out. So I appreciate this opportunity to speak. And thank you. Want to say thank you?
Thank you.
Yes.
You can go with me. Great. Thank you, Yuna.
Just to add something to that, I wish you had been here earlier to see the girls.
Yeah.
Because there's been more girls in this process than there's been
Oh,
men.
that's good.
It's online. All of it's online.
Yes, you can watch it online.
Yes, for sure.
Let's state your name and spell it out, people.
Gotcha. All right. My name is Mackenzie Marcelin. Mackenzie. Last name Marcelin. Marcelin. Yeah. So I'm a climate justice organizer for Florida Rising. I've been in this position for 2 years now. I've been living in Miami specifically for 5 years. My particular area of focus is energy, clean energy, and how it impacts our communities, our lives, not just for negative, but also how can it possibly impact our lives, right? We know now that the energy, or our energy system is like the one of the largest polluters when it comes to air pollution and things like that, and our energy system is largely reliant on things that negatively impact our health, which is like fossil fuel and just fossil fuels and gases that pollute our airs and our communities. And not only is energy, it intersects climate, economics, and our overall health. And I felt it was important for me to be a presence in the community, that there are community and groups and advocacy, folks that care about these topics. It was important for me to be a part of that, and not only be in those spaces, but try and push more people to be in those spaces, because again, energy it impacts our lives, and one clear example of that is just during the pandemic, a group of us from across Miami really focused on preventing people from getting disconnected during the time of the pandemic. A lot of large corporations were ready to recoup their money, where when people are losing their jobs, losing families, losing their homes, and they're in the middle of that, and they're trying to companies like FBO, for example, are trying to recoup their money, right? And in the middle of the pandemic, a lot of people are in their homes, right? Our homes is necessary for our livelihood, for us to for our mental health, for our overall health. We need our homes are our sanctuaries, right? And to not have power, it's not a home at all. You can't you can't cook. There's a mental aspect where you when the sun goes down, that's that you're in darkness. And that has a mental, just a mental health and the impact is like as a whole. Not being able to have power in your homes, not being able to keep the food in your refrigerator, available, or even having access to any help, any medical apparatus, like a breathing tank. These things are vital for us, right? Power is vital for us, and that's really why I was really focusing on it. It's not something that's largely it's focused on, but it's something that we can use. Our current energy system, we can use and change it and revitalize it, change it to where low-income communities and communities of colors who are intaking all this air pollution and are more likely to be disconnected. We can flip it and switch it into a system that that we can depend on, and provide. And just provide for our overall health and futures, and I think the city of Miami can really do a better job of increasing energy efficiency programs, solar programs, and having more access for those low income communities. Because again, our current system, we're communities of color and low income communities, we are facing the burden. The cost of wealth to keep this energy system that's polluting our communities and our health and are costing us, our entire system. They're extracting the wealth from low-income communities, and it's a tragedy, Yeah, it's just it's awful. I'm getting a little nervous here. But yeah, no, it's something. What I'm just trying to communicate ultimately is that like this is something that is a present. It's not even a slow killer for our communities, but it's something that's vital. Like we have. Again, we pay more, of our income goes towards our electricity bills than non-low income communities, and again, like I said, we're also facing the majority of the air pollution. So it's just that there's a vast amount of inequity that exists in our energy system, and for me, I want to bring that to light to our and say that we can flip it and change it into a system that is better for us, right? So some things. Again, energy efficiency is something that is the quickest way, the cheapest way to handle both the pollution that's causing us, but also or to reduce the pollution that's in our areas that has harmed our communities, but also it's a way that we can change our economic systems in our communities, right? It can provide jobs, significantly reduce power bills. I've experienced I've talked to many community members that say they pay $200 to $300 towards their light bill. I was one of those myself. I actually was living in a Alapata, community, and I started noticing around that things were being built, right? And I knew it was only a matter of time before they increased the rent, right? And in that building, it was a newer building. I was probably paying around like maybe $80 for my power bill. And while I was because I was priced out, I had to move. I moved more up north in a building that's older. It was made in the '60s versus the one I was living at, a little more modern. And my bill, and it wasn't that much bigger than my other place. And my bill it was like $240, right? Drastic difference. You know what I mean? And again, the square footing, about the same. And we had, and so that, just that right there is an example of like, just the gentrification, climate gentrification, for people being forced out. And you see, that you end up paying like your utilities and other things are they end up matching out or evening out. You know what I mean? People are being forced out of Miami into areas where they have where their older homes. It's not as resilient. You know what I mean? Or you're in areas where it's just not as it's not as resilient. And so you're putting these people in these stressors, these situations where they're putting more and more of their money towards their utilities. They're living in areas where it'd be important to have your lights, or it's important no matter what. But if you're in like areas where or that is prone to flooding or can't handle or not as strong to handle natural disasters or any hurricanes and things like that, your power is vital. And so again, we're the current system that we live in, that the city of Miami, the Miami-Dade County could do to change. We're creating situations for people where we're going to see something similar to what happened in Texas. Their energy system failed for them, and the people that were there left behind, that couldn't leave, were the ones who suffered from it the most, right? And, you know, I don't, you know, and again, that's where if we continue the way that we're going, when we, you know, we're talking about how we're approaching climate and climate justice, it will happen. It will happen here. It already has happened. People have already experienced where hurricanes have, you know, come through, and you know, a lot of these communities like yourself are one of the last people to get energy, right? And you know, the topic of energy, again, it intersects with so many things. And I think this is it's a way we can really change our economy, how we approach our relationship to the land, how we approach our relationship to each other, our governance, you know, as well. Because, you know, energy, it's an area that is just, you know, very technical. It only has, you know, few, you know, people that, you know, have these conversations, and that's not how it should be. We need to create a system where we can make decisions in our own community, how we want to power our communities, how we want to benefit from our communities, like where we want to have things. Where right now we have a system where politicians, unelected, you know, government people, and corporations are the ones who makes decisions where to build power plants in our, you know, in our communities, how high our power bill should be. You know, while we know we have, where we can easily transition, you know, away from what we're using now into something that's more renewable, that's healthier for our communities. We know that, and so, and not only do we know that, but they know that as well, and so we need to change how we're governing our own energy, how we're, and we need to make sure that you know, low-income communities, Black people, you know, Latinx folks, you know, Indigenous people are a part of the process and are saying, this is how I want my energy system to look. Because right now, it honestly reflects, you know, how our energy, you know, system is governed, and how it reflects who's, you know, being who's taking part and who's taking part in their energy system, and that's, you know, just older white folks. You know, those older white men are in these spaces that are making decisions on behalf of us that again, you know, polluting our lungs, and you know, we have to put so much towards our rent, our electricity bill, to the point where we're making decisions. You know, we're making a decision on should I you know, pay for, you know, my medical bills or my medication or food. And I've talked to people that have said that, you know what I mean, that have to be put themselves in that position to save even like $1 or $2, you know, off their electricity bill. They're telling their kids to unplug their microwave, unplug, you know, turn the lights off. It happens to everyone. It impacts everyone. Everyone is in a position where you know, they get that monthly, you know, that monthly bill, and they see it, and it's just like, it's ridiculous. And you know, you're going around your house, you're like, where can I save? Like, where can I, you know, save costs? And you know, we need to realize that it's not us. You know what I mean? Like, yes, we can reduce energy on our, you know, the best that we can. But again, the system is rigged to where we have to be in positions where we have to decide between between paying for your power bill and necessities. And that shouldn't be the case. Because again, it's like the cheapest and the fastest way that we can change. We can change, you know, how we you know, combat, you know, climate and climate justice, you know, climate and the problems that we face. So yeah, I think ultimately, you know, we need to expand the energy efficiency programs and the weatherization programs. Make sure that you know, community members are in the rooms when decisions about our energy systems are happening, or you know, ultimately not even in the rooms, but the decisions, you know, are made here. You know what I mean, in our communities versus having to go somewhere else for a decision to be made. You know, to have a system that's strong and resilient that again, you know, doesn't pollute our communities, but brings health to our community, brings jobs to our communities. And I think, you know, we have a great opportunity, but we're you know, slow, we're slow to action. You know, action, you know, is being made, but it's very incremental, and it's at the you know, at the direction of large corporations, you know, and again, like I said, that needs to change, and I believe I believe our communities can pursue, you know, an idea of an energy democracy where all our communities again is benefiting from the land, not exploiting the land, not extracting, you know, natural resources, not extracting wealth from people that from communities that have most harm to the energy system, right? So yeah, that's ultimately, you know, what I have to say is we can create a different system. We have the power to. I think, you know, we need to push again, you know, regular working people to understand, not understand, because I think, you know, we understand how, you know, in very different ways how our energy impacts us. But I think, you know, just really be in those spaces to change and say, like, this is not how we want it. Like, this is like, you know, we shouldn't have to spend $200, $300 on our power bill when if we have the technology that is cost effective, that's cheap, that can really change the, you know, really change our environment in many different ways. And I'm in not just land, but again, our culture, our you know, our economic system, our energy system, everything. Like it can happen through clean energy and energy if we really put it in the hands of community members and say we can change this versus corporations that have the interest of just profit, right? And so yeah, I think that's, you know, something that I strive for, something that I try to push forward every day is again community, you know, saying community members saying like, this is how I want my energy system to look like, and rid ourselves of fossil fuels, and really find ways to you know, not only reduce costs like now, but again change the system as a whole to where we're not, you know, leaching and extracting the health and the wealth of communities that are benefiting from the system, you know, now. So yeah, thank you.
We can, want to introduce people to the clean energy group and how they can get involved, you know, because it's being recorded.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'm a part of the Miami Climate Alliance Clean Energy Working Group. We meet Mondays every other Monday. I think this upcoming Monday. This upcoming Monday, you know, I suggest you know, reaching out to Miami Climate Alliance and attending those meetings. I believe they're at 6 o'clock. We want to make sure that again, like everyone has access to those things and or has access to and knowledge about, you know, our you know, clean energy and how it can, you know, impact us. And so, you know, we make sure that you know, it's at a time where everyone is access to that knowledge, that information, and want to engage and how we can, you know, change it, you know, our energy system that again is not, I feel like it's not often talked about, but it's something that we often experience. So yeah.
I had to give him a hug. The last time I seen him, he was bringing me a box of KN95.
Oh yeah.
That's been over years.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah. It's another young man. These are the type of people we're talking about. The young people who engage in this work, and that's why I wanted him to be on camera and talk about the work we do. I'm actually working with myself. You know, it's very regular. So, anybody else before we close out? No? Okay. All right. I'll be very brief. I know everybody's tired. These last 2 days have been great. But a great man that I admire and follow once said, if you stick a knife in my back and pull it out 6 inches, that's not progress. If you pull that knife all the way out, That's not progress. Progress is when you begin to heal the wound. And they don't even want to heal the wound. They just want to keep the blood gushing from our planet. I ran across this statement by this judge, that was the dissent state, a dissent in the case. We have somebody else?
Another testimony?
We have another testimony?
Major? You have another testimony?
Okay. But this was in the Giuliani versus United States. She was the only one who dissented in that decision at the Ninth Circuit. And she said, she wrote that the plaintiff brought suit to enforce the basic structural principles embedded in our system of liberty, that the Constitution does not condone the nation's willful destruction. We would hold that the plaintiffs have standing to challenge the government's conduct, have articulated claims under the Constitution, and have presented sufficient evidence to press those claims at trial. Well, we know what the Ninth Circuit did. You know, they said no, they didn't. It was outside the powers of the Article 13. In my view, the facts about legal remedies as it relates to American jurisprudence is that it clearly defines the rights of those that benefit from the continuous oppression of humans over other humans as a means of advancing civilization. This First International Peoples Tribunal had the power to win the consciousness of the people that have been the subjects of a system of hypocrisy. If the courts refuse to hold the governments accountable for the safety of the citizens, then it is the right of the people to seek avenues to raise demands for justice by any means necessary for remedies consistent with the Declaration of Universal Human Rights. This First International Tribunal galvanized people in the spiritual way. It was a family affair. People came from all different walks of this city and county. People cried, I know I did. People shared their stories, and they was not afraid because there's something about this tribunal that is historical in terms of the social ability of it to bring us together as human beings solving a problem that affects us all. The First International Tribunal had the ability to unify the many diverse elements of the climate and social justice movement and consolidate a local united front that begins to lead the city of Miami out of the hands of the many climate and social deniers. Our leadership and efforts must not be seen as some sort of civil protest or mock trial, even though the evidence presented provided the ongoing political and social agitation, education, organization, and mobilization that helps to mobilize the people toward a true governance of the people and by the people. The right of the people to engage in the process of liberty, justice, and happiness outweighs the decisions rendered by the old guards of American jurisprudence. It also gives us the ability to usher in an era of a new dawn and a new beginning to save our home earth. Our children and their children of this county, this country, and this city deserve better. Angel, you touched on this. Of the world's population, 7.7 billion, 30% are children. 50% live in urban areas. You know what they call disadvantaged, underserved. Lastly, it took over 200,000 years of human history for the world population to reach 1 billion. And it took only 200 years to reach 7 billion. Our children deserve better, and this is part of the process to make that happen. I want to thank all the hard work that went into this. We're not finished. This is chapter 1. We're gonna have as many chapters as it takes, but we got to
open up this circle, bring in more youth, give them the opportunity. I would like to see the youth run this the next time, you know, to give, we'll give them the avenue and the vehicle to do it. I love you guys. I love everybody who participated in this. Got nothing, it's nothing no one can say. The proof was in the pudding. It's been documented. This was a family affair that reached across many different lines. It made no difference about what your color was or what your sexual orientation was, how you walk, whether or not you was challenged or physically or whatever. And that's the way of the world, of a new world. Thank y'all, appreciate y'all. All power to the people.
Since we have opportunity and since we're live online, definitely want to bring another witness here to speak about this 2-day event. Really excited to be, this is history in making, and hope you don't be mad at me for calling me. Sharon, can I ask you to come up and speak? We have to record this.
Who's gonna write it down?
We will figure that out. You know, it's 2021, so we'll figure it out.
I had no idea what I was getting in.
Yes.
I had no idea what I was getting into when I said I would do this. It was just, okay, it's something, you know, it'll be a weekend that I'm doing something to help our cause, which is the Board of Court Reporter Association. And we're trying to educate, we're a nonprofit, and we're trying to make an awareness of what court reporters do, just make the record. And because the doctors always say, if it's not written down, it didn't happen. And if you have an attorney or attorneys that take on your case, they have a record that they can use because you had a stenographer. And it was my pleasure to be here and to be involved in such a worthy cause. And my heart was touched, definitely touched. So thank you so much for letting me be a part of the process. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, then, let's break it down. All right. Great 2 days.
Oh, yeah.
This is just the beginning.
Yeah, this is the beginning.
Everybody, please take food. There's plenty of food. There's nothing.